My name is Holland Kendall, and I have been working in this optical ministry since 1999. I had traveled for General Electric between 1994 and 1996 to 30 different countries. And these were countries that had money. GE wasn't going to send me to a place that where there was poverty, was a lot of poverty. And so I was there, and I visited 30 countries. And I've been a Christian as long as I can remember. My dad was a college professor of a Baptist college, and he was a preacher in two country churches, alternating Sunday. They couldn't afford him, so they alternated. He didn't get more like $10 a Sunday, I think, like that. So at any rate, I decided in 1999 I'd take one trip to Honduras and pay back the Lord for all those really good, successful trips all over the world. And I tell people the Lord is a sneaky Lord. Because when I got to Honduras, I was heartbroken by the poverty that I saw. And I knew something had to be done. So I'm an electrical engineer, okay? I have an optometrist who's a member of my board, but this village didn't even have electricity. So what should I do? So I asked the team leader, what do we do? Well, he says, we have 2 boxes of glasses over here in the corner. You can lay them on the table, and people can try them out at random. If they find something that works, they can keep them. And we kind of improved on that. We said, okay, well, fine, if you pick up a pair, it doesn't work for you, pass it to the person behind you. And then we had somebody who went down to the end of the line, picked them up, and brought them back to the front again. Okay? Well, there's something about me that that wants to fix something that needs fixing. And that needed fixing. So I came back with absolute God-given passion to do it better. And so I went ahead, I went into 3 trips a year to Honduras. Each time improving upon the process. And bit by bit, we navigated into a place where I convinced that organization I was working with to spend $15,000 to buy a kit like we have over there that I set up for them. And then they bought another one for Nicaragua. That was for Honduras, another one for Nicaragua. And so I called the team leader for the first team that was going to be using that kit and said, I'd like to join your team because if it breaks, I want to be there when it breaks so I can fix it. So I was down, I set up the time and I got the list of assignments as to where people were working. And I was listed to work in the optical clinic, which made sense. But the optometrist, Dr. Sammy Rose, who was part of that team, was listed to work in the kitchen. Okay? I said, well, God, there must be a plan here, but I'm not sure what it is. So I got down to Honduras a day late because Louisville was iced in with an ice storm. I got to Honduras a day late, started measuring people's eyes, fitting them with glasses, and he peeped in the door. He watched me for a while. He went back to the kitchen and says, I quit. That guy needs my help. So he comes back and he gets all excited and he starts seeing that there's a possibility this system has potential. And now he's a member of my board. And he's the one that helped me get the optical principles in the program. I coded the programs, but I didn't know optometry. He did. I tried. I got every single book Indiana University School of Optometry gives to their optometrists and read them. But reading a book isn't the equivalent of experience. And that's what Dr. Rose, Sammy Rose, had. Lots of experience. So that's my testimony, and that's why I've been doing this ministry since 2003 on a regular basis, since that first kit was purchased. Yeah, that's how I get started. Okay, I want you to look at the manual. We're going to review the contents of it so you know what it consists of. Open up the manual at the very front, you're going to see some DVDs. And actually behind those DVDs there should be some sheet that will tell you something about the updates that have been made to the program. This is a dual-sided CD holder, 2 CDs in a holder. One side that has a picture of the little boy with his arms up there like that, that's the glasses inventory program. And that's the program that's used in the clinic for dispensing the glasses. And that's the program that has Dr. Rose's intelligence in it, his decision-making process. On the other side, you see the glasses reader program. And that's the program that's used for building your inventory. Now, the Glasses Reader program interfaces to about 15 different digital lens meters, like one you see here. While the Glasses Inventory program interfaces to about 12 different autorefractors, different models and brands, autorefractors, maybe like the one over there. Many of them are desktop. So that's the 2 CDs. Now, there are 2 DVDs in here. One of them is a DVD telling you how to use the autorefractor. Very extensive DVD on the use of the autorefractor. It says Retamax 2 quad usage. Okay? While the other one is a DVD that can show you a procedure that you can use to measure children without dilation. And I'm not talking about small children. It will work for the older children that can understand your instructions, and I'll show you some more details about that later on. But that's the that is the procedure. Now, the reason I have that, I certainly recommend dilation, and we have special drugs that Dr. Rose recommended that are safe. We've never had an adverse reaction to them. But Dr. Rose suggested those because of their safety. And it allows you to get an accurate reading from a child who will be focusing at a very rapid pace unless they are dilated, therefore causing the autorefractor to get an inaccurate reading. And so you need to dilate. And I'll show you the information how to get those drugs. The front of the document is a Read Me First document. And that is simply, simply says in that document, if you're an optical professional, you only have to read a few sections of this whole manual. If you're not, you read the whole manual. Okay? That's what it boils down to. Now, after that, you'll see the table of contents. Okay, like that. All right. And then you'll see a presentation that I'll be giving to you shortly. That's a little presentation on optical principles. After that is tab number 1. Go to tab 1. It's how to do many optical things. That is a document written for the rest of us. It basically talks about optical principles from a lay point of view. So you're wanting to, you want to be able to understand optical principles, but you don't have a clue as to what it's talking about. This teaches you. Now, if you go to page 21 of that manual, you'll see recommendations for getting glasses and readers. At the very bottom, you'll see a recommendation for Shark Eyes. Now, one thing I want to point out is that Shark Eyes is what you need to go to. That's the name of the company. That's on page 21 of tab 1. You know, page 21 of tab 1. Right. Because, unfortunately, Lynn Roberts International went out of business since I wrote this document. I've got a new revision coming out, but it's not been published yet. So Shark Eyes will provide all the readers that you would want, plus sunglasses, such as that. That's at the bottom of page 21. Now you flip to page 22, it talks about sunglasses. And again, sunglasses can be purchased from Shark Eyes. At the bottom of page 22, you'll see some special little drop behind the lens sunglasses. They're very inexpensive little inserts, plastic inserts, and they're useful in that they are the single most inexpensive way to convert regular clear glasses into sunglasses. Okay. In the middle of page 23 is the recommendation for drugs. The middle of page 23. Proparacaine numbs the eye so that the next drops will not burn the eye. And neither one of them will injure the eye, but if you put the first one in first, within 5 seconds, the surface of the eye is numb, and the second one, you don't feel any effect in the second one. Okay? And the first one feels like regular eye drops, but it numbs the eye. Okay? Now, going to tab 2. Tab 2 is has the biggest collection of stuff in it. You'll see User's Guide for the Eyeglasses Inventory Program. These cover the latest versions of the program. And if you'll look at you might notice that there's about 100 pages to that document. And if you go past page number 100 of that document, you'll see another document which talks about running multiple glasses inventory. So if you go past 100, there we go, this should and this tells you a procedure that can be used to allow you to set up multiple computers in a network, and therefore have one computer perhaps that is manning the auto refractor, and another computer that may be near the inventory of glasses that can be relieving the inventory. They're communicating with each other, and one tells the other that that pair has now been removed. And plus, it's also fully aware of any of the measurements that are made on the eyes by this one that has the auto refractor. And then you can look at there's another document at the very end of that same section, and it starts on after page 26 of the second document, and that is a document that goes with that DVD on the front of the manual, the one that says testing children without dilation. That is the document that you look at while you're looking at that DVD. Okay? Now, going to tab 3, it talks about how glasses change your vision. And we'll be going over that in some detail during the class. But the different things that glasses do to affect your vision, to correct nearsightedness, correct astigmatism, to correct farsightedness condition, and so forth. So glasses, and you'll see 2 documents right after that in the same tab on this meter right here, this lens meter, which is the L200 lens meter. Now, you wouldn't need that unless you got the lens meter. So, on tab number 4, a very small tab, it talks about the device that's part of the kit called a ProView intraocular pressure tester. And basically it tests the pressure of the eye and allows you to determine if there's a high probability that the person has glaucoma. It's a very simple instrument. It doesn't require numbing the eye, it doesn't actually touch the eye, it makes the measurement through the eyelid. And I'll show you how that works later on. On tab number 5, talks about actually a kit that I have that I can loan to teams, and it's a kit that consists of 400 lenses and 200 frames. And you basically assemble your own. Now, the reason people would do that is to fill in the gaps type situation. When teams borrow that one kit, I only have one of them, and they borrow that one kit, then they will just pay for what they use. And an average, most of them are like $15 each. Okay. Now, tab number 6, eyeglasses rack, essentially talks about the racks that we're using in that picture right there, and how to assemble them. Most teams don't have any racks. They just simply take their glasses and put them on tables, or line them up in a table in some order so they can find them quickly. But that team right there definitely needed racks because they got 7,040 pairs of glasses. And I have several other teams that have one team in Haiti that has 12,000 pairs of glasses in their inventory. Computer finds that right pair from that inventory. Now, tab number 7 is detailed pictorial instructions as to how to put together the kit. You'll probably know that I do a lot of pictures in the documentation, and that is worth 1,000 words. Mm-hmm. You learn so much more from pictures than you do from print. Well, tab number 8 is just a collage of different things, just a collection. The very first one is a single sheet describing the steps you take with every patient. So that's tab number 8, a single sheet. I love the last picture on the right. I call that the hallelujah moment. Mm-hmm. When I could see for the first time in forever. So that's really interesting. You'll see other things in here. You'll see a Spanish reading chart, and I have reading charts in every imaginable language, including the Philippines, by the way. So I have those. And just created one. Bengali, for they're going to India. So I just created another one, so now I have an additional chart on my list. Now, at the very, very back of the manual, you'll see a section where things are not three-hole punched, for a reason. This particular chart that you see here is the barcode chart, and you use that when you're scanning glasses into inventory. And most of the time you end up scanning the top left barcode, which is the save barcode after you've scanned in information. A lot of times you may find yourself using other things on here. So that's the training manual, and you will find that extremely useful to you. Now what I'm going to do now is do a sample installation of the program so you can see how that works. That's it. Okay, this is a PC that I'm showing that does not have the programs installed. So what I'm going to do is, when you plug in the Glasses Reader CD, that's what you see. Okay, now I'm going to scroll down, and about a page and a half, you see a link saying Install Program. So I click that link. And then you click Run, and click Run a second time. And it starts installing the program. You click OK. You click this button here. You click Continue. You're taking all the defaults. Every default. See, this is a highlighted button, so it is a default. Click Yes, click Yes. And Glasses Reader base version is installed, not the latest updated version. Since I know this PC happens to be a 64-bit PC versus 32-bit, I'm going to click this link, and I'll show you how to determine that. I'm going to click this link here. I click Run. So this is the patch. This is updates to the latest version. I click Run. Click Run a second time, and I click OK. And now I've updated the program to the latest version. So I'm going to close out this window. And to find out what version of Windows I have, if I right-click the computer icon and click Properties, there it is, 64-bit operating system. Okay. Now if you don't have the icon on your desktop like I do, I just open Windows Explorer and right-click it that way. Same story. Okay. So now I'm going to go and we'll launch the Glasses Inventory CD. And basically this launches as soon as you put the CD in your drive. Okay. And again, just like before, by the way, that's that network that I was telling you about. Well, this is the case where we had 6 PCs, 4 of which had autofractors on them, set up in a network in Mexico. They were fitting 75 pairs of glasses every hour with those 6 PCs. 4 of them were measuring, 2 of them were removing glasses from inventory. Okay, so I'm going to scroll on down to here and find Install Program. I click Install. I click Run. I click Run a second time. And I click OK. And now I'm going to start taking the defaults again, just like I did for Glasses Reader. Take the default. Continue. Click Yes. Click Yes. Taking all the defaults. And done. Again, I'm going to update it to because it's a 64-bit processor. I'm going to update the program to the latest version. Run twice, and then click OK. And now it's up to date. Now, next I want to actually put links to the programs on my desktop. So I'm going to open up Glasses Inventory, and I'll copy that link and paste it to my desktop. And the same thing for Glasses Reader. There's Glasses Reader. Copy that link and paste it to the desktop. Okay, gotta move up. Now I want to show you, go back to the training manual. if you go to table of contents, okay, actually tab number 2 is where you should go. So go ahead and go directly to tab number 2. And if you look, flip over the first page, it says User's Guide. You'll see the table of contents. Okay? So go to tab 2 and flip the first page. Now look at the series at the bottom. You see Appendix A, B, C, and so forth. Now, glasses, after each one of those, you can see GI means it applies to glasses inventory, or GR, it applies to glasses reader. But you might note that Appendix F is glasses inventory, option settings, and Rose's rules, which is on page 80. So go to page 80 on that document. It's kind of hard to find because of the fact that some of the pages are turned sideways. And there it is. Glasses inventory, options to set it right there. Okay, when you find that, I'm going to launch glasses inventory, and this window pops up. And that's a one-time window that pops up. First thing I want to do is I want to set the options and see if the check marks on the left-hand side. Under here, there's 3. Right? Yeah, that's on page 80 in the tab 2 manual. I want these 3 check marks checked. As soon as it does, it'll actually say enable, allow you to select an auto corrector. Don't even worry about it, just take the default on that. Now if you look here, in the very middle you see circled where it says disable full country support and automatic search when they change. You want those 2 check marks set. And the rest of them don't matter. So just go ahead and click Save to File and Continue. And now, when you launch Glasses Inventory, it will come up. It doesn't have any inventory, but it will come up. It will not ask that question, you see. The option settings have now been set, and they'll stay set. In subsequent times, as you start the program, nothing happens, okay? Now we'll go to, if you flip further, you're going to page number 83, which just looks like this. Okay? Page 83, you're going to set it up like the top left graphic that you see here. Top left graphic. I'm going to launch Glasses Reader now, and this options window comes up. And the only change I think I'm going to be making is this one. And all 3 of those have to be as they are right now. So I'm basically turning off COM port connections because there's no lens meter attached. And then save to file and continue, and now Glasses Reader is up. You might notice it says input file open error because there is no inventory underneath it. Okay? So that's expected. Okay? So that's how to install the base programs. I'm going to show you later on how to use them. Now they run in all versions of Windows. I'm talking from the very bottom to the top, starting all the way down with Windows 95, all the way up to Windows 10. And I won't give you the series, but I know them by heart. So it's a long list, and those programs have been around for a while, but have been updated. And we get feedback from the teams, and we pay attention to that feedback. And so many of the features came from either teams that have professionals with them or not. And we make the changes based upon the feedback that we get. Okay? The next thing I want to do is give you a little presentation on optical principles. Okay, what is the mission? To spread the word of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ by making it possible for the people of underdeveloped countries to read the Bible, improving their vision, enables them to also improve their standard of living. I've had mechanics come in. I said, I can't see. I can't work on the cars anymore. I had a farmer came in. I can't see to plow a straight line across the field. He would wander across the field, drive a stake into the ground, tie a rope to the stake, stretch the rope across the field and then plow along the rope, because he couldn't see at a distance. I mean, so not only did it enable people to read their Bible, but it also enables them to support their family. So the long-term effect of this is significant. So you pray a lot for preparation. You purchase your readers and sunglasses. You ship any unmeasured used glasses, or you bring them to me, to keep to us. Prepare glasses for your trip. You read and understand your training material provided. Install the programs and understand them, and I'll show you how to play with them. Even before you have your inventory, I'll show you how to practice with them. You review the training manual and understand its operation. So what about glasses? They have to adjust for problems in the eyes. And there are two different shapes of glasses, from nearsighted and farsighted. You'll see the difference. The back surface of the glass lens is adjusted for astigmatism. Back in this area here. So they cut this just to a certain shape to correct astigmatism. The lower front surface of the lens has an added piece of glass for reading. Anybody know who invented the bifocal?
Ben Franklin?
That's right, Ben Franklin. Many, many, many years ago, he took two pieces of glass, he forced them together and made a frame that wrapped around them and held them in place, and that was the bifocal. Many years. The lower front, okay, there are four parameters: sphere, cylinder, axis, and ad. Those four parameters are used to describe the prescription of a pair of glasses. A sphere is the nearsighted, farsighted parameter. If it's minus, the person is nearsighted. They can see well up close, like me, but they can't see at a distance. If it's plus, the person is farsighted. They can see well at a distance, but they can't see up close. Now, cylinder is the amount of astigmatism that a person has. By the way, the unit of measure for sphere and cylinder is called diopter, D-I-O-P-T-E-R, diopter. Axis is the angle of that astigmatism. And the astigmatism is actually simply a measurement of the contour of the eye. Normally, an eye would be shaped like the surface of a basketball, a sphere, a perfect sphere, a world globe, a perfect sphere. But if it has a curvature like the curvature of this drink here, cylinder, like a cylinder, then they're going to have double focus points. And every time they look at something, it's going to be blurry, up close or at a distance. So astigmatism affects their vision both near and far. And so this is if the curvature of the eye was like this, then that would be 180-degree axis. That's the third parameter. If it's like this, that would be 90-degree axis, or somewhere in between. So that's the contour of the eye, while the sphere is actually a measurement of the depth of the eye, from front of the eye, surface of the eye, to the back of the eye. Add is added power above and beyond the base power to allow you to see up close. Now in my case, since I see fine at this distance up close, the bottom part of my glasses are clear glass. While as I look further at a distance, my glasses get more and more powerful. And then when I'm looking at a distance, I have the most prescription, the most powerful prescription. And that is the distance prescription. Types of glasses: convex. I look at this like the lens is sticking out or vexing out. That's convex, and that's for a farsighted person. That's a person that can see well at a distance, but not up close. So they're a farsighted person. And you see the lens is big in the center, thin along the edges. Now concave is for a nearsighted person. It's thin in the center, and it's large on the edges. Okay? Now, if you take a pair of convex glasses and hold it up in front of say in front of your hands, your fingers are going to look bigger. Because the convex, that's just a magnifying glass, like you can see, like you can buy in a store. That's convex. However, if you hold it, if you're nearsighted and you hold this to look at your fingers look smaller. So that is concave, caved in the center. So if you pick up a pair of glasses in inventory, and it's marked plus 3.5, and you hold them like this, and your fingers are getting smaller, that prescription is wrong. It's really a minus prescription. And that's why we always label the frame and we label the bag to make sure that the pair of glasses, when you take it out to try with somebody, ends up back in the same bag. Otherwise, you've lost the prescription. Okay. Nearsighted person, condition called myopia. What happens is the light will enter the eye, go through the cornea, the front of the eye, through the lens in the eye, will fall short of focusing on the retina, the back of the eye. They see blurry. But if you have a concave lens in front of the eye, the light will come in, it will be bent up slightly, enter the cornea in a different place, and then focus on the back of the eye, and they see clearly. By the way, this is actually in the front of the manual. Okay, sorry about that. Right. Now, a farsighted person has a condition called hyperopia. They have a plus prescription. The light enters the eye, and it tries to focus on the retina, but instead it actually tries to focus behind the eye, behind the retina. Well, obviously, at this point, they're seeing a blur. The farsighted eye, if you go through a convex lens that sticks out, then the light will focus on the retina and they see clearly. Now, presbyopia is a condition of aging. The older you get, the more you lose the ability to adjust your lenses. This is the lens inside your eye. When you're a young child, that lens is very flexible. When you reach around age 38, that lens loses its flexibility. And as it continues to age, it also may lose its clarity and become translucent instead of transparent. And that's cataracts. Okay? So as the cataract develops, then you lose part of your vision. But so a child can adjust their vision because that lens is flexible. Though when it becomes hard, they cannot. That limits the ability to see up close without glasses, without something to help you see up close. Presbyopia, I saw advertised like it was the dread disease, but it's just simply old eyes. No other way to describe it. Astigmatism is when the shape of the eye is no longer round. More like a football at a particular angle, or a drink can. Person has two focal points. One focal point may be here, while another point tries to be behind the retina, or sometimes it's in front of the retina. But the distance between these two focal points is used to calculate that cylinder, the amount of that cylinder. And that's what this lens meter will do. To measure the glasses, and you come up with the amount of the cylinder. In this case, you have horizontal astigmatism, where a horizontal line is blurred, you can see right here, horizontal line is blurred, a vertical line is not. So how do you fix these problems? You measure their eyes. This is the preferred method with the autofractor. But use actually things like a trial lens set. People can trial, try different lenses at random. Often you spend 30 minutes per patient, so that's not very effective. But we also have in the kit, these are called lens racks. If you have an occasion where a person you're not getting a reading on the autofractor, perhaps because they have cataracts and it's blocking the light the autofractor is trying to send into the eye, you can use these lens racks, which I'll show you later, and actually get a number that you manually key into the program to try to find something for the patient. Because if they can see it all, you maybe will find something that will help them. Then you fit them with the glasses, you look for the smile, and you teach them about Jesus. 4 easy steps. Of course, you have to go to India to do it, or you have to go to the Philippines to do it. I forget where you guys are. Honduras to do it. Right. But that's what we're told to do, right? Okay. The steps you take. You pray a lot. You ask me for help if you need it. You prepare and ship your supplies. You train yourself and your volunteers. You understand the program and how it works. You understand the filing system. You train your translators. And by the way, one of the things I tell my translators is show up on time. Because I've tried to open a clinic in Honduras without a translator, and I've done it before. But they do things like, I'll tell them to open their eyes and they'll start unbuttoning their shirt. So obviously I didn't get the translation right, okay? And you understand the program. That's one of the first computers we were using in Honduras. And that's the racks that you see here, are those racks over there filled up with glasses. And this is the inventory boxes. You prepare your clinic. You set up the racks and inventory boxes. You put all trays of glasses in place. I'll show you what they look like. You put your boxes in a safe place, not to be wet, borrowed, or stolen. You put labels on your glasses. You put them in storage trays, many of which you've done that before your trip. You set up the computer. In some cases, there are 2 printers, but in most cases, there's only one. One that prints not only the prescription, but the list of glasses that match the prescription. And you have 2 more people sleep in the clinic to protect the equipment. Train your translators. Pray before the clinic begins. You train them how to use the reading chart. And I'll show you how that works later on. Finding and fitting glasses. The use of the armbands. Or you can use labels on the people for identifying the patient number and their age. You want to have, typically I use masking tape. A roll of masking tape, and I'll peel off about that much masking tape and put it on a clipboard, and then I'll write on one end patient number, on the other end age. And that goes on their shirt or blouse. So when they're in front of you, you need that information to key into the program, so it'll make the right decisions. Because a lot of the decisions are made based upon age. Talk about crowd control, watching the time. Talk about using the lens rack, which I was telling you about, the flippers. And, like I said, make sure they know when to arrive to work. So now I'll demonstrate some of these things as we get into the class. So let me just, I think that's it for the presentation. Okay. Now there is also in the back of your training manual, in the places where we do not 3-hole punch. There's the Model I. The I is a very complex device. We haven't yet figured out a way to come up with an electronic equivalent of the human eye. But here, in the very front of the eye is the pupil. The pupil is nothing more than an opening into the eye. And there is, I don't know if many of you might, some of you might remember the old style cameras that had these little shutters, and that's how they actually made the pupil appearance. Well, that's how they came up with that type of camera. And so the iris is basically those little flaps that come in and out. That's the iris. And the lens itself is supported, and it's sitting inside a sac. And it is connected to a muscle called the ciliary muscles using thread-like connections, like the dimensions of sewing thread, to that sac that contains the lens. And those are called zonules, right here. Those are the zonules. In front of the eye, by the way, is the cornea. This is the liquid that's inside the eye is called the vitreous humor. And that's the liquid that tends to accumulate and cause the pressure in the eye to increase, and therefore the person has glaucoma. And that is supposed to drain out, and sometimes those drainage canals get blocked, and then they get glaucoma. Then the back of the eye is macula, and that's, remember, you may have heard of macular degeneration. As you get older, you can get it. The optic nerve, and that's one of the problems that some of these artificial eyes they're trying to come up with. How to connect it to the brain.
I haven't figured that out yet, but eventually I think they will. The retina, diabetics have a lot of problems with retinal issues, where they start losing their vision because of that problem. So that's in the very back of your manual. Yeah, I want to hand out some glasses, and then I'll talk to you about that document, how glasses change your vision. And you can go ahead and turn to that in your manual. That's going to be in tab number 3 of your manual. This is these are different kinds of glasses. These are progressive glasses. I'll put one here, one back here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Just take one and pass it down. And sit down right there. Looks like it's, you can't read the label. And get one you can. That's 3, 4. You pass that back to 3. You need 3. 1, 2, 3. I can't hope you can read the label. That's what happens to these labels, by the way. Whenever they sit in a very humid area, you can imagine the barcode reader is not going to read that. So if it's sitting for a humid area for a long period of time, hot, humid area, you'll lose the barcode reader. That's why we say label with the inventory numbers, because that doesn't fade. That's LaserJet or inkjet printer, and it's not going to fade. So you know the prescription now because of the inventory that you have on the computer. Okay, that's progressive. I'm going to hand out some other kinds. Somewhere it's on there. There it is. One for you. Those are bifocals. Four. That's those 3. And that was bifocals. The next is single vision. Lose my itinerary. You can follow along, but I'm going to have this on the screen. How glasses change your vision. 4 different types of glasses: single vision glasses, bifocal glasses, trifocal glasses, which have largely been replaced by progressive lens glasses. And progressive glasses are, as the name implies, they get progressively more powerful as you go from looking straight ahead to looking down. If I look at, you have progressive glasses, don't you? You, you have progressive glasses, okay? And you have progressive glasses, and you do too. You might have bifocals, progressive. And you are looking over your glasses, so you may not need them for a distance, or you use those for readers. But the reason I know that is because your glasses are positioned so that you're looking through the top 1/3 of the lens, which is the distant prescription. So whenever you're fitting glasses that are progressive, you want to make sure you do the same thing. You fit them so they look through the top 1/3. Because if you're looking to the center of the glasses, you may have a person that has like a -5 prescription. And for distance. And if you center them so that they're looking to the center of the glasses, they're actually getting a -3. You want to, and I'll show you later on how to position the glasses on people's faces. Okay? This is what the prescription looks like. The first line is OD. OD stands for omnidextrous, which is Latin for right eye. OS is omnisinister, which is Latin for left eye. And I set up this label in concert with Indiana University School of Optometry, some professors there. They wanted me to label it this way, so I did, because they were very helpful. Now, the bullseye chart is used to tell a lot about the glasses. And that chart is in that manual on page 11. So if you look at that manual, page 11, you'll see a copy of that chart. That chart can be used to tell you things like the axis of the glasses. It can tell you whether or not they have astigmatism correction, or whether or not they're farsighted or nearsighted. Now, you won't be able to get an actual measurement, but you'll get some indication as to what you have. Here's the case right here. This is a pair of minus glasses. Notice these circles have to get a little bit larger here. Notice how these circles get smaller. Minus glasses make things smaller. Plus glasses make things larger. Okay? So plus is for a farsighted, minus is for a nearsighted. That's that first parameter, the Spear parameter. Okay? Now here's another pair. This is a pair of plus glasses. You see that first parameter is plus. There's the before, and there's the after. The circles got bigger. But you might notice on this left lens, see that cylinder of -150? Let's go down a bit more. That's on page 5. When you hold the left lens in front of the circles, what happens to the circles? They become ovals at a particular angle. Now look at and on that chart that you see, there's actually a protractor. So that gives you the axis. That's the third parameter. And that, by the way, is a fairly accurate indication of the axis. Now, the cylinder and the Spear you can't accurately predict from this chart, but you can at least tell if they're plus or minus. So why is that important? For you to be able, you pull out a pair of glasses and they show astigmatism, and that's not on the prescription, there's no cylinder listed on the prescription, there's a problem. Something's not right in the measurement. Maybe in the wrong bag. Here's a minus pair of prescription. You can still see the axis here. And see, there's prescription. That's the right lens. Right lens is the -125 cylinder. Axis 23, virtually horizontal axis. Look at the left eye. Axis 167. See, it's coming up in here, which is 167 in this area. And that's, again, a minus prescription, and the circles became smaller. Now, suppose you have prism. Okay? Prism added. Now, prism is used to correct problems with eyes turned in, eyes turned out, up, down, eyes turned in a variety of different ways. And I have a pair of glasses here that might look like they're for a giant person. It's not somebody I would want to meet in a dark alley. Okay? But if you take a look at them, you see these wide, how thick they are on one side, and thin on the other side. That's prism. In this case, the person's eyes are turned in. And what happens is it bends the light and causes the light to go directly into the eye. And from their perception, they're no longer caring about their eye turning in. It corrects their vision. Now, unfortunately, the variety of prism glasses is virtually endless. That thick section of the lens can be at the top, the bottom, or many places in between. And so we just don't distribute prism glasses. because there's just too many variations. But I can tell you this, if you have a child that comes into your clinic, and they have an eye that's turned out, we call it a lazy eye, that's turned out, if you'll come up with the correct prescription for that eye, I have seen on many occasions where that eye straightens itself out. Because the reason it was turned out, it wasn't useful to them. It had very bad vision. But if you put a piece of glass in front of their eye that corrects that vision, the child will strengthen their muscles and move that eye back in place, and they'll see. And I can't tell. I had a kid in Honduras not long ago, and he had the same problem. We put a pair of glasses on him. He kind of screamed and ran to his mom and said, I can see, I can see, I can see. And she had taken him out of school because he couldn't see. Okay, so that's prism glasses. Bifocal glasses. The bottom segment, you can see here, this is a pair of plus glasses, there's the prescription. And they made the circles larger. There is the ad, but you can also see the ad of that other chart that's on page 12 of that manual. That manual's under tab 3. Page 12 of that manual, you can see the other chart, and you can see how the lines that are not going through the glass are closer together than the lines at the top. But then if you look at the bifocal segment, you can see the lines are very far apart. So with that chart, you can quickly identify bifocal glasses. Of course, you can see the bifocal segment. The big problem we have with people who measure glasses is knowing the difference between progressive glasses and single vision, because there is no line. If there's no line, they can't tell. So when we teach people how to measure glasses, we show them ways that they can tell if they are progressive. Here is another pair of glasses that are progressive, and you can see it right here. Now here are, actually that was bifocal, and this is progressive here. Now if you hold a pair of progressive glasses in front of that bullseye chart on page 11, it doesn't look any different than single vision. You think it's single vision. But if you hold it in front of the chart on page 12, you can do that with the ones that you have, then you see the lines are, at the top, the lines are very close together. They're closer together than they are behind the scenes. If you go down the glasses, they get further and further apart. And that's because of the added power. Now hold it about 6 inches away, that's the best distance. And that's because of the added power. Now minus glasses are a little harder to see. Hold it about 6 inches, that's right. Minus glasses are a little harder to tell that they're progressive. And we tell the teams that measure glasses, if you can't determine that they are single vision or progressive, then measure them like they're progressive, and if the ad is something like 0.5, which is ridiculously low, they're single vision. Because you'll never actually have a pair of glasses that have a 0.5 ad. Now if you go on here, here's another pair of glasses, and you can see the cylinder. See, you can see the circles got smaller. This is a minus prescription. Look at all the cylinder right here. And you can see the cylinder. If you hold those same pair of glasses in front of the progressive identification chart, first of all, you can tell that they're high minus because the lines are crammed together. But secondly, you can see how they're getting wider and wider apart as you go from top to bottom. That's progressive. Now plus glasses are easier to identify. If you hold a pair of plus glasses in front of this bullseye, then of course you see the circles get larger, but you start seeing these lines are widening. If you go down to here, now you can see how wide they get from top to bottom. And these are clearly plus glasses, far-sighted glasses that are progressive. Progressively more powerful as you go from the top to the bottom. Okay? This one is really good. So hopefully this document will teach you not only how to identify glasses should you be measuring them, but to identify glasses when you're fitting people with those glasses to make sure that they're matching the prescription and they're to be believed. Now, one thing I want to show you is I have some glasses over here. Let's see. One of these bags is some specialized glasses. Yeah, here they are. I'll show you this on the camera. All right, now, here's a pair of glasses. Now, you look at these, I won't show that. You can, first of all, you can see the curvature here in the line. You see how it's like that? That's the cylinder. This pair, but the fact that it's a minus is pretty obvious. I'll show you that on the chart here in just a second. We'll have another pair I want to show you. Oh, here it is. This is I think this pair of glasses was done experimentally. Okay, you see one lens? See how big it is? See the other lens? So which one would you think would be the most powerful lens?
On your left.
They're both the same prescription. Minus 12.25, minus 11.75. That's how close they are. Different material. A glass versus a plastic. Different material. And people, this is the way they were used to make them. This is the way they make them now for such a high prescription. They were very heavy. Okay? When I measured these, I was surprised. Believe me. Now, I'm going to bring up the chart here. See if I can put a camera on it. Okay. And then I'll show it to you on the screen from the second setup. The first thing I'll show you about the bullseye chart. That's good enough. Now, this is that pair of glasses. These are bifocal. Don't you see the difference? What happens to those circles? They get smaller, right? Considerably smaller. It's a reflection. Same thing with this one. This is the minus 12. That's a minus 12. And one I want to show you is a lot of cylinder. Yeah. High cylinder, here it is. Now let's take a look at these glasses. Look here. Notice the groove. That's like I said, the back of the lens. Look toward me. The back of the lens has got an angle on it. Okay, so you see that's where they cut the astigmatism correction. That's where the cylinder is corrected. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is we'll put it up here so you can see it. All right. What happens to the axis? What is the axis? It's up and down about 90 degrees, isn't it?
Okay, let me see what that bag says.
Can you explain, I haven't quite figured out how you do that access.
Okay, these, if you look and see the oval, you see how the oval, how, it used to be a
Oh,
circle,
right, okay,
now it's oval. See how the oval is now kind of pointing up?
right,
Okay, well, the up is 90 degrees.
okay,
You see that?
right.
And if I look at this, the axis of that lens is exactly 90 degrees. So that's one, that chart is actually fairly accurate for the axis.
What number is the axis? Is it
Axis is the third parameter.
the third? Okay.
Yeah, sphere, cylinder, axis, add.
Oh,
Or,
okay. So
then you see the other one?
Yeah, the axis could be anywhere between 0 and 180.
Okay, add. That's like a 75 degree. Yep. So, very close. But the thing is, again, you can use this method to identify some information about the glasses. Okay. Every time I change the screen, it goes around.
So if they don't have four numbers on them, which one is missing?
That would be
Add.
single vision.
Add,
Add.
that means
Okay.
it's single
Yeah.
vision.
Oh, okay.
So if it doesn't have a fourth number, it's not bifocal and it's not progressive. Sphere, cylinder, axis is all you have for single vision glasses, single prescription glasses.
That would be usually for somebody under 38 years old, usually.
Okay, now I want to show you the glasses reader program and how it works. There's the glasses reader program.
That page is,
I'm sorry? Page. Well, it's discussed in tab 2 manual. If you go to tab 2 manual, look at page, starting on page 3, printing labels, I'm sorry, barcode, manual data entry, barcode data entry. Okay, so that's the tab, the start of that page. I'm going to do the manual data entry and show you how that works. I've got a bunch of glasses here, and they have prescriptions on them. Let's pull out a few here that are representative. And I'm manually enter them. Okay, that's a single vision glasses. You can see there is no add on this one. Sphere, cylinder, axis. There's no add on that. Okay, we'll manually enter that. First of all, we'll go to the next empty location, which is pair number 144. I'm going to click manual data entry. And this one has a -350 for the right eye for the sphere. So I'm going to click -3.50. So I'm clicking in this area here. The number is assembling right here. And then I'm clicking where it is to go, right eye. Okay, then we got a -0.50. So if you just click 0.50, the program automatically will put a minus on it. So you don't have to click the minus because cylinders are always minus. And there it is. Every field that is minus, it's going to show with a yellow background. Then axis of 3. Now go to the left lens, 3.25. 0.25, axis, and your cylinder, and then 49. Okay? And it says it's for a child. So I'm going to click child down here, and then I'm going to click save and clear. I've entered one pair of glasses. So I'm going to go to the next empty, 185. This one's an easy one. It's actually probably just a pair of readers, even though normally we don't put readers in inventory. But I'm going to go ahead and enter it. This is easy. 1.25, both right and left lens.
So I click both, it's in both sides. Save. So manual data entry can be extremely simple. Now here's a pair of progressive glasses that have the ad. See, that fourth number is there for the ad. So I will enter them. I'll go ahead and do the save on that one, or go to the next empty, let's put it that way. Okay, next empty, 2, and they have to be on the right and the left lens. So we'll do that. 0.50, cylinder for the right lens, axis, 1, add 2.50, and we'll click both because they're both the same. Then I have a 0.25, so cylinder on the left lens, 64 for the axis. It's progressive, I click progressive, and I click save. All right? That's manual data entry. But you can do so much better with barcode data entry. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to click, move this down, and I'll pull out this barcode sheet. This is a copy of the barcode sheet like you have in the back of your manual. Okay? Now, barcode reader. I need to go to the next empty. So I'm going to scan next, right here at the bottom. Before I can do that, I need to bring up this capture window right here. So when that window is up, this window down here is unusable. And you want to get rid of this window, you click hide. Okay, but this is, so I need to scan next because I'm not at an empty location. So I'll scan next. There it is, next. Now pull up a pair of glasses. Right lens, left lens, save. Next, and another empty. Okay, 95. Right lens, left lens, save. Next. Pull out another pair. Now, I'm going to go ahead and scan this one in. Right lens, left lens, and I scan save. Then I want to show you something else. Let's suppose I forget to do next. Both entered. It already says, it's not going to overwrite a previous measurement. Okay, so you need to scan next to hit the next opening. And there you are, the next opening.
Will it go back and save the one that what will that do? You've entered it, and then you forgot to press next.
Right.
And then you entered another one,
It doesn't actually overwrite the previous one. All it does is put that error message up.
and then just hit next,
And
and
you
then
skip next,
redo
and then put it in the right location. By the way, whenever you're going, for example, the next one up that I'm gonna scan should be labeled 1142. You see that on the screen? And it has to be labeled not only on the bag, but also on the frame of the pair of glasses. Okay, so that when you get the glasses out of the bag, you'll get them back in the right bag. Okay, so we'll scan this again. And then I'll scan, I'm on a sheet, there it is. Save. And the next. There you go. So that's the barcode entry. So the barcode,
It will not automatically go to the next, it will scan the next one.
if you don't scan, you can cancel it. Say you don't have any more to put in, for example, then you can just click hide. And, oops, forget my mouse to work. Hide. And just save, and save where you are, and continue later on. So what you typically do is you'll say right sorted inventory and check for errors, right here. And so I'll go ahead and do that. And this window will pop up like that. I click continue. And now it's right in the inventory, and those records that I just scanned in were actually put to the end of the inventory file. But when it rewrites the inventory, it rewrites it in sequence. So now they're in the right slots. Everything is in the right order. And another thing that it's doing is it's creating, I'll block that for a second. You go into the glasses inventory program, it's gonna create a new file that is a totally different file, that is archived, called an archive file. It's gonna have date and time as part of its name. Oh, that's glasses, I'm sorry, I looked the wrong location. Try that again, glasses data. See, there's the file it's creating right now. And that file is the file that has those new records at the end of it, while the one it's creating there is the one that has it in total sequence. And Glasses Reader will always tell you to rewrite that file when you exit. Okay? It'll protect, now if you don't, it's not a huge problem because the other program will put it back in sequence, but you really want it in order. Okay? It'll make it 1, 2, 3 instead of having it out of order.
Hey, Holland, she's got a question back here.
Oh,
I was just waiting for you to quit. Okay, when you put those in just now, you're assigned a number for the inventory, but was that number's not put on them anyway, right?
Oh, yeah, you had have printed the labels before and put the labels on the glasses. And I'll show you that in a minute about how to print the labels. Every pair of glasses has to have an inventory number on right on the bag. And also on the temple of the pair of glasses,
Okay.
okay? And
I'm
when you're
just
scanning
wondering-
these in, that number should be matching what you see there.
Okay.
Yeah, when you build your inventory, let's say you're taking 2,000 with you, you'll start at number 1 all the way to 2,000. And then when you scan them in, you'll start scanning from 1 to 2,000 to build your initial
So you want to
inventory.
scan them in order, so
Right,
they'll be
right,
the right
and
number.
the
Okay,
machine
gotcha.
up there will automatically advance from 1 to 2 to 3 to
Right,
4,
right.
that kind of thing.
Every time you click save,
Yeah,
it will advance by
yeah.
1.
So I was thinking it was assigning the number, then you had to put the number on.
No.
But you go the opposite direction, you give them the number first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got the number on the glasses before you're scanning them in.
right.
You have to scan save all the time, next all the time?
After you've scanned in the left and the right lanes, you have to scan save.
Right. Do you have to scan the next also?
If you're scanning the first time and you're building your inventory the first time, every time you scan save, it increments by 1,
Okay,
and the next one is empty. You see what I'm saying? So you're scanning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all your inventory is empty. So when you scan in 1, it increments to 2 automatically when you do a save. Now you scan in 2, it increments to 3 automatically when you do a save. So when you're scanning your inventory the first time, you don't have to worry about next.
okay.
It's just when you replenish your inventory, subsequent times, right? Yes?
So we took a bunch of glasses to Honduras, we gave away a bunch of glasses, so there's a lot of gaps in those boxes. And we go to put more glasses in there, we just figure out what number we need and put it on there?
The program tells you. He'll show you later. Yeah, he'll show you in just a minute.
Okay,
You're asking a question that I'm about to answer.
okay.
Okay, let me get my collection of stuff out of the way here. Now I want to show you about labeling the glasses. Get all this pile of glasses out of the way. All right. Now, right now, if I do a report, this, it says vacant, has a vacancy report, and that report appears, tells me I have 18 vacancies left. Find my mouse again, there it is, 18 vacancies left that I need to replenish. Okay, I'm going to show you that in a second, but first of all, let's go put this out of line. I want to bring up a program that is part of this, actually, you can't see it on my screen, but it is for printing your labels. And this program is located on the Excel folder of the Glasses Reader CD. And this program allows you to initially print your labels, first time print of your labels. And so let me show you that. Oops. Okay, here's the spreadsheet. This spreadsheet actually has a Visual Basic program behind it. I want to print labels for box openings. So this is the first tab. This is when you're building your inventory. You click here, this window will pop up. This window will pop up, there it is. And say print labels for openings. The tray of glasses has 80 pairs in it. This is a single sheet that has 80 on it, okay? So that's for your initial build of your inventory. So you're putting this, you're labeling the trays that have the 80 pairs of glasses with these, okay? Now let's cancel. Now you're labeling the bags and the frames. So this one prints out pairs of labels. So I click that button there, this pops up. So this one was labeled 1 to 80. Now this one's going to be labeled in pairs. Okay? There it is. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, and down to 40, 40. Okay, so that's initial. You need to label your boxes. Print labels for trays. You click that third one. These are the trays, and this is the end of the trays, and I'll show you the trays in a few minutes. So quick, the first one were Avery 8167, 80 labels per sheet. Well, these are 8163, 10 labels per sheet. And there it is. Each tray has 80 pairs in it, 1 to 80, 81 to 160. Pairs of labels, okay? Last but not least is the big outer boxes. You click that fourth button, and print label for the big outer boxes. Eventually prints those labels. There you go. And there they are. Each box holds 2 trays for 160 pairs, 101 to 160, 161 to 320, and so on. Okay? That's how you get it built up. So I want to show you how to update the inventory. But first of all, if you have multiple people that are building your inventory, you may have to merge the files together. Where you may have one person that does the first 500, another person does the second 500, and another person 1,000 or whatever. But you're assigning groups of numbers, okay? So what I want to do is I want to take my inventory file that I have underneath this Glasses Reader program, and I will delete it, just so that you can see what it takes to build it. Now when I launch the Glasses Reader program, this is what I get. Input file open arrow. And I want to, in this example, we have 5 people entering a total of 3,000 pairs of glasses. So I want to say File, Browse, Load, Merge, Other Inventory File. This window will pop up. And this first one starts with location number 1, inventory number 1, and ends at 500. Okay, now I'm going to select the file. This person may have given me this file on a thumb drive, they may have emailed it to me. However, this is a file, and all the files, by the way, their inventory files are called total underscore inventory. They all have that same name, total underscore inventory.
What's the second word?
Total underscore inventory.
Underscore.
Yeah, total underscore inventory. They all have the same name. Now, the files that have, if you remember the file that I said that you create and the new entries are appended to the end of the file? Okay, when you resequence that old file with the entries at the end is renamed to be total underscore inventory, and then added to the name of the file is the date and time that it was that was moved out of the way. I don't delete the file, I archive it, so that in case, oops, you need to roll back, you can roll back. You already got an archive file. So now I'm gonna find that file that, in this case, we say Joyce did this. So I'm gonna find Joyce's file. I gotta browse through many layers of and there's Joyce's inventory file. Total inventory. Now, like I said, in your case, you probably have it on thumb drive, so you go straight to it. Open that up. And now I have 500 pairs in. Okay? But it's in memory, but I'll show you what we'll do next. Now Sam, not that Sam, is going to do the next one. Browse and load, merge other inventory file. Now this one starts at 501 and ends at 1,000. Now this is especially important that you get this right. When this person starts scanning the glasses into inventory, by accident, they may scan the first one as pair number 1. Then they say, oops, I should have started at 501. So they adjust their number to 501 and scan it again. In the meantime, they've got one record in their file that's number 1. Now, if you don't have this filter in place, it's going to overwrite Joyce's number 1 and therefore be incorrect. Okay? This is a filter. It keeps that from happening. So I'm continuing to select file. And here is Sam's. And now I have 1,000 in there. So now I'm going to merge the next one. Julie. She did 1,001 to 1,500. File. Browse and load, merge other inventory file. 1,001 to 1,500. Continue to select file. Now we have 1,500. And we have Lisa, she did 1,501 to 2,000. File. Browse and load, merge other inventory file. 1,501 through 2,000. And we're going to find her file, Lisa. And now I have 2,000. Now, poor soul Fred had to do 1,000. Okay? So I'm going to get Fred's inventory file in. Again, browse and load inventory file. He started at 2001, and he ended at 3,000. Now we have 3,000 pairs of glasses merged together. The thing is, it's in memory. No file has been written yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click Write Sorted Inventory and check for errors. That window will pop up. That's going to create that inventory file, and it's going to check for suspicious prescriptions. Calls them errors, but they may not be errors at all. Like, for example, an ad that's 0.25. Well, that would be suspicious. No ads are going to be 0.25. Not legitimate. Or perhaps, so it says 9 errors. So let's see what the error report says. Reports, error report. And there's 9 errors. Let me get this a little smaller so I can move the bottom up. Yeah, good. Put it down here. Okay, pair number 59, we'll go to that. I want to see what it looks like. So I'm using these up arrow, down arrow keys. This is the hundreds, the 10,000th digit, the thousandth, the hundreds, rather than actually keying in. I can key in right here. It's a lot faster to use these controls. So I'm going to go to pair 59. So I'm going to go, there's down to 59. Look, there's what I said. Not to be believed. All right, now maybe this, you could replace this with another prescription, okay? Or you could simply just double click like this, clear it out, and click save. Just get rid of that ad, click save. Now let's go to the next one, that's 373. 373. Same thing. Now look at, say in this case, maybe you pull the pair of glasses out, and you said, well, the ad looks the same on both of them. I think I'll make that 3.0 on both sides. Because it says right ad is too low. It alerts you for that. And it puts a red star asterisk next to it. Okay, so I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna go into manual data entry, and we'll say 3, put it right here, and now I've corrected it, and then I click save. Now I can do the same thing for the rest of these, but I'm gonna do it, just go ahead and say right sorted inventory and check for errors, and click continue.
Colin,
Yes, sir.
when we were putting in and the Red Star Pro came on, it wouldn't even save. We
We had-
couldn't save it, we had to adapt
Had
it
to
right
correct
then and there.
Yeah, you have to correct it. Yeah, that's right.
So how does mistakes happen then?
Well, a person's not measuring glasses properly, that can happen. We have volunteers to do the measurement.
Right.
And we fortunately have another level,
I can't catch them all.
and he catches
Yeah,
quite a
we
few
caught-
of
I
them.
catch a bunch.
We caught that, but what I mean is, if you scan it in
Uh-huh.
and it shows up that the reader and the printer of the reader wasn't accurate,
Uh-huh.
is that what actually took place?
Yeah, that's right,
Okay.
that's right.
So when you said cylinder's always negative,
Cylinder is always negative.
so that was we had a couple of those that came through as positive .25.
Okay.
And so
We
I
just
changed
negative
it to negative 2.5.
Yeah, that's, in that case, that's fine.
Yeah.
But when you get it, if you get a chance, if you know which ones those are, tell us now. Because that might actually be a lens meter setting that's wrong.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
made a note of a couple of things that were there.
Okay, good, make sure he knows it.
Yeah, because somebody did change the cylinder to plus for a while, you know, like for like one box or whatever. And I found it and I thought I corrected all of them, but maybe one or two got through.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, because they can actually fritz around with the buttons on the lens meter and change the settings. And it will do that.
they're supposed to call me and not do anything.
Now, by the way, I can show you this, once you switch to the restroom. Show you this, for example, if you really did have a plus cylinder in there, what you could do is temporarily, just do this, click on options. All right, say, eliminate that automatic minus adding to cylinder. Okay. Then go into manual data entry and manually enter it. So let's suppose that we have 3 on both ends. We have a plus 7.5. It's going to tell you it's plus, but it'll take it. Plus 7.5 on that one. You have an 89 on this. On this side, let's say we have a 1.25 cylinder plus, and we have a 23 axis. Now you see this button here?
Mm.
You can convert it to minus
Okay.
and then save it. So you actually could do that. And then you save the record.
And that will go on all the inventory that you work through.
No, it's only gonna apply that one
That
pair.
one, okay.
That one pair. Okay, that's the way that you can correct that. Okay, it's not good for it to be there, but that's the way to work around it. So I'll tell
Okay.
people about that. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear record. Okay,
Thank you.
all right, let's see here. Now what I wanna do is I wanna transfer that inventory to the glasses inventory program. Okay, it wants me to write sort inventory and check for it. And I don't wanna do that, but I know how to make it not ask that question. Okay, I'll let it do this. Exit. Let's start again. Okay, here we go. Now we'll transfer that inventory, which is 3,000 pairs, we just manually put in, and transfer that to the glasses inventory program. Which one did that, when did you do that? This is not. I'll go ahead and rewrite the inventory. For some reason, it took that record that I manually tried to enter just now as a modification that it needs to have a rewrite on. Fortunately, this computer runs real fast, so it shouldn't be an issue. And this window will pop up, and you simply click continue. Now, this inventory has been copied, the journal has been written. Okay? Now I exit that program, and I bring up the glasses inventory program. And now I have about 3,000 pairs of glasses in inventory. Okay? Now, let's suppose that, let's try two ways of correcting that inventory. Let's suppose, just go in, I'll manually remove several pairs of glasses. Remove pair 8. Refresh person list, you can see it's gone. So I'm gonna scroll on down here. I'm gonna remove pair 663. Now that's out. Then I'll go down here and I'll remove pair 1222. That's out. And I'll remove pair 1628. Just randomly moving it. I could actually type in right here the number I want to remove, and it automatically sequences this window here, so that 2000 is now conveniently located at the top. Click that, and 2000.
That's how you would do it in the field, actually.
That's right. Remove pair. So now I have 6 pairs of glasses I will move from inventory. So now what I want to do is I want to update that inventory. But glasses inventory has to tell glasses reader that those glasses are gone. So how do you do it? You do a file, save, deleted, rejected inventory. That creates a file which has the list of glasses that have been removed along with their It's a very easily imported file, by the way, to Excel. If you really wanted to sort it, you play with it in Excel, you could do so. So I click exit, and I launch the glasses reader program. Okay, I'll do a file, load, deleted, rejected inventory from glasses inventory program. And I simply click open. Now those 6 are deleted. If I do a vacancy list here, there they are. There's the 6 that I deleted. There's the numbers on them. Now this is the question that you asked. Can I answer? Okay. Okay, file, create vacancy list jet file for label generation. This window will pop up. You click continue. Now, if you're expanding your inventory, you could actually change this number, like say to 4,000, and you'd get not only the vacancies that you have in your current inventory, but 1,000 more labels for an expanded inventory. But I'll leave that alone. Continue. Vacancy list file created for labels. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say write sorted inventory and check for errors. Let it go ahead and write that. Because then I'll go ahead and I'm going to create the labels. Show you how that works. We move this out of the way, let it work in the background. Oops. I double click the title bar. All right, you're going to ask my mouse back, please. Thank you very much. Okay, there's a program that won't be able to see me bring it up, but it's under Start All Programs. It's under Glasses Reader. Start All Programs, Glasses Reader. So I can bring that up. It says print update labels with Excel. It's the name of it's actually an Excel spreadsheet, again with a Visual Basic program underneath it. Okay, see that last button? Click to print labels for vacancies found in your inventory. It looks to that vacancy file that I just created with Glasses Reader. So I click this. That window pops up. Click continue. Oh, I didn't find it. Hang on. Some of the things with this. Well, that is not a good situation. All right, let me see what it is, and I'll make it work. 1 second. Windows 10 is a challenge. Okay. Well, this is not, I've kind of created double problems here, but anyway, the point is, this, on your PC it'll work.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry about that. But my PC, I've made some changes, and I think I need to correct this. But anyway, this button will then create your vacancies labels, and now that you got the vacancies created, the label for it, you pull out the glasses, and you put those labels on the glasses. All right, so now I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the glasses reader program, which is fully aware of those vacancies. You can tell that from the vacancy report. There they are. And I've got the labeled glasses, and I'm gonna put them in here. Again, I go into barcode OCR capture.
What is OCR?
OCR is optical character recognition, and that's something I probably should admit. There's an OCR reader that will work with the program, and the only reason I have that is for if you have a faded barcode label, it may be able to read the human readable part. But it's actually easier to manually enter it.
Yeah, we ran into some problems.
Yeah, that's right. And the program also, that the barcode, the OCR scanner, that was written for the OCR scanner, they changed some of the features in it, which really made it unusable. Okay, so now what I want to do is I've got this sheet, and you see I'm sitting right on the top of a pair of glasses that I don't want to overwrite. So I'll scan next. Okay, now I'm at the first opening. So this pair of glasses must be labeled 8 from that sheet that I just should have printed. Okay, and then I scan save. Okay, so another pair of glasses, that pair. Okay, now you can see I've got to scan next. So I'm going to scan next. And this one must be labeled 663. And then I scan save. Notice it increments. You always look to see, is that 664 the next number? Is it empty? If it's empty, don't scan next, because you'll skip over it. You don't want to skip over it. In this case, I'm going to scan next because that one is not empty. And then I pull out another pair of glasses, scan the right lens, scan the left lens, and I scan save. Okay? Now I pull out another pair of glasses. Of course, then I'm going to scan next. And by the way, generally speaking, I take this sheet and kind of attach it to the side of my display. And then I scan the right lens and the left lens. And I scan next, scan save. And this time I'll remember to scan next. 2000, right? It must be labeled 2000, right? Left. Scan save. Okay. And scan next. 2010. Another pair, they must be labeled 2010. Now realizing I'm scanning this way, but you could scan it upside down in any order you want to scan it. He'll figure it out. That was the left. That's the right.
When it scans, does it automatically figure out if it's progressive?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
It picks all that stuff up. It picks up male or female, any of the added information that's on that line
So you don't
above
have
where
to
it says
worry about
barcoded.
anything.
No, you sure don't. No.
Scan next. If I scan next, it should go, yeah, I'm already at the end of my inventory file, so I don't want to put any more in. Okay? So now I've replenished the inventory.
Is there any way that it can Like, for instance, when we were doing this, we were giving out the really similar prescriptions a lot. There was like very common prescriptions. And I don't know how you know if you're replacing them with the same type of prescriptions, because that's what you're low on.
Well, no, you're not. Okay, and the thing is, when you go into the field, you don't know in advance the prescriptions of the people that you're gonna be dealing with. That's why the idea of having a random assortment of glasses against a random assortment of patient prescription works. If you have 5 times as many glasses as patients you expect to fit, you'll have a 90% hit rate, where our hit is 20/20 or 20/30 vision. And the program actually improves upon that by allowing you to do things like make a close fit to the best eye and improve the worst eye. In other words, it's not making a match at all. So if you tell it to make a close match to the good eye and improve the other eye, you may walk out of the clinic with 20/20 vision in one eye and improve vision on the other. So that person's going to be a happy person. Any way you look at it, that's going to be a happy person. It also allows you to match the dominant eye, if you can identify, and I'll show you how to identify the dominant eye, and make a close match to the dominant eye, and improve the other eye. So those are the features of the program that allows you to make a match when otherwise you would not make it. And it automatically guides you through that, using the feature of the program called the Wizard. And I'll show you that this afternoon. Okay. Now that I replenish this inventory, I'm going to go ahead and say right sort inventory to check for errors. Once again, click continue. Okay, and again, once again, transfer it to the glasses inventory program. All right, and then exit this one, we'll launch the glasses inventory program. We'll show you one other way to replenish your inventory. I have a team that has, I think something like 13,000 pairs of glasses in Haiti. Okay. Fortunately, they were in the part of the island that wasn't demolished recently. And so they use this feature. Plus that group that has those glasses uses this feature. It's called update inventory. What you do is you take some glasses, and before your trip, you go ahead and label them with what they call update labels. And these update labels are not, and I'll show you what they look like. Unlike the regular labels, these update labels do not have, are not for a physical location in your inventory. Here's a pair of glasses which has the update label on it. It has the word UPD in red on either end, and it has a number in the center that's underlined. Okay? Now that is the update label. Now, what you do is you scan the inventory that's labeled with this into an inventory file, and you call that your update inventory file. Now the advantage of that is, if you have to update the glasses, and they're sitting in a dry and humid area, moist and very humid area, and that barcode label fades away. Since you've already scanned them in, and you have a LaserJet or inkjet print here, you know where the inventory prescription is. You know the prescription. But that doesn't get them into inventory. And I'll show you the process that you can use to get them into inventory. First of all, I'm going to manually remove several pairs of glasses. Remove that pair. Remove this pair. Remove this pair. Remove that pair. That's 6 pairs. There actually is, that's 5 pairs. I'll leave one. 6 pairs. And once again, you do the file, save, deleted, rejected inventory, so that you have a file that glasses reader can read. And you bring that glasses reader back up, and you do a file, load, delete, and rejected inventory, and click open. Now I'm going to replenish that inventory. Remember that file I said that I labeled, that I loaded in? Okay. I'm gonna say, do a, first of all, load. We'll do it, I already got the skip deleted. I'm gonna say file, load update inventory into vacant locations. Okay, next available update number is 1. So I'm starting at the beginning of my inventory number, update. And I'll leave that alone because I'll not need that many pairs. Click continue. And I'm going to find my update inventory, and that happens to be located same spot as the other location, which is difficult to find. And there's the update inventory right there. Click open. Okay, loaded. And this still reports to the vacant report. See, 0 vacancies. It's replenished the inventory.
Don't you have a video that shows that?
Yes,
Or-
I have a video, I'll show you that, okay? So now I'm going ahead and do a file, do a right sorted inventory and check for errors. Click continue. Now, one of the features of the program will allow you to print those labels that will drive the labels that you're gonna put over those update pairs. Okay? Because now you're gonna cover up that label that has a 4 on it with a label that has the actual prescription. And you can see that in that pair of glasses I have here. So now I have this label that says 972, that the same spreadsheet that I just showed you worked, and it has the 4 on the ends of it. That's the update number, but that's the physical number in inventory where it can be found. So you take this label and you cover up this other one. You don't have to worry about changing the label on the pair of glasses because you still have the connection to that label that's on the pair of glasses with that red number turned sideways. You see what I'm saying? So I'll show you the video that Sam was mentioning.
But so at the point that you actually put it in, you have to change the label on the glasses.
Yeah, once you have physically loaded the glasses into inventory, and then you want to cover up that label. Before you actually put those glasses in inventory, you want to cover up that label. So you take this new label that has the 4 turned sideways, and that's the connection to what's inside there. So the process is really simple. So you've already got your glasses scanned. You use that update inventory file to fill the holes. You create the labels that overwrite the ones that are on there, and then you put them in inventory. And the labels are in sequence. So you open a box that says 1 to 50, and you've got your labels, you peel them off and stick them over every pair of glasses, and then you put them into the inventory file. And it's a fraction of the time. Instead of then scanning them in the field, you can update them that way. Now, most people bring their inventory back, and they do all this when they come back. But in the case of that group there, they'll have a team that comes in on a Saturday. Sunday, they travel to the village. Sunday night, they're handing out glasses. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, they're still in the village. Wednesday afternoon, they shut down the clinic. They put it in a truck and they drive it to the next village. The team that was working the first 3 days will then go back to the mission home, while another team travels to the next village where that truckload of glasses has been delivered, and they then use update inventory to refill the holes of the previous team. See the process? And so that in minutes, they've replenished the inventory for the second team. So it works extremely fast. Okay, so I want to show you that video. Hang on just a minute. All right. Well, I've got to make sure I got sound here. All right, here we go. Somehow muted. Yeah, let's try it.
In this representation, the left-hand side represents your
Now we'll start it from the back and get the sketch
purpose
correct.
of this
There
presentation
you go.
is to give an understanding as to the concept of update inventory and how it can be used after you return from your mission trip, but also it can be used while on your mission trip. In this representation, the left-hand side represents your main inventory system, the first 25 locations. The different colors indicate different prescriptions. The right-hand side represents your update inventory, which you can carry with you into the field, or which you can use when you return. After you've operated your clinic for a while, you see that you have locations that have glasses been removed. Locations 3, 7, 12, 17, 21, and 26. The update inventory will be used to replenish that inventory. Here you see where update inventory pairs number 1 through 6 are moved electronically into the locations that have been vacated. Their numbers are changed automatically when on the move. Here you see the update inventory slots 1 through 6 being moved into the vacant locations in the main inventory. Again, this is done electronically. Now, electronically, the update inventory has been moved into the vacancies in the main inventory system. The last used update inventory number has been moved to position 6 and recorded by the Glasses Reader program. You now must use, under Start Programs, create the update labels that you can apply to the pairs of glasses and physically move them into position in the main inventory system.
Okay.
Now that you've refilled your inventories and labeled your glasses with the new inventory label, you have remaining pairs in your update inventory which can be applied the next day to your inventory and to replenish it again. This way you can operate with full inventory at the start of every day.
Okay, so that is the procedure. And like I said, it is the fastest way to update your inventory. Yes,
On the field, you would need a printer.
that's right.
Yeah, if you're doing it out there, yeah.
A portable printer.
Yeah, you
You don't-
need a printer.
Yeah, if you don't have a
And you
printer, then
need to
this is not what you
all
want to
your
do in the field.
papers and stuff.
If you do it manually and you don't have the update on file, and you just take an extra pair that you have
Mhm.
and find the location, you can manually put it in
Right,
and then just take another sticker and put the number
right.
on
And
the back.
you can handwrite the
Yeah,
number.
you can handwrite that.
That's right.
Yeah.
So you can manually barcode them in.
Yeah,
So this is a process that I see people use who, for example, we have a hospital in Honduras that uses this procedure to update the inventory. We have another one in Bangkok, Thailand, that uses that same procedure. There's quite a few different places, one in Sierra Leone,
mhm,
a hospital there.
mhm.
But again, if you can do it manually or via the barcode reader, that's fine.
Okay.
This is not the simplest, but this is the fastest.
The other question I have is, you have mentioned 5 times the amount of what you're gonna fit. So if you have, say, 80 people that would be 400 pair of glasses.
That's right.
Okay, so if that is correct, and my
Right.
assumption is correct,
Yeah,
okay.
that's right. But the more glasses you have, the increase, the probability for a match goes up.
Mhm.
As simple as that. And I tell people to keep the minimum to 2,000, okay? That's just really a good minimum, to 2,000. But again, I have teams like that, load it into a truck.
Yeah,
I have teams that have a paddle truck, and they put shelving on the inside of the paddle truck, and they put trays of glasses on the shelving.
mhm.
So, a variety of ways of doing it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that's updating for it. All right. I'll make sure I've covered everything. Now, as you know, I want to go through and
We've only got about
I want to assemble the
3
glasses.
minutes left on the tape, by the way,
Okay,
so.
okay. Well, I'll assemble the glasses. Assemble the boxes, you say, show the boxes and how you assemble them. These are the eyeglasses inventory boxes. And they have a tray. And you get a tray like this, except it's not been taped 1,000 times. And I'm going to show you how to assemble it. This tray will hold 80 pairs of glasses. All right, now you got this tray. Now, obviously you want your glasses to be held at individual openings. And so I have these dividers. Now, with these dividers, these are called chipboard. And typically would cut those slits so that they're the width of the thickness of this other cardboard. And I'll explain to you why that's important. Here I've already done them. I've already put the chipboard in, the thin cardboard in. We'll put them in here, like this. There you go. Now the reason for that thin cardboard is that if you have a very large pair of glasses that will not fit into the opening, it will expand. Okay, so every other wall is thin cardboard, thick, thin, and so forth. This is pair number 1. That's pair number 80. Okay? And it's labeled on the end, 1 to 80. 1 to 80 on both ends. 81 to 160 and so forth. Okay?
Okay.
Now,
Okay, it's still recording. Okay, we're at 2 hours.
this,
I'm about ready to run that.
I think he's about to give our tape a pause for a second. Why don't you just eject it?
Okay, it's recording.
Okay, outer box that's used to hold those 2 trays. You take and you put it across the end of the outer box. And now, put the trays into the box. And you have put labels on the ends of the outer boxes. 1 to 320, 321 to 640, and so forth. Okay? Now, we also have these boxes here that, we'll sell these to you in the unit, but these can be bent down to this size, and they'll fit into the side of those duffel bags, giving you additional space. Okay? I'm going to show you the duffel bag, and what it looks like. This duffel bag actually has in the plastic versions of these corrugated cardboard boxes. And the nice thing about the plastic versions is that they can literally float on a lake without being damaged. But that certainly isn't the case with the cardboard version. And by the way, we send with the cardboard version little plastic bags that you can put around them. We call them gusset bags that will protect the cardboard version. So I'll pull these out. Case. Now we have the trays of glasses. We have this ribbon for pulling it up. That's an invention of a lady that used the kit the very first time to Kenya. She says that was really a good idea.
Yeah.
So you pull it up. That, now you got your two trays out. And there you go. Pair number 1, pair number 80. 180 at each end. Okay? Every pair of glasses is numbered, and you number at the top so that you can see it above the box. But also the openings are numbered. So even if the number's down low, you can still look at the opening and see this is pair number 15, or this is pair number 18. And when I set up the system, as I was going to Honduras 3 times a year for several years there, I said, hey, I can't find them fast enough, or I can't get the right prescription. So every step of the way, every trip I took, I looked for something to improve. And that was one of the first things we improved, is that these glasses need to be in openings, cubic, single openings for every pair. Make sure I sit on the chair.
That'd be a good idea.
Okay. Now, again, the duffel bag has space for those other boxes. Did I smell food?
That's not good.
I thought I smelled food over there. My son
That's
was-
not food.
I do too.
I'm supposed to give Rogus our lunch yet.
No food here.
They have?
No.
Okay.
Something
Sure where that came
somewhere.
from. Okay.
I'm gonna have to track that down.
Now, the glasses reader program, which I was discussing, in addition to the fact that you can, has many other features, I want to show you something that kind of correlates to one of the things that you all mentioned. I have a team that would go into regularly into Peru. And they leave their glasses in Peru. One team visited the villages in Peru and the towns in Peru, and they were seeing mostly minus prescriptions. Another village would go up into the mountains to the farming community, and they see mostly plus prescriptions. Okay? Well, that was really convenient because they were using the same inventory. So one team would kind of deplete the minus classes, the other team would deplete the plus classes. But if you don't know what your inventory is like, here's a good way to do it. You do a reports, inventory analysis report. It starts computing that inventory. And then in a few seconds, it's going to show you
a picture of your inventory. Every single pair of glasses, you put it into a special bucket. And now you can see, this is the left eye, this is the range of prescriptions, and now you can see it's accumulating. There's 245 pairs between 2.26 and 3.25 on the left lens. Now I can look at this and I can see, well, I've got more plus glasses in this inventory than I have minus glasses. See that? This is the cylinder, less than 0.25, higher cylinder, different ranges of cylinders. Same thing on this side, okay? And you also see there's this clear glass report. One pair of glasses is actually clear glasses. Well, that's useless. So you can pull that one out. So the inventory analysis report will be able to tell you that. That was pair number 42. Now go back and look at 42. 0.25, that's basically clear glass. Okay? Now we shouldn't have any of that in what we send out. You know.
We do have.
Yeah, so,
But there is that thing that, like, we would notice a lot of times it would say they don't really need glasses. But
yeah,
they really want glasses.
yeah, and sometimes if they want it, they can, the thing is, you have a young person that has a prescription like 1.00. All right, very low, but still, if that person's like 15 years old, their eyes are strong enough to not need those glasses. But if that person is 65 years old, those glasses will be really helpful to them. And that's why the program may say glasses not needed based upon the age, or glasses required based upon the age. So children can focus away problems with the eyes where older people cannot. And that's a very important feature of the program, the fact that it does that, without you having to know how to do it. And that's Dr. Rose, Dr. Sammy Rose, and his intelligence that's buried in that program to make a decision. Let's see what is not covered. Let me look at that. There's some things here.
I think I figured out where the smell is coming from. They're cooking food up in the kitchen for dinner tomorrow.
Oh, that's it.
We're having a Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow evening.
Is the meeting that long?
By the way, here's a copy of a printout of vacancy labels, like I could get just now. So those will be printed out to go on the labels so that you can fill your holes. So not only do you get labels for your glasses initially, but you get labels to replenish your inventory. And this is a document, this is actually in your manual. It's called Exchanging Inventory. And it really shows the connection between the two programs. Glasses inventory. So start anywhere you want to start. Let's say we start here. Inventory is created in this area using Glasses Reader. Inventory sorted and checked. It shows exactly what file, where everything goes. Inventory is transferred to the Glasses Inventory program. Inventory is depleted in the optical tank. Glasses are removed from inventory. Glasses removed and listed, and it goes back to the beginning. So the two programs interface with using this. This one page documents how the two programs interface.
But you have to enter when you actually give away the glasses.
That's right. When you give, and I'll cover that this afternoon, show you how the Glasses Inventory program works and the whole process. The exchanging inventory feature is really a valuable feature. And this is what updated inventory labels look like. See, here is that update number right there, and that's the physical location. So the program will create that update labels. Those are the ones that go over. So you're gonna go through a box of glasses that's in sequence, and you're literally gonna put on 13, 306, 539, 803, from front to back. And that tells you, and then now that you've got that label covered up, that was really previously labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now you put it in 13306. So that's the update on the inventory label. That's what's created. Okay. Now that's something else here. This talks about, this by the way is kind of something that we included in the training in the laptop, how to load your inventory, step-by-step instructions how to load your inventory. Because once you get the laptop, you'll have no inventory file on it. But this tells you how to load your personal inventory file onto it. Okay? By the way, this is that picture of those special boxes I was telling you about. See, they're folded down, so they're thin like this. Then they fit in the space that you have in the duffel bag. And you zip it up, and now you've got, now the duffel bag with 2 boxes of 160 in it, pairs, weighs about 39 pounds. That's, if you're wanting to get up to 50 pounds, it gives you the space and the weight to add, say, 11 more pounds of readers and sunglasses and other things that you may need. So that brochure will tell you that.
Do you have those boxes for purchase?
Yes. This is the gusset bags right here that you put on top of the glasses, the boxes. You know, I found that one time I came into Honduras and they started unloading our luggage. And then a torrential rain comes in, and our luggage is sitting out there on a cart, and the luggage carriers or handlers ran for cover, leaving our luggage sitting out in the cart. All right. Well, if you had your that duffel bag out there and didn't have those gusset bags around the boxes would be damaged. Okay? And that's why those gusset bags are included with every box shipment. Now, of course, the plastic boxes doesn't matter, but with the cardboard boxes, it certainly matters. Okay? So that's why we have those. And of course, this is the brochure on the boxes themselves. Shows everything, how to pack the duffel bags and so forth. And whenever the program creates that vacancy list file, it looks like it creates a file that you literally could use. This is the vacancy list file. And it says that is the file that's used to drive print those labels, the update labels. It says update number 1 goes in location 9, update 2 goes in location 793, and so forth down the line. And that's what drives that little program that prints those update labels that I just showed you. And that's all created by the Glasses Reader Group. Now, some teams will actually go and will purchase a lens meter to measure their own glasses. And quite a few of the larger teams have been measuring their own glasses for years. And we support something like 12 different lens meters. We look at our options now. This is the list of lens meters that are supported. A long list of lens meters.
So those could be directly connected into the computers?
That's right.
Okay.
So if you,
So
before,
you read it
maybe-
with that lens meter and it goes in the computer, you don't have to like copy it?
No, it goes directly into the computer. Or you could print out, many people just simply use the lens meter and print out barcode labels. And then later on, save those glasses and later on scan them in. But you could actually measure them directly into a location that's empty. but the most common thing to do is to measure the glasses on the side and then barcode them in later. Okay?
And the lens meter is connected to the printer?
And the lens meter, I'll show you that.
Okay,
Second.
okay.
In
And it's
fact,
connected to the laptop and then the program actually prints it.
now what I want to do next is I want to measure some glasses and we'll show you my measurements. Okay, flip this thing over and get clear out some space here. Okay, I'm going to switch over to so that you can see what these cameras are seeing. Okay, top left is this screen, wide screen, I'm not sure, but I'll show it to you in clarity on another view. This is the lens meter. It's used for measuring the glasses. This is a left-hand view of it, and this is a right-hand view of it. So I'll pick out a pair of glasses. Okay, this pair of glasses, if I look at it, I can see that it's just single vision pair of glasses. Yet I'm looking at the distance. Now actually I'm looking down at the board and it's doing like this. That tells me it's progressive. And by the way, we had a team, the Lions Club in Indiana uses prisoners in prisons to measure glasses. And they were not identifying progressive glasses properly. We told them to look at the bars and see if the bars are doing like this. If they're doing like this, they think they can escape at the bottom, you know. If they're doing like this, then they know they're progressive. Okay? So these glasses are progressive, so I'm going to set the lens meter up right here so that progressive symbol is showing, like you see here. Okay. And I move on down. And move up, and it automatically switches over to the left lens. And I move up again. By the way, this one is actually a case where there is no add on one lens. You see that? While there was, one lens is progressive and one is not. And when that happens, typically it means that the person might be blind in that eye. So I'm going to go ahead and force a measurement. I'll see if I can get it up to force a measurement there. Okay. I'll transfer that prescription across. You'll be able to see that, but I'm going to press this button right here. Okay, but I'll switch it over so you can see. Should be able to see the screen full. Hold it. No. Sorry. There's the screen, full screen, and I will press the print button, transmit it across. You should see the screen change when the prescription comes in. There it is. Okay? Now I'm going to click print right up here. Prints out the label. I then fill out a bag. Put the label on the bag. And the glasses into the bag. And I'm ready to ship.
So that label, does it list the numbers or does it?
It's got the barcoded prescription. It tells you that it's progressive, either male or female.
It's all the numbers too, okay.
All the prescription numbers are right there, exactly.
So if you put a pair of glasses into the lens reader thing,
Uh,
and you don't set it for progressive, you've missed that piece. Will it cue you or not? Like it's requiring you
you need to identify that it's progressive.
to, okay, what about with bifocals or something like that?
Well, bifocals are relatively easy. I'll show you the bifocal.
Yeah, for sure, but is there, like the person who's actually reading the glasses needs to cue the machine that it's either a progressive or a bifocal?
That's right.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so this pair of glasses, I could look at it, and I can see that they're bifocal, okay? I'm gonna measure this pair of glasses. Again, I'm gonna switch the instrument over so that you can see the cameras. And again, in this case, since I'm setting it at progressive, I need to change that to bifocal. So now it's set for bifocal. I go down. It's 0 on the left lens for the distance. And there's the add of 2.50. See it right there. See if I just cleared it out. Okay, and then the left lens. Excuse me. Acting like a beginner. All right, make a measurement. Right lens. Add. Left lens. Add. And then transmit right here. These are mainly just clear glass at the top and add at the bottom. People would like to have a pair of glasses they can wear all the time and see up close and at a distance. So they'll get these kinds of glasses.
Yeah, so they don't have
But really
to
all
take
they
the
need is
readers off and on all day.
readers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is-
yeah, so they don't have to take
That's
it.
right, rather than looking over the top of readers, like some people I know, they will get glasses that are clear at the top and have bifocal add at the bottom.
They have LASIK.
Okay, so now I'm gonna switch this thing over so you can see me transmitting across. Okay, I'll press the print button right here, transfer across. And there it is. And then I click print. I'll pull out another bag. Zip lock bag. And put the label on the bag. And the glasses into the bag. And ready to ship.
But you're not labeling the glasses too.
Now, I'm not putting an inventory number on the glasses, because later on, I'll scan those in and put the number
What's the
on.
inventory number?
I'm just putting a stash of glasses away.
Excuse me, for
Yeah.
our group purposes, we don't have to do that step, because we already have that.
You already have them.
Right,
It's
right.
just for purposes for us to know
Yeah,
how
right.
it is done.
Yeah, and some teams that are working on this on a long-term basis will have their own meter.
Some other,
Yeah, because you can get used glasses, but, for example, many people even go around to different optical clinics, and they'll have a box full of used glasses they'll give you. If you can measure them yourself, then you've got your own supply of glasses.
So if you use the digital reader and you go into your computer, you would put it into your update labels. You would not put it into
Well,
the
you
inventory.
could put it into the vacancies that you have manually by scanning them in. to the
Right,
vacancies.
but I mean directly, that would go into your update,
Right.
your update file.
If you're planning to stash them away and
Right.
use them later, yes.
Right, okay.
That would go, and that would be a good thing to do.
Because that one's got an inventory number, so that one.
See, that's the inventory number. Notice it says file output disabled. It's not actually creating a file in this case, because the file is not needed. All it's printing is a label.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
So how much would a system cost, like a machine like that and a larger printer?
About $2,200. I think that's about what it is.
Can we
And
pick up?
doesn't include the computer, but it does include the printer and,
Yeah.
and the lens meter and some cables to connect things together. Okay? And that's, I mean, prices for lens meter vary from $7,000 to $1,500. But this is one of the best costs I've seen for a lens meter. Now, I sort of actually had a box, a bag of glasses right here.
You did,
There they are.
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna measure others. I knew I had them, I just couldn't find them. Okay. This glass, these glasses are single, these are progressive. These are plus progressive glasses. Okay, and I know that because I'm looking at a piece of paper and I see this expansion where the additional magnification is causing the lines on the edge of this paper to go out to the side. Okay? So I know that these are progressive. So I'm going to set the lens meter up so that you can see my cameras. And I'm going to set it progressive. Now it's set for progressive. Got the first reading. Now, I'm making the readings, I'm in the top 1/3 of the lens. So that first reading is up high on the lens. That's the distance prescription. So I'm gonna move it up. And you see there, see the add, continue to go up, see the arrows? I need to tell me I move to the right or left. And now I'm centered. I press this button on the top and I force a reading. The button right there, I press. Now I move out. Move down. And then, now I've made a measurement on the left lens, I move up. Well, kind of the knot, the add on both the right and the left will be the same. Force a reading, I've got the same add on the right and the left. I press this button right here, but I'll switch over so you can see it happen. Put in a second. There it is. And I look at that pair of glasses and they look like to me they're either male or female, which is the default setting right here. There it is. Either male or female right there. Or I could have selected male or female or child. You know, I have options. I could even mark it large or small, but by default it says medium size. You can even put in a pupillary distance if your lens meter provides it. Some of them do and some of them do not. And then I just click print. There you go. Now I've got a pair of progressive glasses measured.
The actual the PD reading would help when you're fitting.
That's right. And that's why we provide a list of glasses that match the prescription. Because you may pull out a pair of glasses that matches the prescription exactly, but they're too big for the patient, or too small for the patient. And PD stands for pupillary distance. And every pair of glasses has what they call a focal point. You recognize focal point by, if you pull out a magnifying glass and you're in the sun and you hold it on top of something, you'll see it focuses on a certain point. As a child, I used to take a magnifying glass and sit out and try to burn holes in leaves. But I was in a bunch of leaves and I was going to cause a fire. So my dad didn't care for that too much, okay? But that's the focal point. Every lens has a focal point, okay? The focal point of each lens must be over the pupil, centered over the pupil, okay? Now, it's not so important if the lens is a low power, like 1 or 2 or something like that. If the lens is high power, like 4, 3, 4, and 5, then pupillary distance becomes more and more important. Because if the focal point is not over the pupil, they'll see blurry, even though it's the right prescription. Now, we also tell the gender of the glasses. You know, we think they're female, we think they're for male, but you may find that some of the glasses we mark as female may be just fine for a man. had occasion in Honduras where a man comes in the clinic, he was like 6'8". He was solid muscle. I mean, there was no fat on that man at all. He was one of our vigilantes. Those are people that guard the team to make sure they're safe. Perfect choice, okay? So he comes in the clinic and says, I can't see. So I measure his eyes, I go across the room, and I find a pair of glasses that have pretty little flowers on the corner. Well, I said, wait a minute, fella. I mean, if I give that pair of glasses to him, he may hurt me. But I said, I'm going to try it. So I walked over, kind of covered him up, and put him on his face. And he smiled from ear to ear. He just loved it. He could see well with them. And then he took them off and looked at them. Then he put them back on. And again, smiled from ear to ear. So he walked out of the clinic wearing those glasses that were clearly for women. And I told people in the clinic, I bet there's not a chance that anybody in that village will tell him he's wearing women's glasses. Because he would disassemble them.
So based on pupillary distance, is it, when you get the reading of the prescriptions out from the auto refractor, you get the list, is it possible that a better match would actually be lower on the list?
That's right.
Because it's too small or too large?
That's right, exactly.
Oh, because that would make, okay, because you look at, well, that's kind of weird, because it seems like a perfect match, but based on that
Mhm.
factor
Well,
alone, it
the
would.
factor alone could make you go down the
Okay.
list.
Yeah.
And of course, when I'm in Honduras sometimes, I'll go over to pull glasses out, and I look across the room and I've got a small lady, and I pull out a pair of glasses that's that wide. I put them back, don't even take a moment to try them. I pull out the next one and try it and have them. If those are fine, if they look like they may be something to work with them, I'll go over and try them out. And we'll test them on the E-chart like you see over there to make sure that the glasses are actually working for them. Many times I'll just get the reaction alone is a clear indication that you found the right pair of glasses for it, just from the startled reaction that they're able to see.
Yeah, that indication of male and female, that's just for information for the team, because the program matches on the prescription. It doesn't take into consideration whether it's male or female or not.
That's right. Now, if you go into villages that have never gotten glasses before, they won't be peculiar about the style. But some of the places where you see a lot of glasses, they'll want a particular style. And even though they can see much better with this pair of glasses that aren't so pretty, they'll take the pretty pair of glasses they don't see so well at all. But that's their choice. So we give them the choice. So the glasses, this is a process that some teams will go through. And some teams use it exclusively. They don't get any glasses at all from us, they're measuring them all. That team that I was telling you that was doing 75 pairs every hour in Mexico, they measure their own glasses. But they hand out a lot of glasses. And we've set them up. We've sold them lens readers like this. And set them up with the programs and helped them set up the use of the program. And many times, as you two have found out, we can remote into a computer and actually help them set up the program. Okay, so that you don't have to be an expert at computers to do it.
Talk about computers. You had said in the beginning the 5 set with one in the head. Is today's notebooks, are they large enough to compute for this, or must you have a laptop?
Are you talking about tablets? Are you talking about
Yeah, a large tablet, yeah.
As long as they're running Windows 10, or
Okay,
Windows anything.
okay, Windows is the key.
Windows is the key. Now,
If they can
however,
work Windows, it's big enough.
that's right. The
Okay,
screen has to be 1024 by 768. At least 1020, or part of the program window will be off the edge of the screen.
all right.
Okay. 1024 by 768. A tablet would be fine. Some teams will
What
actually
are
get a
those?
tablet with a mouse, with a Bluetooth mouse.
10.24 inches or what?
No,
That's the screen
pixels,
resolution.
that's pixels.
Okay.
1024 by 768, horizontal and vertical. Okay, and I have a tablet at home that's about this size.
with a Bluetooth mouse, and it works perfectly. Okay, so that's one option for some people. Most people use laptops.
It's smaller and it's easier to transport.
Yes, that's the beauty of it. Well, these are small here.
That's
Yeah.
small laptops,
Yeah.
yeah.
This particular one is about the mediumest laptop you'll ever see. So, so portability is very important. And you get into some areas, and one of the things that some people have found, they can't use the system because it's not portable enough for them. Even though that's portable, if you're trying to carry it up the side of a mountain, maybe it's not supportable.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I'm going over here and see what else I have to cover. So. Switch it over to here. All right. You have all sorts of different reports available in Glasses Reader. You saw the error report, you saw the inventory analysis report. It also has a gender report, so you can see how many pairs of glasses are marked for male, female, either male or female, or child. You have the clear glass report, which I just ran, showing this pair number 42. And that has to be run after the inventory analysis report, because otherwise you won't come into it. Now, again, like I said before, you have all these different options, and remember when I said you have a pair of glasses that's been flagged as, quote, an arrow, having an arrow on it? That is simply an indication that it's out of the ranges that you see here. A spear higher than 18, a cylinder higher than 8, an ad higher than 6, or a minimum ad that is below 6.75. So that's the ranges. Now again, that's only to mark it as suspicious. It actually might be that. But it's clearly an indication of that. All right, so that's the list of it. This is an action here. Now the other program, which I'll show in detail this afternoon, also has a series of reports about it. This is an inventory program. It has the reports, vacant location reports, includes the ones that you marked as deleted, plus the ones that were empty before you even started the clinic. Ones that you marked since the last time you loaded. It'll show you all of those. There's the deleted item reports, rejected item report. And that's something that's useful. You see, these are pairs of glasses that have been marked as rejected. Okay, now what that means is, now some people use this feature and a lot of people don't, but what that means is if you pull out a pair of glasses, the right prescription, it's dead on, it matches the patient's prescription right on. You think it should be a right fit, okay, but they're not happy with it. You pull out another pair that's a little, maybe a lower, not as close a match, and they love it. Okay, I will then mark it as, quote, rejected, but not remove it from inventory. Every time you do that on a pair of glasses, it will increment this number. So if I do a reject of pair number 29 a second time, right now, I go to pair number 29, scroll down, 29, and click reject pair, and then do a report, rejected item repair. 29 has got 2. Okay, now if you have pairs of glasses that you've marked as rejected, I generally say after 3 times I would pull them out of inventory, because there's something wrong with that prescription. Okay? So that's just a flag. All it is a flag that's connected to that pair of glasses. You're not deleting them. You'll give them a second and third try before you say, hey, they're not matching.
Sometimes it's because they're extremely ugly.
Yeah, well, that's not the reason I would mark it as rejected. Okay. Rejected means they match the.
But
Yeah, they're extremely ugly.
if people reject it for that reason multiple times, it's like.
Well,
You might as well pull them out.
our first trip, in 2008, the system kept sending us back to this one pair of glasses, and they had lenses like this big, they were
Exactly.
pink and yellow and purple, and the women would look at them and go, oh,
Yeah.
you know, we'd stick them back, like after 10 to 12 times, we went, Holland, take these out, nobody likes them. And so we threw them
to
away.
India.
Huh?
Send them to India.
Well,
Send it.
They like color.
well.
Yeah, that's right,
yeah,
they do love color.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've traveled in India for a long time.
So we
Many, many times I've been to India.
all reject to India.
6 times, sometimes 6 weeks. But at any rate, so, this is just a way for you to flag them as possibly measured in progress, because you're not getting a match.
Where is that, do you know where that whole process is in
Oh.
there?
Rejected,
Yeah.
well, that would be under glasses
I
inventory.
was doing, when I was doing this.
So it's gonna be on starting on page 28 in that manual.
The
And I think that,
parameters that you can.
Yeah, the wizard, yeah, get in the wizard, yeah,
Yeah. I didn't know what I was doing, they just told me.
He's made changes to the program,
and it
works a whole lot better. I mean, you'll see it.
yes,
But anyway, I kept getting the same glasses come up.
well, you see that this
I
afternoon.
would not even like, I would just mark it off.
All this conversation is being recorded.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see that this afternoon, and much of that is covered in the manual, somewhere, I don't know exactly where, but it's covered in the manual. I tried to cover everything, all the reports are covered. And by the way, another thing, in both the programs, you'll see this. If you go into Glasses Reader program, you click on Help, and it tells you, it explains file options, it explains reports options. It tells you how to do manual data entry. Exactly, how to step by step, how to do a manual data entry. You know, so it's all built into the program. And another feature of the program is that when you're looking at the CDs, the various CDs, I'll get my mouse to go across in there, I'll close that out. This is the CD. If I click on video training, on that CD and scroll down, and I pick, say this option, blind in one eye. So I click the Windows 10 flavor of that, okay. Comes up, this one, look. Well, here it is. Okay, for some reason this computer loses its sound, and I had to turn it back on again. Try that again.
You will have occasions where a person is blind in one eye. Or one eye is so bad that when you try to look for a match for both eyes, you simply do not get a match. At that point, you're better off trying to match just one eye, the good eye, and make it as good as you can make it. The Eyeglasses Inventory program has a feature that allows you to search for just one lens, marking the other eyes blind. Here I have this prescription in the inventory, and I click on search, I get 4 matches. Now, let's suppose that the patient's right eye is blind. If I click on search now, I get 52 matches. In fact, I could probably refine those matches and come up with 8 very close matches, because I'm only matching the left eye. So this feature allows you to match just one eye of a patient's eye and find more glasses that are more acceptable for that single eye.
Okay, and every single feature of the program is described in excruciating detail in the video. So it shows you precisely.
I didn't see exactly where it clicked to do that though.
Okay, well, let's go back.
It didn't tell me.
See where it says video training at the top? When you bring up the glasses, inventory CD, on that CD, it has video training files.
No, I mean, where you click to say blind in one eye.
Oh, okay, well, if you launch the,
But that's okay, I'm sure I could look it up.
yeah, no, I can show you. Right there. See blind?
Okay, yeah, now I see it.
By the way, another feature of the program is dominant. You can do a close match on the dominant eye. That was an added feature since that video was released. Suggestions of an optometrist was in the class. I had one class where I had 2 optometrists and an ophthalmologist. So there's like 8 other people who were just, lay people, didn't know much about eyes at all. But I kind of sweated it because, hey, I'm talking optical principles to these professionals. Well, they were incredibly receptive because what I was talking about was simplistic to them. Even though complex to me, simplistic to them. So, I think we're getting close to getting our lunch. Yeah, this should be showing up in a few minutes. I guess they hadn't shown up yet. Why don't we pause the display while we'll have
We can pay for that.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
We're on.
Okay, you're online, all right. So this afternoon, we're gonna be covering the optical kit and what it's capable of doing, and also the use of the eyeglasses inventory program.
he did such a good
Okay.
job. He did.
And that's one of the things I want to spend some time on. First of all, I want to talk to you a little bit about the optical kit and what it contains. Knee issues is what I deal with more than anything. I have an artificial right knee. Okay, in this kit, you have 2 cases, one of which has an odd number on it, like this is 129. The other one has an even number. The odd number case contains the autorefractor, the chargers, like you see here, the battery charger, and contains pictorial instructions telling you exactly where everything should be placed. You want to make sure that you don't put something on top of the autorefractor and close the lid on it, because then you could crack the plastic case on it. Okay, that's why everything has its place. If you put it in the right place, nothing will be damaged. I've seen this particular case fall out of the back of a truck going up a 35-degree incline, roll down the length of bounce down a rock road, the length of a football field, and all it was a little bit scratched, and that was it. Everything inside was safe. This is military grade. We also have in here space for the batteries, an extension cord, and we also will include a surge protector and also adapters for the power in that area. So every country has a different kind of adapter. So we provide the right adapter for that country. Sometimes, like El Salvador, has like 5 different adapters. So they seem to have no standard in El Salvador. Instructions of what to do. We have in here a little, it's called a model test eye. It's actually a glass eye that's used by the to test the autorefractor and also test your own ability to use the autorefractor. And it tells you this little glass eye has a fixed prescription. And so you measure to try to get that particular prescription. And if you do, then all is well with the autorefractor. And I'll say this, the autorefractors are incredibly reliable. If they're not dropped, they're going to stay in alignment, and they're going to work very, very well. But the only thing, you can shut them down for sure if you drop them. They won't stand a drop. We also have in here a little kit. It's used for cleaning and instructions on how to clean the lens on the autorefractor. What happens with the autorefractor, people will pick it up. By the way, I noticed I put the neck strap on. In the very center of the autorefractor is the lens. And that's the lens that is used to measure the eyes. Now these are lenses we're not actually using so much. They're used to identify which is the left, that you're measuring the left eye versus the right eye. But that confuses people more than helps them. So we set it so that you press a button here, right here, to switch between the right and the left eye. So you just press that little button. Now, it has a headrest on it. The problem is
people will measure somebody's eyes, instead of positioning this over their eyes, they'll position that lens on one eye, that lens on the other eye, and guess what presses their nose? So you get a nice little greasy nose print on the center lens. Well, the autofractor with a greasy nose print measures like you have astigmatism, okay? Which you don't. And everybody past that point, until you clean the lens, has astigmatism. Well, we know better than that. So this little lens cleaning kit solves the problem. And by the way, there's a cradle that sits on, handmade cradle, and it has a picture of how you should place the autorefractor into the cradle, okay? Now, the reason this autorefractor actually comes with a separate stand and a separate printer, but that would cost $2,400 more, and I would have had no use for it. So I said, I want just this, and I designed the cable to connect to it, get it in place. Because it was useless to get the printer, because the same information that is printed on that printer is also printed on this printer. In addition to the list of glasses like that matches, like the little list that I handed out to you, okay? Now, in the second case, it's called the optical kit. And that was always the even number kit. This was case number 130. By the way, I started numbering my kits at 101, so people would not know that I only had one kit. Now we have 17. Okay. Now, in the kit, you'll see a variety of things. You'll see extra paper for the printer. And of course, the printer itself is placed inside that kit. This little case right here. You'll see the little video display that is right here, which displays a copy of what you're seeing in the viewfinder. And the reason that's handy is because if you turn it toward the translator can then tell you that they can see that the patient is blinking when they should keep their eyes open. If they're looking to the left and looking to the right, they should be looking straight, and so forth. And that way the translator can basically say in the language of the person, stop blinking, look directly into the instrument. Now, in Honduras, I learned to say, miro directo, look directly. Or, okay, no palpade, don't blink. So that's what that is useful for. It's also useful for training purposes, because you can then see what they see, and you can tell them how to adjust it. Now, you'll see that whenever I start projecting this on the screen. Now, in the toolkit, we also have a plug strip, 6-position plug strip to go with that 8-foot cord. And it's works at all voltages all over the world. We have, these are occluders for occluding the eyes when you're testing them against this E-chart. So you can cover one eye and test the other. Okay. Now we have also in the kit, these are laser pointers, so that when you're testing somebody's eyes, you can just use the laser pointer and say, can you see this line? And you won't be getting between the green line and the red line. This is 20/30 here, this is 20/20 here. So if they're 20 feet away from that chart, they should be able to see this perfectly. Now this is an E-chart. The reason we use the E-chart is because it's language independent. You simply say, okay, the top one, E is this way, E is that way, E is that way. On the second one, E is that way, E is to the right, E is up, E is down, that kind of thing. So it's very easy. We don't have to worry about the language of the patient. It works in all countries.
Is the E-chart in there?
That's the E-chart right here, yeah.
In the tip?
Yeah, in the case. And also, there's two of these 20-foot charts and one 10-foot chart. In case you're in a small room that's not 20 feet long, you can use the 10-foot chart. Now, we also have this device, like I mentioned earlier, for glaucoma, testing for glaucoma. Instructions are in your manual, by the way, as to how to use this device, but I'll show you. If I take my glasses off, if I look straight ahead, keep my head straight ahead, but look to the left, and wiggle my finger
All right, so I know I'm looking to the left. I'll take this device. First of all, I practice with my finger, okay? I'm looking straight ahead, turn to the left, move my finger across the bridge of my nose. I touch my eye, when I look to the left, I see a black dot. What's happened is I've rotated my eye so the back of my eye is right here. And so now when you press the back of your eye, you're basically turning off your vision. So you see a little black spot. All right, instead of using your finger, if you use this device, which has a scale on it, 40, 30, 20, 10, okay, and whenever you press on it, like that, all right, instead of using your finger, again, stand back, go straight ahead, turn to the left, move this across, touch my eyelid, okay, 11. So now I've pressed it until I can see that black dot. Now you have to obviously have a translator or somebody that can talk to the patient. Okay, so you got the black dot, I got 11. If they have 21 or above, they have a 75% likelihood of having glaucoma. Okay? Another thing that about glaucoma that you can test for is, another test for glaucoma, I should say, is you put your fingers like this, and you wiggle them maybe like this, and you're looking straight ahead, and I can see both my fingers wiggling. Now, if I had to go out like this to see them both wiggling, then you have a likelihood of having glaucoma. Because what happens is, with glaucoma, you start losing your side vision first. And then it becomes more and more and more and more this way, and to the point that the only way you can, basically it's like looking through a tunnel. Okay, that's all you can see, looking through a tunnel. And eventually your vision completely goes away, because glaucoma kills you from the side, the peripheral vision. Okay?
What is the definition of glaucoma?
Excessive eye pressure. Yeah, and what happens is there's some canals right here in the eye that's where that vitreous humor, which is the fluid inside the eye, will drain when the pressure reaches a certain level. Well, the problem is those canals get blocked or something fouls them up, and the pressure continues to build. It's like when you blow up a balloon. You blow it up enough, it's going to pop. Well, it doesn't actually pop, but what happens is it takes the back of the eye. From that previous picture, there's a disc in the back of the eye. And that disc is like on the tip end of the optic nerve. That disc gets pushed back. Now, you've got a stretchy object and you're pushing back, you end up creating like a tunnel. Okay? And that's why the peripheral vision goes away. Because your seeing vision goes back into that tunnel. Okay? So that's glaucoma. And that's the test for it. Now, as you we also have in the kit, in addition to that laser pointer, we have a pen light. And the pen light is used for basically checking to see if they're dilated. So if I take them back up to you and you're looking straight ahead, I look right down the side, and I see your pupils move, then I know you're not dilated. So I don't want to wait until the dilation has taken effect before I basically test them with the autorefractor. Okay? Now, there's two reasons you dilate. One is because the person is young, a child, or two is very elderly people, sometimes their pupils are very tiny. And they don't get big, they don't change at all. Maybe it might have been after a stroke, I'm not sure exactly why, but this dilation fluid will widen them. And if the pupils are not at least 2 millimeters wide or bigger, the autorefractor won't get a reading. And so that's another reason to dilate. Now, don't substitute dilation fluid. Use the ones we recommend, because we know they work. I have had teams do that. It wasn't a good plan, because they used a drop that was intended for a surgery, eye surgery, and it lasted like 4 days. So they had dilated eyes for about 4 days. It didn't hurt them, it just irritated them. Yeah. So here we have, these are called the lens racks. And there's two different kinds. The plus lens rack, which has like a little button here, and it says plus at the top, and this is minus. Plus lens racks are for a farsighted person. And if you have any questions whether or not they're farsighted, give them something to read. If they pull it up like this to read, they're nearsighted. They try to put it out like that to read, they're farsighted. Okay? So a farsighted person would get this paddle,
The nearsighted person will get this one. Now, why would I use this? Perhaps this person has cataracts, and I'm not getting a reading on the instrument. So I need something to key into the instrument. So what I do is, each one of these lenses has a number on it. That's the spirit power. So I look through this lens rack like this until I find the one that works the best. It's right there. It's a -2 that works the best for me. Now, really, my eyes, you can test fine with the autofractor. But you might end up like a -10 or -12 with the person that's having problems. All right, now I want to refine that number a bit. So we have inside here, these are flippers. This is plus or minus 0.25 here, plus or minus 0.50. So I'm going to go back to here. I look through the lens racks. I look through that same number 2 that I did before. And I do like this. Number 1 or number 2. Number 1 or number 2. Or nothing. It's actually this one, which happens to be a minus 0.25. I do the math. -2 plus minus 0.25 is minus 2.25, right? Minus 2.25. That's what I key in to the Spear number in the autorefractor, for the autorefractor. I'm sorry, the Spear number for the program, inventory program, sorry. That's what I key in.
So you would put that number in when the patient's in front of you and you can't use the auto refractor.
To get a measurement.
You actually put that into their
Put that into the inventory program.
inventory program, okay?
You actually key that into the inventory program. And I'll show you how to do that. Inventory program is designed to be very straightforward. Okay. Now also in the kit, obviously you're getting used glasses and once in a while, because Sam missed it, they might be damaged. Okay? Like a missing screw. Well, inside this case, we have screwdrivers. We have a little oiler. It's used for oiling the hinges. Sometimes they get to be stiff. We also have what we call heat shrink tubing. Now, heat shrink tubing, being an engineer, I think you probably know what I'm talking about. The guy back in the back. Yes, okay. This is a heat gun. Now, why in the world would a person doing optometry need one of these? Well, what happens so many times is, and actually with me, I never could get my glasses to stay on. Okay? Or sometimes this part of the glasses is broken or damaged. Okay? So I'm going to put a piece of shrink tubing over it. So what I do is, I'll go get a pair over there and I can show you. You know, this has actually been done on one side already, but I'll do the other side. Sometimes that plastic is broken, may have a crack in it, and you don't want to put that up against somebody's ear. So what you do is, you take, this is a wire cutter here, and you pull out some of this shrink tubing, somewhere you'll find it, the end of it, buried, there it is. Cut off a little piece of it. You put it on the crack, slide it on here, like that. Okay, pull up the heat gun. Now, the heat gun, inside doesn't have a fuel cell in it yet, but inside the case is this yellow container. This yellow container has a Department of Transportation approved butane fuel carrier. It has a rubber seal in it, so that fuel inside here will not escape into the luggage and into the luggage compartment and go boom, okay? Which you don't want to happen. And somebody scarfed mine. Should have checked that. Hang on a minute. I have an answer to this. I have 2 cases. I remember that. Okay, this is the fuel cell for that.
So are these checked in luggage or carry on?
Those are carryable. And they'll fit in the overhead baggage compartment. Now, the auto refractor is the most valuable item, and I would certainly make that carry-on. This you could actually check.
Check them.
If you could, if you wanted to, but most people carry it on also. And this, plus the laptop case, which is right here, would go as carry-on. Okay, so now I'll put this fuel cell into this little heater, and it has a picture telling you how to insert it. Okay, now I've got this here. See the little heat? It's flameless heat. You just heat it. Like that.
And you mentioned this isn't just for broken, this is for somebody it feels too wide for someone's head too?
Yeah, I found the rubber makes it stick on your head better
Yeah.
too.
So just for someone just like.
Now, you can bend it, you can bend the frames, and I'll show you how to do that after, shortly. But you can see it's shrinking down to fit the frame.
But hair dryer works on that one,
I'm sorry?
hair dryer. Hair dryer.
Oh, a hair dryer is not hot enough.
Oh, not having.
No, hair, plus it requires electricity. In a lot of places,
Level place.
you don't have electricity.
Correct.
There you go, look at it.
Oh, nice.
Fits like a champ. Now, one thing to do is when you put it down, don't pick it up by the tip. The optometrist who travels with Berkeley hasn't been known to do that. I'm sorry, I just giggle at it, okay? Again, in the kit, you saw the clippers. These are pliers for bending metal frames, more screwdrivers, a collection of screws. These are screws suitable for glasses, all different sizes, imaginable. So we got everything covered.
We flew Etihad, and they refused to allow them to be brought on because they were 1 kilo, 1 pound
Yeah,
over.
It was too heavy,
Really?
they would not let us carry them on.
120, we
Hadn't heard that one before.
we bargained down to $125 per case
Good grief.
for special handling, but,
Huh. Well, this is to be packed in your check baggage. That's obvious. All this fuel and all that kind of stuff. This is labeled packed in check baggage. Okay? So you definitely do not want to have that, carry that on the plane. Now, also in the case, we have what's called pinhole occluders. Okay? Now, pinhole occluders are really a useful triage. You want to determine if glasses are going to help the patient. They may have a macular problem, they may have a retinal problem, and glasses may not help. They'll need to have. So this is a good way to tell. Now right now I just took my glasses off, and all you guys are blurred out on me, okay? But I put this pinhole glasses in front of me, and I can see, I can even read things. Or I can read your badges. And I can see relatively clearly. The pinholes are kind of distracting. I wouldn't want to drive with this, but it's a test. If a person can see through this better, glasses will help. If they cannot, glasses will not help. See? So that's key. Now, the rest of the story is people who have cataracts, if they had glasses that had those pinholes in, they could actually see better. You can't, most of the teams don't have the ability to operate on cataracts. But you go on eBay for about $2 and something, you can get pinhole glasses. You put these on, and again, I can see you really relatively clearly. They kind of look like sunglasses more than anything. One of the first glasses I got were not quite so pretty.
You mind passing those around so we could try them?
Oh, yeah, sure. There you go. First glasses I got were not so pretty. Made me look like a strange bug or something.
Just need a snorkel.
Yeah, the fly. Help me.
Now, we also have these glasses available, and these are adjustable glasses. Now, we use these glasses as a fill-in-the-gaps type thing. They cost $15 a pair. We ordered several hundred of them from Malaysia. We just sell them any quantity to the teams for $15 a pair. And what you do with these, take the glasses off, put them on. I cover up one lens, and I turn this little knob on the side until I can see clearly. I cover up the other lens, and again I turn the little knob on the side until I can see clearly. And now I see as well through these glasses as I do through those, but not up close. They're not progressive, they're single vision. And some people said they could readjust them for up close if they wanted to, or readjust them for distance, but I'd hate to have to fiddle with that all the time. But the thing is, that's a fill in the gap. Maybe you have a person, this goes from -6 nearsighted to +3 farsighted with this adjustment. So you may have a person that's nearsighted one eye, farsighted the other. So this could be the only choice that you have.
Yeah.
So it's a fill in the gaps.
What do you call it, glasses?
I'm sorry?
What do you call it, glasses?
Adjustable glasses.
Yeah, they don't take into astigmatism into effect.
Yeah, they have only a
Yeah,
spear.
it's just spear.
number. Now, some of your astigmatism can be corrected with spear. They call that spherical equivalent. But if you have a cylinder number that is greater than 1.50, -1.50, then the corrections isn't as good. Spherical equivalent, the correction is not as good. Okay? I'll go back to my itinerary, or I'll not know what to tell you about next. We also include a little DVD on how to use the autorefractor that you can play on that little portable DVD player. Okay? And that's, I think all this stuff is here. And this is the back behind the phone is where you find the charts.
Yeah, that's, we just about had a stroke when we got our cases because we couldn't find it. We were like, oh, we don't have the eye charts.
It's all there.
But they were there.
That's right.
Cleverly
I
disguised.
make use of every square inch I can find. Now, I didn't see any sense to have the phone protecting those eye charts. The phone, it didn't make a lot of sense to do that, so I put it behind the phone. And by the way, behind the phone here is where that cradle goes. The cradle right there. And also I have a little instruction sheet that, this hasn't happened in a very long time, but when we first got this equipment, the autorefractor would lose its settings. There's actually a configuration setting for the autorefractor, and so I included in this case how to reset it to the right settings, okay? Otherwise it wouldn't communicate with the computer and so forth. Well, that doesn't happen because there was an update to the autorefractor which they made for me at no charge to eliminate the problem. And so it hasn't happened very long. But I still have it in there just in case. And it's easy to use. As you can imagine, it's all pictures. I tell you everything to do with pictures. Okay. Okay, now this would probably be a good time. I want to show you how this kit over here is set up. So you'll want to kind of hover around. I think someone fix it so that Sam can get a view. But I'm gonna. First thing what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get out the things I know I'll need as part of the kit. These are the batteries. And so this right here is the cables, you should say, for the printer. And this is the little video display with the power cords for it. And that's all I need for that. You see everything is in a line. That printer and paper, plus power, video display plus power. Everything is in line. Put this out of the way. Don't need it anymore. This is the auto refractor. So this is the older style auto refractor. It's called a Retromax 2. It's the cradle for it. Put the printer here. Put that there. Okay, now this is the chargers. The Retromax 2, the batteries don't last as long, so I put 4 chargers and 5 batteries. While the Retromax 3 over there, I put in 2 chargers and 3 batteries, because the batteries last longer. But the accuracy of the 2 units is identical. They are totally identical. This is the cable for connecting between the computer and here, and the batteries. Go with the charger. I'll set those up. Let's get this case out of the way. I can do something. Okay. Now it's time to sit down and get this maze orderly. Put this back here.
So we don't need an adapter then?
I'm sorry?
Adapter for a different voltage?
Yes, we have, the voltages are all the same. I'm sorry, the voltages range from either as low as 100 volts and as high as 240 volts. The equipment already covers that. It's just, you got to adapt to the plug.
Okay.
The plugs are all different.
Oh,
So
like
it's
3 prongs?
3 prongs, 4 prongs, 2 prongs, turn this way, turn that
But the
way.
voltage is the same?
But the voltage can be used
Okay.
with this equipment. This is called international voltage level. So it covers any voltage level that you can imagine. So I'll plug this one in. Okay, I'll plug this one in front of it. Probably could remove a little bit of that.
So no transformer then?
No transformer needed. I actually have a transformer at home to check, to crank up the voltage to 240 to make sure everything is working properly. So I'll plug it into 240, plug it into 110, and it all works fine. So I didn't believe it, so I tested, and it does work. Okay, now when you put the batteries in, you just basically put them in there so that you could read. You put it like this, push it down, and there's instructions on how to insert the batteries in the manual, and also inside the cases, a picture instruction of how to insert the batteries in the chargers. Put one here. Now when you see these lights sequencing, that tells me that it's charging. When all lights are on, it's fully charged. On steady, it's fully charged. Okay. Again, I'm fixing it so I can read it. Now those numbers that are on the battery, that's actually, every battery I've numbered, and I'm doing automated tests on them. So when they come back, I'll test them and run a test that completely drains them. And takes, how long does it take for them to be drained completely? So if they go down really, really quickly, then I toss them, put in new batteries. Okay, so take this one off, you press this little serrated area. There's a note saying do that, press that little serrated area. And you can see the 3 tabs go down. There's a picture, by the way, that tells you how to put it in. In this case, you just put it in like that, and you close it. The Retromax 3 is a little different. You put the battery high, then you push it down, it stays in place. Okay, so that's it. I put this to the side. Now I'm going to get the computer out. And you've got to open the right case. There it is. That's the computer. We provide the computers. And every one of them have been set up and tested and verified that they work properly with the equipment. All right, now, more things to plug in. Now this is the power supply, and this is the cable that goes with the power supply for this printer. That was in the case in that straight line I was telling you about, okay? So, undo the cable. This side, okay? Generally pull it out enough length on it. Now, put it back like this. By the way, tab 7 on your manual tells you how to do this in detail, pictures. I think at this point in time, you're not doubting my word on that, are you? Okay, so we're here. This is the power that goes into the bottom of this. Okay, plug it in there. Also in this collection of cables, you will find that's a USB cable. I've opened up the printer, or the computer I should say. There's instructions telling you how to load your inventory. That favorite single sheet telling you the steps that you take with everybody, and some information about upgrades that have been made to the software. Okay, right here, you'll see a label that says printer on top, mouse on bottom. Power on off. Plug autorefractor here. Plug power here. So if you could do this if you could read. If you can't read, you're you're in trouble. Big trouble now. Okay. All right, now there's a mouse right here somewhere. Where are you, mouse? Speak up. Okay. I'm gonna put the mouse into the right side. Mouse on bottom. And I'm gonna make this cable a little bit shorter so it's not taking some space. Just that'll work. Okay, now that's going to be at the top, like the instructions say. Again, you plug it in the bottom here. There's only one way to plug it. Now, notice there's a blue light on the front of the dynamo that tells me it's got power. This is the power supply for the computer. Okay, I'm going to plug that in to the back of the computer where it says plug in the computer power here. And power supply, I'll plug in right here. Okay. And then the last is the little video display. The video display is right here. I have to cable. This little video display is to show what you're seeing in the viewfinder and turn it in the direction of the translator, so the translator can see the patient is blinking and they should not be blinking. There's a place on the side where you plug it in. Or they're looking to the left and the right when they should be looking directly into the instrument, so forth. I've got too many things here. Need more space if I do it that way. There it goes, plugs in. I have an extra thing plugged in because this is a little video amplifier that allows me to put it over across the room on the screen. That's not something that you'll have to deal with. Okay, now this little video display has a receptacle on the right side you plug into. And normally you will plug that receptacle into this one here, which is basically the video output that's coming through this wire and comes out here. And that plugs into the back of the computer, so I'm going to plug that in there. It's normally. Instead, I want to be able to send it to the other side of the room, so I'll plug it in right here, right there. And then this little cable right here, little short cable I have right here, will be plugged in once I find the end of it to the autorefractor, so I can send it across the room. So it plugs in there. Again, you look at the back of it, it says plug autorefractor here. Oops, that in. Screw that in. Most people will get this kit about 10 days before, and sure enough, in 10 days would have figured out how to assemble it. So, now the Retimax 2 connector, and I need to undo this Velcro here. The Restamax 2 connector, you put it like this, just kind of rotate it until it snaps, and then you pull the sleeve to get off. The Restamax 3, you put it in and rotate it while you're pushing on it until it kind of drops in place, because it's got a slit that has to be matched, and then you screw it down. But this one you don't screw, you move it by pulling that metal sleeve. Okay? Now I think I've got everything connected up, so I'm going to power it up. And I think I want to put an inventory file in place on this. That's easy to do, because I have a sample inventory. Let it come up completely. Small children.
Maybe more than, or maybe less than, plural. Maybe singular.
So another bad idea to bring a power strip with you.
Well, no, a plug strip is
Oh, it's in the
part of
case?
the kit.
Okay.
An 8-foot extension cord and a plug strip.
Great.
Now, if you need more than 8 foot, you could bring that. And by the way, one of the questions I get sometimes is, what if I have no power?
Right.
Okay, well you can go to either Lowe's or Home Depot and get a Black & Decker, or Amazon.com, get a Black & Decker 500 watt inverter. It's about that size, real small. It has a standard 110 volt outlet on the side of it. You clip it to batteries. It puts out either 400 or 500, which model you get, watts. This drains 110 watts. All this system drains 110. So it's more than enough power. That lasts 4 hours without getting the battery too low in the vehicle. You start up the engine, almost immediately the inverter will turn back on, and you run the car for about an hour, while you're running the equipment, and you're back in business for another 4 hours of use. But just in case, carry a jumper cable. Okay, in case the advertisements they tell about this are not correct. By the way, the password is Lord's Will, all capitals. I figure that, and take this sticker and put it someplace else other than on the laptop. I figure that if somebody steals this, that's not the thing they're going to think about. You think that's a pretty good figure?
That'll work.
Okay, so you got the log in, let it decide to make a network connection. I made some changes on this one, so I'll leave that on there. It's just a label reminding me to change the settings of this, the Wi-Fi on this. Okay, and then I want to be sure I have inventory file. I'm going to take just about 5 more seconds here, and I'll have the inventory file in place for this, for the program, so you'll have it, because you all can be practicing with this one later on, once I tell you how to use the other one. When it comes up, it's a little slower while it's coming up. I have a practice inventory file that you can use to practice even before you have your own inventory file. And I'll go into classes inventory, paste it in. There it is. So now when I launch classes inventory, it's come up, there it is. Okay, that's the setup. And that should get you in business in a very short amount of time. Now, most teams, whenever they leave the clinic, they'll take the laptop and the autocorrector with them, if you're planning to do it the next day, and keep it where you're sleeping. In my case, when I go to Honduras, I actually sleep in the optical clinic room, right in the room, on a cot. So I don't want this stuff to grow legs. I don't want it to disappear on me. Okay? Let's go ahead and get back.
So how can I transfer my inventory to this?
Step instructions, right? But you got or ask Jed.
How they they did it while they were there.
We thought of everything. We did more.
Outside, yeah.
Yeah, well, only because I've been told about things I missed so many, many times, and I paid attention. Okay. Okay, another thing that's very important, you can get just the right prescription for a patient. And if the glasses are not fit properly, you'll not be able to, they will not be able to see through. Like, for example, Howard's glasses, if they were up high on his nose, he would not be able to see clearly. Because he's seeing through the top 1/3 of the lens. For distance, he's seeing fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand out some empty frames. And you can practice fitting this to each other. Pay no attention to the fact that these glasses are ugly. And they don't have lenses for a reason. There are two more. Right.
Oh, wow. This one's broken. The lens fell out.
Guess what?
It's
I know
broken.
that.
Oh. No, I mean, it's broken right here.
Oh, I see, okay. All right.
I was just kidding about the lens, you know.
Okay, all right, let's find another pair. Okay. Okay, now, what you need to do is to fit them on a person's face so that when they do like this, they're not going to slide at all. Okay, now, to do that, in some cases you may have to bend this part right here. Or you want to feel behind their ear, and you want to see that, do you have a large gap behind here, which is giving the space for the, or short, or small gap. If it's tight against the ear, then it's going to irritate them. So that's too tight. If it's loose, then they'll fall forward when they should not fall forward. Okay? Now, again, you think about, are they progressive, or bifocal, or single vision? If they're progressive, you want to make sure that you can see through the top 1/3 of the frame. You're looking through the top. If they're bifocal, don't have them so far down so that you're actually seeing through the bifocal segment. You know, and I want to show you some pictures on that, and then we'll get started. And you can start fitting each other with glasses. I want to show you the rules. Okay. Where is my notes? There it is. Okay. In the case of bifocals, you don't want to have them so low so that they're looking through the bifocal segment. You want to have the pupil over the bifocal segment. Okay? In the case of trifocals, the same rule. You know what trifocals are? 3? Okay. Same rule. Again, you want to have the pupils above the middle segment, of the trifocals. Now here, progressive, that's the biggest gotcha. It's very much inclined to fit them so that they're looking through the center of the lens instead of like this. So that's where you have to fit progressive glasses.
No,
So-
let's see.
I'm sorry?
Okay, I was just,
Yeah, that's in the last few pages of tab 8 in your manual too, by the way.
That's right. That's in tab 8 of your manual. But everything I'm showing you is in the manual. You may have trouble finding it, but it's in the manual. Okay? Okay, so that's the fitting requirement. Now what you do is try fitting these glasses to each other, and then I'll walk around and show you how to fit them. And think about them as bifocal, progressive, or single vision.
There you go.
Yeah.
Maybe you two can turn around.
Okay, so
Do it, Sam and me.
it's at the top.
Why don't you and Howard, do it, and then Jed, you and Don do it, and then the two of you do it, And Sam, and she's all by herself.
I'll sit with them.
Yeah, she can, they'll agree, they'll work with you, I think. They're relatively friendly. And I'll wander around and tell you what you might have done wrong.
Me just fine. If you push your head down, do they fall?
Yeah.
No.
These pictures.
Yeah, please.
I think those are not bad. Do you feel comfortable? Sorry, will I explore here?
Okay, there's a pretty wide gap there. Yeah, I think it is. Because, tell you what, do this like
What are
this.
you seeing? That
Did they move
his
in?
eyes are way too low.
Yeah, he needs to be able to match that.
I think you've got to hold it onto your nose real well too.
Interesting.
But it's,
So-
normally I would do this,
You
let
have
me show you
to-
what I mean.
Would you?
Raise these up.
Take them,
Are
hold them
you
like that.
assuming like a
My hand
bifocal
across it like that.
progressive?
Well, at your age, probably.
That would bend them in a little bit.
And so these are
The
these.
same thing with this one.
See?
By the way, you see that crack right there? That's where I use some of that heat shrink tubing, because it has a little barb on it. It has a little barb on it. Go ahead and put them on again.
This part here?
Yeah, raising it up, you're bringing the glass down.
Okay, now they do fit better in the back now.
So this is like for a young person with single.
You know about it, 'cause you're right in the
Now, if
middle.
I were wanting to raise the glasses,
To raise up.
and make them taller, make them up higher, I pull these together.
That's why people.
You see what I'm saying? If I wanted to drop down lower, I spread them apart like this.
Otherwise.
I push them both at the same time, and I push on them, and see, they bend on a little wire, and they'll go in. So to get them to go down, I widen it. To get them to go up, I push them together. See that?
And it's easier to do when there's glass, or the lenses are actually in the frame.
I know it, that's right.
Let me walk around a little bit.
They're progressively empty? Yeah, they are actually, because you're above the middle of the lens.
We were told that a hair dryer would actually warm this up enough to be able to bend it with no problem if you have electricity.
Well, that little heater, that
Would also do that.
would also do it. In fact, what I do with the heater is I'll take that and I'll hold it like that, and I will heat it from the heater right there. And I've got my hands further enough, because the heater is very directed heat. And it's not gonna spread over to the side. And then I bend it. But I found that I can hold it like this and bend it like that.
The other way up.
They're sitting.
You had to have
They
it
feel tight?
raised up.
Okay, so then
Lower
then
than
I'll do it like
the
this,
glasses.
slowly.
Yeah, slowly to warm it up if it's cold.
Yeah, right. And then,
I always wondered
This is for metal frame.
much about.
yeah, metal frames. Now, plastic frames, you just have to heat them.
You can heat them.
You can heat them, but you heat them, don't make them to the point that the plastic starts crackling.
What
Okay,
about hot water?
Actually, I
I don't think it'd be hot enough.
You're farther closer to
Did
the
it
top.
move it down? So what did you pull those out?
Okay, good.
So then it goes down your nose.
So if you push them.
In.
They seem to fit okay.
Yeah, I think if it's put it good to stay on. So the big thing is that your eyes are a little high.
So if his
We
eyes
can
are.
move his eyes.
Sounds
Sounds like eye
Your glasses
surgery.
are-
This should be down there.
Where's the eyes?
You're
Now,
about
these would not be,
just north of the
sorry,
middle.
these would not be easy to
Spread them apart a little bit.
change up
Oh,
and down.
it's a breeze.
Because I was just.
Okay, you want to make it drop further?
Yes,
Cusp of.
You want to make it go down, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, you push,
In case he
put
has,
your finger on here, like that, both cases
It's
like
the
that.
Nose
Press
pieces that
both
actually.
sides.
Yeah, you push it.
It bends them in. And I use both because therefore I get them bent the same equal
I
amount.
see.
and the other thing would be too, if they're flat that way.
And it
If they're not flat.
If they're, you want them at an angle, obviously, so it fits his nose.
Okay.
Yeah, I had never.
It
See,
didn't
now
bite
that
me.
raised your eyes already.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I've always been afraid to.
Or
You
look.
see his eyes,
See that?
Or lower the glasses, look at it.
Yeah.
it's up the top, there you go.
Yeah.
So that's a-
Hot sand.
Those are small glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good question, I didn't see that little technique, so you just,
No, no, if you're wanting to widen this one right here, this is called a bridge, you do it the same way. Press it like that, on either side.
And
But that's the bridge.
glass would actually give you,
Probably
oh yeah,
toss
one
those
more
more.
grip.
yeah. The other thing is.
Again, you have the same thing about this.
You would lower
They're
it.
too
If you need to get it longer,
Oh,
take
Yeah, you
it,
can push it down.
so you can bend it straight and then bend it at a lower place.
This way, because if there's glass in there, you can't get any glass.
Bring it in.
All that stuff out, I'm like, eh, I'll break it.
Yeah.
So you think you'll
So
kind of
your
got
glasses
the
are.
idea?
Yes.
Okay, you
And
want
you're
to,
running.
you want to do her?
Okay,
So
so
you're where you're supposed to.
Yep.
Debbie, we're fitting you here,
And we actually.
and you need progressive lenses.
Oh,
So
wow.
that's
Okay.
good.
Excuse
Oh.
me.
Well,
That'd be the right height though?
That's right, that's the right.
So now, if we wanted to bend it,
He's not implying anything.
so
We
you
are
bend,
on that
He's making
subject.
a statement of
Yes.
one option.
Yeah.
so I'm gonna bend them in
You know,
here.
just as a.
Okay, Debbie,
What do you mean? What do you mean?
obviously we just need single,
Good.
those are dead on, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, all right, is that the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so if you had a trifocal, it's kinda low, so we
See how far you, the thing is, generally you want to have it up against the face as much as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you do that, you're gonna have to widen the frame. Because see, the thing is, there's a distance of 13.5 millimeter between the back of the glass and the cornea, okay, that you want to see if you can maintain.
You want to keep.
And you generally get that by having it so that the frames are pretty close to touching you're right there. So I'm gonna widen the frame a little bit. Usually, like Sam said, you have actually lenses in it. Okay, now, put it back on again.
Debbie, here we go.
And see if you can kind of push it
I'm
back.
gonna push it a little bit closer.
There we go, okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, maybe it's a little high, but that's okay, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna work.
Mhm.
Okay, now let me feel behind her ear. It's a little bit of a gap there.
It feels loose, like
If
if
you're
I
looking
Yeah.
down,
lay my head, it's
Yeah.
gonna
That's right, okay,
slide
so
down
let's
my
have it
nose.
again. This time I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, you don't have the weight of the lens on these, that's the
Yeah.
only problem.
oh,
Again,
right.
that's
Yeah,
the case where
yeah.
you need the,
Put the way the lens
Heat
goes
shrink tube.
down, especially in a hot climate.
these I normally would repair, but here. Try them on now, see if it makes any difference. They're in tighter.
Mm.
Put them down on your ear. Okay, on your ear, that's your nose. Oh, I see, okay.
I guess they're just.
I guess they're
It's
just,
kinda big.
they're just kind of big.
Just a little.
Yeah, it's a lot closer. It's a lot closer.
Okay.
That's the
plan
process.
was that if need be,
That's right. You
it's
keep
straightening
playing
out instead of.
The metal frames are easier to adjust. The plastic frames, we're getting fewer and fewer of
The
those.
question
And
comes.
they're hard, but you have to use the gun, heat gun for that.
Okay.
Okay?
You can break them too.
You have no choice.
Yeah.
You gotta work it.
Right, and you
But
tell
we
them
don't
There's
care.
you're,
another way to say
I've
try
broken
these on,
before.
they might actually fit better, and because they're
Let
very
me go back to my
large,
itinerary.
they might give us a medium frame,
The small things, so.
and the medium frame might.
Yeah, those glasses,
It
they just
depends
be too
on
big for you.
the stock that you have there. But if this is the only pair of picture glasses you have, then we gotta make it work.
Okay.
I would say, leave it out that way, and then lower.
Do you want these back?
Yeah, I'll just pile them over there. We'll get rid of them later.
Very little.
Okay, now, the next thing we want to do is demonstrate the use of the autofractor, physically using the
So by
autofractor.
straightening it a little bit and bending it, right?
To do that, I will need my, remote control here.
We're experts now.
yeah. I got my glasses on. So today I'm like, oh, that's what,
Birding 101.
yeah.
Okay. I want to switch it over so that I can see what the autofractor shows in the viewfinder. Again, you put the neck strap around your neck. There's an instruction saying do that. I tell people, if you put the neck strap around your neck and you drop the autofractor, you just decapitated yourself. And you really don't care that you dropped the autofractor. But if the autofractor is dropped from this distance, it's going to be $1,000, $2,000 to get repaired. That's how much it costs. So it's not cheap. So I'm going to power it on. There's a power on button right there. And then I'm going to switch over to, should let me see it right here. There it is. That's what I see in the viewfinder. Who would like to be the first victim of the measurement? You? I've burned that on the eye of years.
You stand, sit.
No, sit. So Some people I see actually trying to do it standing, but frankly, I'd be worn out in no time doing that.
And you don't have much support, you could wobble and there's, too much.
Let me take my glasses off. Now, on this instrument, there's this little curved knob right there. See that? And so you're going to look through that knob and you're going to turn it till you see clearly. That print is right there. See? And also you'll see on that display, it says R-M, right eye. You'll say L-M, left or left eye. M means manual selection of the eye. Manual. Right, left button right here. Manual selection of the eye. Okay? When it says press start switch, it will not make a measurement until you do press that little green button right there, which is the start switch. Okay? Now, if you don't have that button and you move into position to make a measurement, it's going to measure. Okay, so let me just show you. You come this way. And I move the square into the circle of dots. But notice I can't, if I'm out like this, the circle of dots is blurry. If I'm in like this too far, the circle of dots are again blurry but big. So I want to go back out until it's clear, and move the square into the circle of dots. All right. Now I'm going to switch over to the left eye. Okay, now it's pre-armed. It doesn't say press start switch anymore. Okay, come a little closer. Oops, so that means if I went into the square, into the circle of dots, put the square in the circle of dots before I had it clear. If you're blurry like that, I would not make a good measurement. So I want to get it clear. I want the 2 dots to the left, the 2 dots to the right visible. Move the square up into the circle of dots.
He's accommodating.
Is accommodating. You see the numbers are varying?
You're too young, hold on.
Dilate.
Yeah. That's why it's taking long, because it's getting varying readings.
Or should I just?
There you go. I'm not too worried about accuracy right now.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to dilate you either.
So the
Okay,
first
so-
time, it just took it when you pushed the button?
Yeah, no, first time it took, we pushed the button. The second time, as soon as I moved that search square into the
Right,
circle
right.
of dots, it started making a measurement.
But the
Now,
first
if I
time it
wanted-
waited
If I
until
wanted
you
it
pushed.
to
Right.
wait until I pressed the button on the left eye, I could press the start button a second time. Okay, after I finished the right eye, I could press the start button. And what it would do is it would disarm it, and then you can move the square to the circle of dots, then press the start button to make your measurement. Some people, especially people just starting doing this, that's good. You probably want to do it that way initially. But the way I just did it is always the fastest. Now let me show you something. Okay, let me show you this. You got you, Jed. So you see, you were accommodating. Which is exactly what you can do because you're young. Okay,
What does accommodating mean?
focusing.
Oh, okay, so
Okay.
should I not be doing that?
Did I show you?
Well, most of the time you can't help it.
Oh,
Yeah.
But I can help you a little bit.
okay,
Look at that E chart over there
okay.
and keep your eyes the same as they were with the E chart.
I see.
Okay? And don't, even when I move my instrument into your line of vision, keep your eyes the same.
Okay, keep the eyes same angle and everything.
And don't pay any attention to what I'm doing.
Pretend you're focused on the E chart and not on the flower on the inside.
Okay, yeah, because I kept looking at the flower.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
Got it. Okay, now look at the other one. Same rule for the left eye. Okay?
Empty my mind.
I don't have much to pour out, actually. That was quicker. You notice how fast that was?
Yeah.
And you also notice, look at this. See, he has absolutely no vision issues at all, because those numbers are so low. Yeah, no vision issues at all.
Oh, so 11 is
How old are you?
Okay. All right, now,
They're
now I'm going to switch it over to the, okay, go back to, input 1, go back to number 2, channel 2, which should be this one here. And I sure it is. Yep, it's that one. And we'll start the glasses inventory program. And it's normally set up for Network Journal, which is not, it doesn't matter for this example. You see it says Network Journal. Laws at the bottom, but don't worry about that, we're not worried. Okay, so now that I got that, and it's pulling up a large inventory file. This is the inventory file from Honduras. So if I find a match for him, it's conveniently located in Honduras. Okay, so I'm gonna press the print button, this button right here, I'm just gonna press that print button. That window will pop up saying incoming data. It'll fill in the space at the top left, see here? And then list glasses. That matches the prescription. Now what it's not doing is, because of his age, it's actually showing bifocals, which you don't want. See that B says bifocal. And by the way, on this screen, every single column heading, if you cover over it, it will say closeness of match from 0 to 9, or glasses bag number, or left spear power, all the way down. And here at the very end, there's these 4 numbers, and the B says bifocal column. It says I'm bifocal. How old are you, Jed?
33.
Okay. He wasn't accommodating a whole lot then.
That's right. Okay, so it shows no ad. That basically is saying, I don't have glasses for people who don't need them. And you might note, look, it says, near perfect vision, no glasses needed. That is an automatic analysis by Dr. Rose.
Yeah, that's Sammy Rose's.
Dr. Rose?
Yeah,
That's Sammy Rose speaking to you.
yeah.
When I'm in clinic in February with Dr. Rose, we call him Sammy 1 and the laptop Sammy 2.
That's his mind.
That's his mind in there. We've done a mental transplant. And when I was at GE, I did programming for artificial intelligence, and that's how I knew how to do this.
It's basically that.
Yeah, it's artificial intelligence. And that's only a fraction of what it does for artificial intelligence. I'll show you that later on. Now, if somebody else needs to, who wants to run this autofractor, and you can test somebody else,
Test somebody.
and I will watch.
You test me, Jed.
Okay, and so to
Somewhere
reset
that's
between
what
people on the screen, do we need to do anything after?
No, it's right. Yeah, I'll show you that change.
Changes on the
Did you get there?
First and next.
First and next, right?
The next
That
thing?
thing up there said
Trying to see right here.
If we turn down the lights, would we be able to see any better, or?
Well, unfortunately, the lights don't turn off in the front. You see what I'm saying? It might be a little bit blurry. I'll see if I can.
I mean, it's not bad, I just thought maybe.
Maybe you need glasses.
Who needs glasses? What?
Okay, now what I'm
The
going to do
senior
is I'm going to switch it
citizen over
over
here.
so I see what he sees.
Okay.
Well, by the way, let's wrap up on his,
Yeah.
his question. Well, the first thing that you do is you print the list of glasses that match. There's no match, no list, so, and it comes out on the printer. And it shows your prescription at the top, along with the list of glasses, if there were any, that match that prescription. Okay, so that's, you can keep that if you like. And that's what you use to find the glasses, and you got a sample on your table. Okay, so why don't you go ahead, I'll switch it over to this TV autofractor. You may have to power it up again, because it times out.
Does it zoom at all?
Power right there.
Here.
Basically,
And
that's
then we're all
what they
set.
came back and said.
Yeah, now, step 1 is clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, let me show that too. Step 1 is clear. Step 2, enter the patient number. Let's say it's patient number 11. Step 3, what is his age? What's your age?
64.
53.
Sure.
Hard question.
One day of this.
I'm 1 month away.
You know, when you forget your age, that's an age problem. That's an age-related issue. Okay, so now we've got his age in there. Now it's going to make the right decisions on the choice of glasses. Right, now we'll switch it over to the autofractor so we can see. Okay,
I'm excited.
there it is.
It's on, and we set it to Right?
It's, by default, it powers up on right. Now, realize if you're going from one patient to the next, it may be left on the left eye, so you'll have to manually switch it to the right.
Automatically starts.
When you power it up, it automatically comes up on the right. Okay?
Is there a distance?
All right, now go ahead
For
and
that chart,
measure
it's 20 feet.
his eyes. You have to push this little, push that in.
Oh, it should be more
All right,
across the
now,
room.
look across here.
Yeah,
And it
yeah,
could
it
be
should be.
anywhere.
To line up with the high
It
vision.
should be far, as far as you can
And all right,
get.
now, you see along here, that's lines, that's, so create an imaginary crosshair. That, therefore, you're getting it in. Now, you're gonna be coming in, now, generally what I do is I set up a bridge in my hand like that, on his side of his head, so that he moves,
So like that?
that's right, and I come in a little bit, move over to the left, because you're nowhere near his eye.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, there's eye. That's why you find his eye by looking across the instrument.
His
Okay.
ears got
And
ripped.
do
Well, there it is, now get closer,
Okay.
get closer, don't press the button yet, don't press the start button yet. Get closer, see it's still blurry, keep, you have to go in and don't blink, patient.
Perfect.
Now, press, oh, you're too close,
You're too
back up a
close,
little bit. So you got it nice and clear.
So you want it in that circle and just.
I want the square and the circle of dots. You can get your elbow on the table, sometimes that helps.
Okay, yeah, maybe if I had my elbows like this.
Yeah, put your elbow on the table,
So, here.
well, you, left, right eye, there you go. Okay, now I gotta find his eye again. There it is. Get a little closer. All right, now hold it steady, press the start button. Keep the square in the circle of dots. Okay, right, okay, you made a measurement. Switch over to the left eye. Now it's pre-armed, it's gonna make a measurement if you get that square in the circle of dots. I generally come in slightly from below. Look across to find his eye. Okay, stay, get below, get below. Get below, don't go to the square in the circle of dots. See, you made a measurement then when it was blurry. And that's not gonna be
I
an
see what
accurate
you're saying.
measurement.
I see what
Okay, go back to the right eye.
you're saying. Right eye.
Yep, no. Gotta press the instrument, there you go. Now, scoot over to your right a little bit.
And then put my elbow.
Put your elbow on the table. If they have to crunch down a little bit, do it. If not, you may have to even move your hand up the handle, and say so that the instrument's higher.
I see what you're saying.
All right, now press the start button. See, you're a lot more steady now.
Yes.
She was shaking like an old man.
That's right.
You go to the left eye, yeah. Now this time, remember, you don't, you look
You can
across
also
the
tell the patient to look, I think you can also tell the patient to look into the circle to make it.
Yeah, right, exactly. Now,
Now, you said, come from the bottom?
yeah, kind of, first of all, just find the eye.
Okay.
Don't jam, make sure you don't put the headrest into his eye, that's a bad thing. Look across the line up with his eye, there you go.
I see.
Easily done.
Okay, you see the circle, now keep that circle below the square, up,
Oh, so keep it below the square too.
until you get.
Keep the square below the circle.
Try it again,
The square below the circle.
that's, you're on the right eye, move over,
Oh, we're just
Left.
restarted?
yeah, right, but measure the right eye, that's what I'm saying. You're setting it for the right eye, so measure the right eye. And get a little closer, don't blink, now press the start button, hold it steady. You got it. Now move over to the left eye and change the
I
settings.
just want you to turn it off and
Yeah.
reset.
And then, so don't even get it close to the circle till,
Until you have clarity,
okay.
all right?
Yeah. Keep
Now we
the,
have
Get it
clarity.
lower.
When you have clarity, okay, then get lower, move down slightly, and I keep coming in, move down slightly, it's gonna start making a reading. Okay,
he needs to come up
Okay, so now
some.
you want me to go up?
now there it is, see it right above the
Yeah,
screen?
you want me to go
Yeah,
up now?
go up, but no, get closer until it's clear. Keep getting closer, don't go up in the square, get closer, get closer.
There you
Now
go.
when you get it clear, now move the square into the circle of
Oh, I
dots.
see what you're saying.
You got it.
Yeah.
You see the difference?
Yeah.
Because then like the circle opens up.
That's right. Now, if you're too close, the circle is big and blurry. If you're too far away, it's small and blurry. Okay? Now press the print button, which is right over here, that's the power. Press the print. Transmits it over, and I'll show you what it looks like.
If you accidentally hit power, would you lose everything?
Yes. It's gone, and that's his list of glasses, all conveniently located in Honduras.
So you would go into this list here.
And notice it says on there, nearsighted, both eyes, glasses needed, but no glasses may suffice. Well, considering you're not wearing glasses, that might be an indicator that you're right. See the minus numbers there? You also see it up there too.
Yeah.
See, it's showing a little bit of astigmatism in the left eye, a little bit of nearsighted in both eyes, not severe, but a mild amount of minus glasses would help you.
That's point two is
Is the
as
best
good as
match.
it.
That's
As good as it gets, just about as good as it gets. Well, 0 point, if you look at it, you can see that's a -7.5 in the left eye, -7.5, cylinder -7.5, cylinder -2.5, that's where you lost some of it. Axis, doesn't matter, but if you go over here, you see now he has no cylinder to speak of, and it matches dead on that. So that's why that number calculates it.
Okay. And my question is, should you have one person that's like dedicated to this, and one person that gets the glass, like how many people do you suggest per
Okay.
year?
Typically, I say minimum of 3 North Americans and 2 translators, okay? If you all of you can already speak the language, which might be the case, then you will not need any translators. Now, the 3 North Americans, one would be operating the autorefractor in the computer, okay? A second North American would be maybe dilating or finding glasses, okay, in the inventory, pulling glasses. And then a third person might be doing the E-chart, checking people against the E-chart, okay? So you've got like several things, jobs, that's by the way described in the manual, the different jobs that you have. You have,
Fitting the glasses.
yeah, Debbie?
So,
Is your prescription?
if he brought that
That's a
prescription
prescription.
over to me and I'm giving out glasses, the glasses aren't categorized by size, by prescription strength. They're just categorized
By
by
number.
the number in which they were put into the system. So-
Yes, exactly.
And so,
So it'll be the number of the
so
building.
we're, on those 4 prescriptions that would work for him, the best 4 matches, where's
The number.
is it the second?
Okay, if you look at this, this is the prescription right here
Uh-huh,
of the left eye. This
Yeah.
is the prescription of the right eye.
uh-huh.
Okay. By the way, these were bifocals then. Personalized one for you is also progressive, so it gives you some adjustment for up close, a little bit of adjustment. Down close. Okay, okay.
It's on the printout.
At a distance.
I think it is on there, but I just can't see it.
Now, if you wanted to, say, Debbie,
Uh-huh,
if you wanted to remove this pair right here,
uh-huh.
5735, normally you're working on another patient, so this list is not going to be up. So you're going to enter 5735.
Yeah,
And then click remove right here
okay.
and remove pair.
So
And then
some,
you click
That's
refresh.
how fast it
It's
takes.
gone.
Just really
so
quick.
there could be someone, if I'm giving out glasses
Uh-huh.
and there's a little lull, I could take the plastic bags that I've saved and go in and remove those.
Yeah, right.
So that the
And
next person, 3 people down get the same prescription.
you might have to try to hand out glasses that aren't in the inventory.
Yeah, so if,
The way-
the sooner
the
you
way I-
eliminate those, the better.
That's right. The way I do it is, as soon as I have identified a patient, and I know that that pair of glasses has been removed, the fitter hands me the bag that has a number on it. I go straight into the inventory and remove it. That means the next list I produce will not have that pair on it.
You can pretty much do that in between patients, actually.
I try to do that
yeah.
between patients.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how quick it
A
is.
system that has another computer working with the glasses in the actual dispensing part, and they could just remove them and send the information over, could you not?
Yes, you could.
If we had your computer.
Yeah.
Yeah. If that requires some setup, yes, it works.
Okay.
What we did is we got a sheet of paper that got the name of the individual, their address, personal information if we wanted to.
Uh-huh.
But that person carried it with their number.
Uh-huh.
And when they got their glasses,
Uh-huh.
the person who gave it to them would write down the number that they took off the inventory and circled it
Uh-huh.
and kept it on a pile.
Well, now, but you want to remove it immediately.
Well,
You don't want to wait till later.
I understand that benefit because, but with the inventory we had was bogus, so it didn't help.
It was pretty gibberish.
Yeah, and so, but what happened was when we took it away, that paper then was given to the church leader to follow it.
Well, you guys have it deleted?
We're just gonna get some stuff out of the car, but I'll be right back.
All right, okay, sure.
And then we gave it to the church leader in order for follow-up.
Okay, that's it.
That was the one thing that we found that was beneficial. But I understand the benefit of removing it straight away.
Yeah, otherwise you're finding yourself pulling glasses that aren't there.
Yeah.
Trying to pull glasses,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
not there.
Yeah.
Okay? Does anybody want to measure? Anybody else want to measure?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Oh, you're.
He's working on
Yeah,
it.
you're right. Go ahead and power it up. Now we'll set it up so I can see.
I remember this.
Yeah, we could do that, Debbie. But you also can tell
Hold
like
there.
how many
Right. And I'm just
glasses you don't
trying to
have.
establish a bridge.
Yeah.
Well,
And
you-
I even use.
That's not 100%, but
On
most
his
of
head, so
them
I can tell where I am. That finger tells me where his head is. Okay, you look across the instrument to line it up with his eye. Get a little closer, because I think you're just, one thing you can't do with this instrument is find the eye through the viewfinder. You don't find it. Not much, except to your right, almost right, you're dead on it. Okay, I saw a little bit, I think it's seeing his skin far away. Get a little closer.
Go higher, go higher.
I think he's
Go up
underneath.
a little bit. Go up his hair, get just a little bit. I think it's in there somewhere.
Because he's right next to
There,
it.
there
There
you
you
go.
go.
Open your eyes, open your
Okay, now
eyes.
don't press the
No,
start
go down,
button.
go down, go down.
He needs to back
That's
up a little
good.
bit. He needs to back
Right
up.
eye's fine, but back up a little bit. You're too close.
There you
Back
go.
up. There you go. Don't be
Wow.
patient. Keep yourself steady.
Push the
Press the
button.
start button. Press that green button. And hold it steady, the square in the circle dot. You already made a measurement. Now switch over to the left eye. Okay. Now now realizing the instrument is pre-armed. And I tell you, one of the things that I have done that helps is kind of set a saluting action on his head. And just put it in the palm of my hand. Now keep the square below the circle of dots. You make the measurements when it's not clear. Or above it, but out of the circle of dots. Now but come closer. Now keep the square out of the circle of dots. Come closer.
Oh.
You see it made a measurement.
You have to be real careful.
Yeah, so that's why you need to focus it below the square.
Below the square.
And
That's
you also
right.
focus it in here.
And then when you got the focus, then
put
move it
it
up. That's right. Go ahead and switch over to the other eye. And then press the start button until you press the
Press the
start.
start button now.
So I think I
Right.
did the thing right.
You want to go back to the original setting.
Button back on it.
All right, now when it comes back,
At least I
press
start
another
out.
time. There you go, you've got it. Okay, good.
So
Now
now,
go ahead and now measure his right eye, not his left.
right eye.
That's right. Get a little closer.
Hey, Don, don't want any more water?
Steady yourself.
You see, I just did this.
Good idea to put your fingers on the side of his head, because if he moves, you move, therefore the net movement is zero.
So I just did.
So now I can
figure
see
out
the
I did everything.
Okay, and get closer. Okay, get the square into the circle of dots, because it's not pre-armed now. Okay, a little closer, hold steady, and press the start button. Keep the square in the circle of dots. You got it. Now switch over to the left eye. Switch the instrument over to the left eye. That's good. Now remember, you want to keep the square below the circle of dots.
Okay.
You see the circle of dots and you're in it and it's blurry, you're not going to get a good reading. Now there we go. Now, you say above it or below it, but not in it. Get closer. Keep the square above the circle of dots. Get closer. Get closer. Move in. Move in. Move in. And get below it's fine. Get closer. Still blurry. Move in. Closer to it. You get keep below the circle of dots. Move in. Move in. You're getting there. Now move the square in the circle of dots. Hold it steady. You got it.
Bingo.
I tell you, when you get used to this, you can fly.
Oh.
Yeah, you can, because the first time I used that, I couldn't even find your face, much less your eyes. So, I was bad.
I was
Okay.
I was bad.
Now, before you try it off, don't try it off.
Say ah. Say ah. Let me see your eye too.
What's your age?
67.
66?
67.
67, okay, I'm a little clear. I'll enter 67. 67, 7 times that. All right, now press it. I'm going to change the indication. Indication number 12. Press the prep button right over there. The sense of the cross. So it's now coming across, and he's farsighted, and there's a list of glasses. And notice it says, farsighted both eyes, glasses are needed, but high power readers 4.75 along with 5. Well, no one has that kind of power reader, so he needs regular glasses. And notice he gave him 4 choices, one was progressive.
Thanks for everything.
Oh, you're very welcome.
It's a beautiful system you guys got.
Yeah, wow. Thank him.
So
I'm
he gave
just
him 4
a
choices
tag
for
along.
the individual.
So now I can turn it on.
Now you're powered off.
Give me a pink one. Huh? Give me a pink one. Pink glasses. Pink glasses.
I think they changed that.
Pink doesn't fit your personality, you know that.
That's a good.
Yeah, Lee.
Thank you very much.
Well, you got this part.
I got it.
Yeah, you're hanging
I
out.
wish we could, no, I wish we could, he will.
He will hang out, okay.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna cover the
Amazing.
details.
Thank you.
These are my,
But see, I'm confident, you can be trained, okay? You can be trained.
I'll be the, I'll become the shooter. You'll be just the writer.
Oh, okay, all right.
Thank you for everything, it's amazing.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it,
I
thank
think I
you.
know what it is. I know what I'm missing. See the little circle dots?
Good
That's
luck.
what you need to make it.
Bye-bye.
Happy Christmas in Asia.
Be careful.
Guys, and thanks.
Before you can actually put the square
Into the circle.
into the circle.
That's exactly right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right.
Once you get the principle, then you
Yeah.
can.
Okay,
so he'll take
You do good.
He's
You
my,
do good.
he's my tech guy.
Good. He's not gonna be mystified by the cables. He's an electrical engineer.
Yes.
Engineer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Y'all take care.
Okay.
Oh, can we have your name badge, please? Can we have your name badge?
Oh, yeah, let's have your name badges. Okay, so we have another person.
Can I see my second badge, just here?
Okay, put your head next strap on there. By the way, let's go ahead and enter the age. What's your age?
59.
59. Step one, clear. Step two, identification number says she's 13. Patient number, not age.
Oh.
59, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then drop that one. Okay, now go ahead and measure her eyes, and I will display it so you all can see it.
I'll be back.
Okay,
Where's your name?
Power first. That's good.
power on, yes.
Oh,
You'll see on the screen, there it is, what she sees. Okay, now you want to push
Be
that,
on the right eye.
you want to push this little, push this headrest in, so it'll pop out. Push it in. No, in, toward that way, so it pops out. All right, now normally what I do is put your elbow there, get closer to her, and try to establish a bridge between the instrument and her head. I like to use this
And
finger.
this is right above the.
That's lined up with the eye there. This little notch here lines up with the eye horizontal. Okay, you gotta get a little closer, because the only way you can line up the eye now is not through the viewfinder, look across the instrument. Look across the instrument. You can't see your eye through the viewfinder now, so don't even bother with that. Look across it there, put it on there. And remember to put the, okay, I suggest you get your hand on the side of the instrument, put it right up here. No, you should, let me position your hand. There, the side of her head.
Should I
Right,
be
now.
looking at the left too?
Oh, like that.
Okay, now get closer, push in toward her, get closer. See, get clarity?
Okay,
Now,
there
see
you
that
go.
little tube, you want to rotate that tube in the direction of the arrow until you see, okay,
Perfect.
that's good. Now move the square into the circle of dots. Press the start button, the green button on the handle. Hold it steady. You got to read it. Now, we want to switch over to the left eye. Press this little button there, it says RL. All right, remember this is pre-arm, so it's going to take a measurement if you don't get it lined right. Okay, go ahead.
But you could just hit the.
Hit the start button on the front.
You could hit the start button.
And that's right. That's
On the
Oh,
front.
this one,
Yeah,
okay.
you can press it.
Well, I'll try.
You try it faster this way, but it takes a little time. Okay. For now, look, that's right, line up with her eyes. What I do is, let me show you where you put your hands.
Oh, yeah.
Put it like a salute, like you're saluting for her. You see what I'm saying? Like you're saluting for her. Therefore, you're holding the instrument steady against her head. There's her eye. Now stay below it. Don't stay below it. Get closer. Get closer. Get closer.
Run about 4
Get
hours.
closer. Now rotate the instrument in the direction of that arrow until you see.
Too long to start.
Until you see, okay, now move the square into the circle dots and start moving immediately. You got it right the first time.
Start it back up.
You can be trained. My God, you can be trained.
It went down.
Okay, now I'm gonna switch it over so you can see, so everybody can see the screen.
Was it the last?
And now press the print button, which is this right here. The transmission prescription over.
Get the backer back up
Yeah.
and shut the.
And once it's transmitted, it'll go off.
Yes, you got it.
Yes, you have to set up.
Turn it directly to the picture.
And then you have to be in hospital.
Turn that directly.
Yeah, how much is
To
this?
be honest with you, it shows that you have very low power.
But the thing is,
You use mainly readers, don't you? Okay, it's saying that your distant prescription is fine, but basically your age,
set up
you need some ad,
in the building,
2.5 little ad.
totally,
That's fine.
and it's something.
Okay, so it figured it out based on your age and knows how much
Now,
acid.
I do have LASIK, is that affecting you?
No, LASIK should
If
be
we
a
knew
good solid rate.
that,
LASIK is good.
So first thing is to.
You have to have a seat somebody else do it. No, you don't want to be pointing towards yourself.
Because once it's got
in the islands, they had their
You
own.
make a great movie with your own eyes. I've done that before, by the way, just to prove I can do it. All right, the power is right here. Now, you want
Just their eyes open.
to keep their eyes open, do not blink. Okay, now, just this, look in this viewfinder and make sure you can see the print clearly in the viewfinder.
Oh, that's what
Still no power.
Yeah,
Print.
the print is blurry.
You turn this.
Some
This little neural dot.
Where's
We
that?
came back.
It's right here.
Tried it out back.
Cool.
Yeah,
It
so
was-
it makes the print blurry.
Just did that.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Okay, good. Now you want to move it closer. Use, again, establish a bridge between, there you go. That's right, that's a good bridge, that's a good bridge. Now come in a little closer and look across the top of the instrument to align with their eyes. You're pretty close to the line with your nose. Swivel over.
Swivel.
No, I don't mean swivel. Shift,
Okay, I
shift.
see your eye.
Yeah, but you're coming at an angle.
Back in.
Okay.
Had to walk.
Just scoot over just a little. There we go. All right, now, get the square in the circle of dots. Get closer, don't press the start button. Get a little closer.
Oh.
Instead of getting clarity, see you got clarity?
That's perfect.
Now press the start button.
You're not
Hold it still.
recording sound.
The green button, press
Yeah,
the
it's
green
on
button. Hold it steady. Keep the square in the circle. Right, okay, you already made a measure.
All our conversation.
Was I supposed to continue to hold the green
So-
button or
No,
just?
that's just push it.
Okay.
All right, now press the left-right button, switch over to the left eye. This is the one where you have to keep that square below the circle.
Square below.
Okay, now, again, look across the instrument. And what I do is I put like a saluting action and move the instrument into the cradle of my hand, and I've got a good solid match connection. And you, again, look across the instrument to line with the eye. By the way, if the patient is taller than you, you can move that headrest
Yeah,
up and down.
yeah.
Oh.
There it is, the same, that's good. Okay, now press the start button when you actually got it clear almost immediately. That's good. You got it. You made it. Okay, now press the print button. Oh, let's put the age in. We'll switch over so everybody can see it.
Oh, do you do it again?
No, no.
Which one's the print?
It's that right there, one is later.
I couldn't tell. My arms went long enough.
Oh, I got you, you those readers. Okay, so transmitting it across.
It is, because it created trust.
Did you put her age in?
No, not yet. Normally I would do it. Well, how old are you? 64. Okay, I'm going to all I have to do is set the relay, change it, there's nothing to change. So the settings, so that was good. If you're in a bifocal matches, that's happening, you're wrong, so this class is optional, but 2.25 readers alone may suffice.
Oh, I used to.
Okay. Okay, but that's basically from your age. Everybody really is a little different, so some people may need more than others. Okay?
See, I was at mine.
Oh, my goodness, that's really, my wife was about the same way when she got this. Turn it off, look at the picture and see how to put it in
Made
the
for
frame.
touch. Right for places.
No,
It's
very good. And it fits in the cradle perfect. Okay?
It's following directions.
Just to measure you.
This measure people.
Okay, so that's fine.
I think the system that we're trying to follow, because there are both physicians. Patients who will probably having this.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Dignity operator and he'll feel it. We could have him come over.
We don't need to translators, we should speak whatever.
Okay, I understand. Well, the thing is, we'll need more than just two people.
Yeah,
Just sit down.
But it's really a good idea to have somebody, okay, you normally don't have to have but one person to do the autograph in the computer. Have, it's fine, if you want to split them, you don't have to have others who are doing finding and fitting the glasses, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, and the dilation, dilate, the rechecking against each chart, that kind of stuff. So they're the job.
That's the job.
Okay.
For this, I think we would.
Okay, sure, that's fine, that'll work.
Because we have another couple, but they won't be, they'll be against you, so
I
I
see.
think they'll be.
Yeah, so they'll probably don't want to do anything.
I see.
Part of this.
All right, now, how old are you? 53. You had to stop and think.
And then you can practice because mine is really abnormal, you know, that's why it's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Okay, implementation for 14 speed. No, you take off your glasses.
Glasses and
The next round.
just these ones. Okay, that one.
You have to put the next strap on.
And then you use this for.
Now power it on so that you can see. You have to, here's the power on button right there. Press that button. Hey Sam?
Yeah.
All that is being recorded.
Oh,
Your
yeah,
conversation.
I know.
Okay, just let
Oh, I know. We weren't talking too bad about you.
No, I know that. Okay, now you, all right, now you have to get, move a little closer. Get closer. Okay. All right, a little closer. Okay, now put your hand across the instrument like this. And put your, here, put your finger up.
It's
Set up
about
there.
from the sun. It's
Okay,
not.
straighten these out. And then set a bridge. You're trying to stand a bridge. Okay. You get a little closer, and look across the instrument. You can't allow the design. I think you are just a little bit.
He picked out the design.
All right, now, you're going to have a connection between your hand and the instrument. See, and his head. You see? So, all right, get a little closer.
Push the instrument towards me.
Push the instrument toward. That's what I mean by getting closer.
So you haven't actually done
Push the
this.
instrument. Push the instrument toward.
Did you already have?
Eventually, I see a scan down at the bottom. Keep getting closer. Or I think you might be a little high. Drop down just a little bit. See the high eventually. Keep that bridge.
I'm here. It's too low. I can see the ellipsis in my chin.
Okay, hold on. No, you.
You put this on my eye.
And then
You're worried of her, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm worried.
Okay, get closer. No, you don't see his eye until you get close enough. Look across the top of the instrument to line up with his eye. You can't see his eye through the instrument, so you're very close. Line that up with his eye. When you do that, you find it fast. Now sometimes if you're taller than the patient, shorter than the patient, you may have to, I have seen people sit on a very large magazine to make it.
Yeah, control of that.
Talking to myself.
There you go, now get closer, don't press the start button. Don't blink, patient, get closer. Push closer to her. Yeah, push toward him. Keep going, no blinking, patient. Now press the start button, green button. Press it, it's on the handle. Hold it, hold the square in the circle, you got it, you made the measurement. Okay, now switch over to the left eye. Push that button right there, the left eye. Push hard. It's got to show, yeah, there you go. That's lucky. Now realizing, all right. Now look across the instrument to line up with his eye. Remember, you don't want that.
So where in India do you live?
Okay, get a little closer.
Lots of different
You want to keep your hands straight, so hand up there, line up with his eye. Open up wide. Get a little closer. There it is. Now keep that square below the circle dots. Don't get it in there. No. See, you didn't get a good measure because it's really, really blurry.
Oh, okay, so doing this. How do I cast it?
Well, just go back to the right eye and measure again. Measure the right eye again. Switch this, press this button. Now measure the right eye again. And press the start button. You're going to have to press the start button. The green button. Start button is that green button. Press that. Now hold it just a minute until Okay, now press it again, because you want to have that start button. There you go. So now it's non-armed. Okay, now, come in a little closer, because you're pretty far away. Now realize, there it is. He's got one, I'm sure.
You've done the
You
left
get
button.
closer.
No, wait, wait.
Get closer.
Hello, can you
Push in toward him. All right, see it's clear, now press the start button, hold it. Press the start and release it, there you go, you got it. It's measuring. You got it, right, okay. All right, now switch it over to the left lane.
Taking too much time.
That's okay. First, it's only the second time you've done it.
my first time.
That's it.
Okay, that's a good way to hold it. All right, now you want that square to be below, above, but not inside the circle of dot. At this point, it's armed. Oh, there it is. Now keep it below the circle dot. Don't move it up. Get close. No, don't move it up. Okay, keep the square below the circle dot. Now move closer. Move closer to the circle. No. So you can't move the square into the circle of dots. Yeah, don't move the square into the circle of dots. That's okay. You made a better measure because it was much more clear. But still. And that's why you go 10 days, why you get the equipment like 8 to 10 days before the trip. You spend time practicing. But I think you got the gist of it, right?
Yeah, I got the gist of it.
And then this DVD right here, this is a copy of that same DVD is in your training.
It's probably also would help Holiday. We tell the patient, you know, that to look into there. So for example, put your eyes toward looking at the center of the center.
That's right, exactly.
Rather than actually holding it and then you're finding the eye. You could probably tell the patient.
Well, but the problem, you still have to be close enough.
Yeah. So this one is to push it.
Push it in, push it in, get it to come out. There you go. Put your elbow on the table, there you go.
She needs to press the start switch or something.
You're on the right eye, you're okay.
She needs to press the start switch.
Look at it, you know, I can see it now.
Okay, put your hand, there you go.
Holland, she needs to press the start button.
Press the start button, because you gotta get to the main screen.
On the start.
You gotta get to the main screen.
Level the instrument, so.
There you go. She's got it. Now get a little closer. Push toward her, toward him, and you're not lined up with his eye, so you need to go to the left, slightly to your left, slightly to find the eye. Get a little closer. Push toward her. There it is. You see it? All right, now keep the square. Now, did you see that arrow? Okay, make sure the word OK appears. Now move that square into the circle of dots. And then press the start button when you have it there. Press the green button. And hold it steady. There you go. You got a measurement. All right, now back away. Switch it over to the left eye. Now this is the hard one.
This is hard, don't press this green button.
But this, if you can do it this way, it's the fastest way to do it. Now again, to find his eye, the best way is to look across the instrument and not through the viewfinder. Okay, there you go. You see it? Okay, now get back up. Go down a little bit, but get closer. Go down to a tad, but get closer. Okay, now get the square below. Move down. Move the square up. See? So you have to have the square below the circle of dots. Let me show you. Let me watch it again. Put it in the cradle. Now, remember the picture. Look at the picture. There you go. Okay, I'll measure his eyes. You won't.
You watch.
Okay.
I realize
He
I've
was
done
there.
about 100,000 pair of glasses.
Actually, he was over there.
I'm not even.
Because I got the gist when I was doing jet, I got the gist of it.
Yeah, that's really the key. It's what you call a eureka moment.
Exactly.
Just so.
Yeah.
Okay, now, see, I've got that in my viewfinder. I need to press the start button once,
Before we went off the trip,
eventually, and then the second time.
done myself.
Okay, it's ready. As long as it says press start switch, I know it is not armed. It's not going to make a measurement. I don't want it. It's auto armed to the left.
What's your money post?
Okay, I'm going to switch it on to the right. Exactly. Now see, I looked across the instrument, came in like this, looked across the instrument. Now, if you feel like you're tall enough to see across the instrument, then I've had people put a stool or a small cushion to make their body higher so they can see better. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Hey, Sam, now, are you focusing on that? Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I'm on the left eye, moving the left eye. Now, again, I'm looking across the instrument. More times than not, I'll do like a saluting action to cradle the instrument underneath my hand like that. And then I always come up underneath the eye. See that? Now move this.
Look up on the screen. Look up on the screen. That's what he's seeing.
Yeah, look, see what I see?
Look at the screen, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, now move the square up into the circle of dots, still blinking. Got it? You see? That's the way it works. Now, I think especially it's a good idea to have that kind of like salute. Use your hand to cradle, and you're basically steadying the instrument against his head. And that really works out really well. Okay?
Yeah. But I think it will also, like Muhammad was saying, it will help if you like, for the patient, if you left eye, you look at here inside,
I almost put it on.
Yeah.
so I think I got it.
You got it? Okay, good.
Well, this is a little bit of practice.
And that's right, you'll have plenty of time to practice on anybody that you can find.
Yeah.
You'll have plenty of time to do that when you
You'd
get
be
on the
my
test.
partner.
Yeah, that's right. Well, okay, why don't we have a seat, I'm gonna go through some other things.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to teach you a little bit about the. Okay. I have a simulator that's running basically a computer inside a computer. And I will show you how the program works and show you different ways that you can use to learn how to use the program. It has a lot of automated features. Going to the top of the screen, it's not cooperating. Okay. Okay. For heaven's sakes, it's not allowing me to get it moved over so you can see it on some screen other than mine.
That's a pretty picture.
Yeah. There it is. Okay. So this is a computer that has the program installed. And I want to show you various ways that you can use it. First of all, if you have your own inventory and you want to practice using the program, there's a feature on the program called Practice Play. Okay? And in order to use that feature, you will find in the Practice Inventory folder of the Glasses Inventory CD, there's a folder called Practice Inventory folder. And there's a particular file that has to be moved into place in your Glasses Inventory folder for this to work. And I'll show you what that file is. You go into My Documents and Glasses Inventory, and there is I'm sorry, this is on a journal file here. What was that? This file here, practice plate. It's called Autorefractor Reading Practice. And what that is over 500 prescriptions of patients, their age, that we measured in a trip to Honduras some time ago, 2013. And the program will automatically feed those prescriptions in just like they came from the Autorefractor. Okay, so I'm going to say help enable disable practice play. Okay, and then this little yellow bar appears, and you got right arrow and left arrow. So if I click right arrow, it gives me the prescription of my translator that I had at the clinic. And he didn't have glasses. Believe me, he needed them. We found some for him. He needed them bad. Notice it says high astigmatism both eyes, nearsighted both eyes. Glasses are needed. Well, that's an understatement. So I'm going to click the wizard. This is the wizard button. Okay. And it follows instructions. Adjust right eye tolerance multiplier to higher numbers. Okay, you see this? Right eye tolerance. This is the right eye, and this is the tolerance multiplier. So I'm going to go to higher numbers. See if this found 0 goes to something other than 0. Okay, so higher number. Oh, I got 2 matches. See that? Now they're not perfect matches, but they'll help the patient a great deal. It probably moved them from 2400, in this case, to 2040. Okay, which is a big improvement. A lot better improvement. Okay, so now I could go a little further, perhaps. It would give the same 2. Well, now I've got a third, and I've got 4. So let's say that 4 is a good number, because that gives me a few that are too big, one maybe that's too small. Try that out. So now I'm going to click print. And in this case, it's printed to a file so that you can see it. It's just like that list that you all have here. I'm going to let it print to a file. And then I'm going to bring it up, and there it is. I'll make it bigger so you can see it. And that's the list, 4 pairs. This says female. This says either male or female. This says male. This says either again. Now you may have E-B, either male or female, bifocal. E-P, either male or female, progressive. MP, MB, EP, EB. So those B's and P's mean that. This is the actual copy of the prescription, and that's the closest to the match indicator right there. And there's the patient's actual prescription.
Oh, and will it tend to undercorrect as opposed to overcorrecting when you're?
It's ophthalmic principles dictate that you undercorrect.
That's what I was wondering,
Now you can overcorrect for a patient 35 or below. If for about 0.5 overcorrect, the program will do that for you.
because otherwise it would be really,
That's right.
yeah.
It will. So it doesn't overcorrect purposely. And another thing it does for you is that if you have a high spherical, a cylinder, a lot of astigmatism, a whole lot of astigmatism. This is the first pair of glasses that you've ever gotten. Okay? You don't want to give them a full correction of that cylinder, but the program does that for you. It cuts it down purposely. But then what it does is it slightly modifies the sphere to do what they call spherical equivalent. So basically part of the correction is being done by the cylinder, and part of the correction of astigmatism is actually being done by the sphere. The program does that for you automatically. And that's a feature that the optometrist suggested. Okay. So now I want to go to the next one. This one says, look at the description, tolerable astigmatism, no glasses needed. Remember dilation rules, this is an age 20 patient. Okay, let's go to the next one. Look at this, look at the cylinder on these. High astigmatism, that's still a cylinder, both eyes. Far-sighted both eyes, glasses are needed. Once again, we didn't get an immediate match. Well, let's look at the wizard and follow the instructions of the wizard. Okay, click to the right off triple star to remove bifocal requirement. Okay, so I click here, and it removes the requirement that the pair of glasses be bifocal to be on the list. All right, now what do you do for the up front? You maybe give them a separate pair of readers. Okay? So next it says, adjust left eye tolerance multiplier to higher numbers. Okay? So I'm going to do that. This is the left eye, that's the tolerance multiplier. I got one match. I got 7 matches. That's more than enough. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and print that list. And the file will be created. Exit wizard. And then I can show you what the file looks like, and there's the list. Again, you can see what it is, there's prescription, so forth. Well, with this practice play, you can use to learn how the program works and find glasses. So these are real prescriptions of people, and they're real ages. Okay? That's practice play. Now, also I'm going to show you, I'm going to go ahead and turn off practice play. Clear. And this is the primary computer. I'm going to bring up another computer here. And I'm going to transmit. This is the normal procedure that you'll take. Step 1, you enter the age. Let's say this is patient number 13, okay? Now enter the age. Let's say the age in this case is 68, okay? And then I'm going to transmit a single file reading from here. Basically, I have a way to simulate an autorefractor here. So I'm going to simulate the autorefractor to transmit. Sends it in just like you hit print key on the autorefractor. There it comes in. And I had a long list of glasses that match the prescription. So when I test this program, I can go into automatic test mode like this and start every 10 seconds. And automatically it sends prescriptions in. Once every 10 seconds. 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that way, thus far I've not shipped a program that didn't work the first time. I'm not saying there weren't bugs in it, but at least it wasn't so obvious that it would jump out at you. So that is the simulator that I have. I can stop that. Let me pull out what I need to be covering. By the way, a lot of people have concern about how to change the printer paper, and there's instructions right underneath the printer roll telling you how to do it. And there's also, once in a while, the paper will get wound up on the roll. If so, I have a sheet that I can give you that shows how to get that off, peel that off. Okay, but anyway, so that's changing the printer paper.
And if you need more printer paper, they do not have it in Honduras.
Okay,
We learned that the hard way.
but we have 2 extra rolls in the
We
case.
ran out.
Oh, you went through the whole bunch, didn't you? Yeah. Well, then at that point you start writing down numbers.
We did.
That's what you had to do. I'll be honest with you, I haven't had that happen very often because most people don't use 2+ rolls that are 300 feet long. You know,
And
that's
I don't
great.
know if maybe somebody didn't pack one of the rolls or what.
Oh, no, it's in the case. They can't have the packet unless they didn't carry
But
the
I know we
case.
didn't. I know that we ran out.
Yeah.
Because I was the one having to write
Well, that's
those.
because you saw so many people. That's right. We,
So you can only put that particular printer.
I'm sorry?
If you have a different printer that looks like it may not be the same model, can you put it in a computer?
Yeah, you can use a different printer, but in the case of the Dymo, when you plug a new printer in, a new Dymo printer in, it has to be configured under devices and printers.
That's right, the driver will be loaded, I think. on-
Yeah, the divider will be loaded, but there's actually configuration setting, because you have to identify what type of paper or labels are being
Right.
loaded. Other than that, that's it.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so let me continue on. Now this, the program right here is divided into 4 quadrants. Top left is where the prescription comes in. Top right here, is the list of glasses that match that prescription. Bottom right is your entire inventory. Scroll into your entire inventory. Okay, bottom left is the list of glasses that you pulled out, what you have removed from inventory. All right, now if I go in fact, every one of those quadrants has a white bar above it. If you click this white bar, like here, it brings up help. Detailed help on that area. So if you click right here, it shows you every single thing that's in that area and precisely what every little element on that quadrant does. Okay? With descriptive information about all of it. Okay? Then we have, in this quadrant, you click here, it tells you details on, in 3 different pages. This is page 2, details on that, exactly how it works. And then you could go back to the page 1 right here, go to page 4 and get details on that. So if you have any questions about any area of the screen, this will tell you. Detailed information.
I have a question about save unmatched prescription. That button just down the mid-screen there. Just up and to your left, to your left, down. Just to the left.
I see it,
there,
okay.
yeah.
Well, okay, the reason that you have that is if you fail to get a match in total,
Right.
if you click that, it creates an entry in a file that's called unmatched prescription file. And then that will tell you what to bring next time.
Oh, okay.
So very simple.
So, will it be connected with a specific patient number?
I don't think it does. I don't think it connects to the patient number. But let me see.
Because that would be,
You want to say as you would, as one you would, could not find inventory? Yes. Okay. And then if I go on to reports, display measurements without a match. That's the first one. Doesn't tell the patient number. It shows the prescription.
right,
But so it saves that. And that's useful.
yeah.
But still, maybe I would need to save the patient number. I might
Well,
think about that.
it might be good because then if you were gonna go back or you wanted to, like that would
If
be.
it's something that you know, you thought you were gonna go back and you could bring them their patient.
Exactly.
Bring that,
Glasses back.
bring that prescription back with you.
Mhm.
That's right.
Or maybe something that you could mail to them maybe?
Yeah.
If you can
Yeah.
find a frame and you have that.
Or if you on
prescription,
computer,
you
you
can mail it to them.
Well, of course, obviously, you have the prescription printing.
Yeah.
You can print it and save it, and say this one needs to go to whom, right on the printout.
Right, but you can also measure it, because sometimes you have the prescription, but you don't like the frame.
Yeah, right, that's right.
If you have the prescription and they have the frame, then you can tell, okay, this guy doesn't have a match, but this is the prescription, he wants this frame, so you can.
Exactly, that's right, that'll work. Okay, so every single area is well documented, like the glasses used, that's documented in tremendous detail. And the fact that, by the way, if you remove a pair of glasses, let's say I remove pair number 9, and I do a refresh person list, all right, if I switch over to another computer that's on the network, like this one here it is, 3, and I do a refresh person list here, oops, wrong mouse, refresh person list here, number 9 is gone. Okay?
I didn't understand what you were doing.
2 computers connected together through a network,
And then,
okay? And by the way, they can be talking over Wi-Fi to each other without a router.
yeah,
It's a feature called ad hoc networking.
and ad hoc,
Ad hoc networking, which by the way does not work under Windows 10,
no, it doesn't work, you cut it off.
but I have a fix for that. So I have a fix for that. So I can work that out if anybody wants that. Doesn't work under Windows 10, but the recipient, the primary computer, cannot provide ad hoc connectivity to the secondary, to the slave computer, right? Okay, but with this little change I have, made it work. It's kind of irritated me when they removed the feature that I liked a lot. So kudos on you, Microsoft.
There's a lot of things, a lot of
Okay.
things that are removed.
That's right. So I'm gonna switch back to the original computer. Thank you. All right, it's down. Let's see if I can. All right. Here it is. Okay, I'm back. Set the full screen, that's all right, I don't know. Okay, so you've got all those different features. Every single column, you can see exactly what it is by hovering over it. See, it says left spear power. It says left cylinder astigmatic power, and so forth. So to learn how to use the program, but see all these buttons right here? The wizard does those button pushing for you. So when you go into the wizard, all these different cutbacks of cylinder and all these different buttons right here, which the previous versions of the program you had to click yourself. The wizard guides you through what you need to do, and if it needs to click those buttons, it clicks them for you. So that's what the wizard is all about. See, here it is, glasses optional, print when you have adequate matches, and so forth. Okay, it's creating a list. Okay, now I'm going to go on and clear, and go into it, send another one in. Again, I want to use patient number, let's see, age this time I'll say it's 42, say it's patient number 14, and I'll transmit that one in. Transmit a prescription in for that one. And again, you see the list here, see where that C that's there, right there? That means child. Female, male, male, either. Okay? Now, if the pair of glasses, when measured, had a pupillary distance, there would actually be a number here. But if not, it has an option of saying small, medium, or large, and that marks medium. Okay? Now, another thing is, let's suppose that you produce a list of glasses that matches the patient's prescription. All right, and you give it to them, and they try them, and they don't work for them. You know, something's not right with them, or maybe they're too ugly, whatever. You want to try and see if you can create another list. Okay, so what you do is you say file, without having to remeasure the patient, because you know their patient number. Okay, you say file, load previous order factor measurements. Now go down and I pick one of these that I just did. There's the date and time that we were done. Now say I'll pick this one right here. Oh, let's make it easier. I'm going to pick this one here. Okay. And there it is. It's back. Now I can work on the wizard, maybe get more matches, get different matches, or something like that. Okay? Well, that was probably a bad example. But if you had here,
Right, like that.
if you had like a lot more cylinder in this case, like this right here, if I added some cylinder to it, and click search, no,
Yeah.
I'm getting nothing. So if I go to the wizard and see what the wizard can do to help me, I can eliminate the requirement that they be bifocals. And then you could just simply adjust either one of these for tolerance multiplier. And there's some matches. Now another thing I want to show you, I'm going to exit this again. Again, I want to say that I say that person's, the right eye is the dominant eye. I want to match the dominant eye. And I'm going to make one of these eyes a little bit worse. I'll make this one
How do
worse.
you know which the dominant eye is?
Aha, here's how you know. I'm glad you asked that. All right, now, I think we don't even need to take the glass off to do this. Okay, point at something and close one eye.
Well, actually, keep both eyes open when you're pointing at it, like put it on the tip of your finger
Oh, yeah, and, okay, point at something.
with both eyes open.
Eyes open.
and get your finger lined up, say at the edge of the board or something like that. Now close just one eye. And if your finger moves, then the other eye is the dominant eye. If the finger does not move, the eye that you have open is the dominant eye. You follow me?
It moves both, but a lot less than one.
That's pretty,
I can hardly do it with
more
both eyes
strong
open.
and dominant in one eye than the other.
Well, typically, there is only one dominant eye.
A right eye
But
is
is it usually
definitely
pretty
dominant.
pronounced?
Oh, yeah, it's, to me, for me, my finger looked like it moved that far.
Yeah,
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 I
mine
was
too.
putting that little red thing on there, and
I
it went
was
all the way
Yeah,
to this.
right.
Yeah,
All right, now,
But on the
suppose,
right eye, you just went.
suppose this prescription, I say this is the dominant eye. Okay, now I go into the wizard, and it says the right eye is dominant. You see that? And now what it wants to do is it wants to make a close match. I'll go ahead and put that back. It wants to make a close match on the dominant eye, and it makes a looser match on the secondary eye. Okay, so follow the instructions. Click to the right of triple star to remove bifocal requirement. Okay, well that's already been done previously. Adjust left eye tolerance multiplier to higher numbers. Okay, I adjust this. But I'm not getting matches this way. Oh, I got one match. There it is. 225 versus 30. 125 versus 150. So it's making a closer match to this eye, but a looser match on the left eye. So that's one way that you can match. You could, if I turn that off, put everything back like it was. That's normal setting. And uncheck that and say check this one. They'll act totally different. Now I'm going to adjust the right eye tolerance multiplier. Once again, I click that, remove bifocal, right eye tolerance multiplier. And I got 3 matches. So now I'm saying that the left eye is the dominant eye. Okay, and the right eye, see it says that, left eye dominant. The right eye is going to be the secondary eye.
And it did say the other thing was blind the left eye, back when you had right eye dominant.
Well, but the thing is, you don't want to blind the right eye because then you'll put anything on it.
No, the left eye. Back when you had it as right eye dominant, one of the things it said was, or you could blind the left eye.
Or you can blind the left eye. And when it's very, very bad prescription, that's okay. But more times than not, you can find a little help for both eyes. Okay. So the only doing this because you're looking for ways to find a pair of glasses that they can use. And you're not, and of course, if you're in a position that you're not finding anything at all, and they can walk out with 20/20 vision in one eye, you've done a good thing for them. Okay. So what are the features proposed?
Will this program load on the Surface?
Load on
Will
what?
this program load on the Surface,
The Surface
tablet?
PC
Tablet?
tablet? Yeah, sure, that's Windows.
Yeah, so we loaded
It
it.
loads on anything that's Windows.
Okay.
And the programs have been made recently to accommodate all the features of Microsoft Windows 10. But some of those things are not, what I don't call features, but they've kind of, and a lot of people, when they upgraded from 7 to 10, ended up completely fouling up their PC because older PCs weren't capable of running 10, while they ran 7 very well. But still, it was free for a while because Microsoft wanted a lot of PCs out there running Windows 10. Okay? All right, now, all these buttons right here, you could say, I'd like to have a closer match. And you see, this default match is this. This is the sloppier match. The wizard will walk you through all that. I go back to the wizard. See right here at the bottom it says case 4. Cylinder is -2 or more and sphere is smaller than 2. If I click on case 4, I got 8 matches. And what it's doing is, it is adjusting the cylinder down
maintaining the spherical equivalent the same. Now, spherical equivalent is actually calculated. Here, see that, equivalent? Equivalent, 0.2. And what spherical equivalent optometrists know is a way to fix astigmatism with a sphere-only lens. A lens that doesn't have cylinder, okay? But you can only do it for low power. So this program will do it for higher powers, giving some cylinder to fix the problem and sponge some sphere to fix the cylinder issue. So the intelligence, by the way, look at that last one. I'm desperate. I need something to try. So if you click that, you get about 500 probably. Let's see. Let's go back. And this. 708. Now what it does is it's taking the inventory and sorting it. You know, basically pushing the best one at the top. But that's, you know, and only press the first 10. So still, that may not be a bad approach anyway. But eventually, you'll come up with something that helps them. So the wizard is a very valuable tool for doing that. Now, we also, one thing I was mentioning, are there any particular questions about this program? You can practice using it. There's all sorts of documentations on it.
Okay, so when we get your kit, we'll get a computer.
Yeah, already set up.
And
Well,
it'll
when you-
already be set, will it have?
When you got your DVDs there, you can load them on your own computer
Play with it.
and do this.
Okay,
Okay.
That's right.
but will it also have our inventory on it, or will we need to enter our inventory?
No, there will be a single sheet in there that tells you how to put your inventory in place.
Okay,
About 6 steps.
okay.
Take your inventory off this computer and put it on my computer.
Okay, when we were there 2 years ago, we left a whole bunch of glasses down there, but we took out a bunch out of the inventory. And I'm just wondering, I'm hoping that somebody still has that list.
Well, guess who does?
You.
Right.
Good.
I have the inventory files for every team that's used our system since 2001.
Okay, good. I know, I think there's a guy in home who has it too, but I'm just,
All I need is the date of your trip
okay,
and the name of your team leader.
yeah,
That's how I found it. Date of trip and name of team leader.
okay.
So what you're saying is after the mission that we do, we're gonna have to bring the computer. Do you have all the data on that computer that can store?
I say immediately, as soon as the kit comes back to me, I immediately save the inventory file off the kit. I put it on my computer. I send it up to the cloud. I back it up locally. So I've got it
Yeah,
everywhere.
so
So
you
you'll
could
know-
then send that to us, so we'd have that inventory already in there,
That's right.
and then we could just update the inventory.
There you
go.
New stuff. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So if you not already made your own copy, I can send you my copy,
Uh-huh.
and then you.
Well, I'll check and find out.
Before the next trip, you just do your updates, get all your glasses taken care of, and if you've left your glasses in the field, then all you have to bring
But
is
I-
your updates.
But I can't do this on my Mac, can I?
Yes, you can,
Actually,
for
since
difficulty.
I don't have a CD reader on Mac.
Well, okay, but, and the problem is, with
I
the
have
Mac,
a Dell
we can
too,
do it,
though.
we can do it on a Mac,
Dell.
but we have to use a piece of software called VMware Fusion. And what it does is allows you to run a Windows PC inside the bowels of a Mac.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to do that. I think, I've got a Dell too, I'll put it on the Dell.
That's the Dell. The Dell's what you want. That's right. So you put it on the Dell, and if you have trouble doing it, I've helped people all over the world. Literally, I've connected to PCs in Cameroon, Africa one time, and I had one of the teams had purchased a kit and placed it in a clinic they set up in Cameroon, Africa, and they're having some new people coming in to run the clinic, and they wanted to get them trained. And so I remoted via the internet to that PC, set up a Skype session with that PC. I saw them physically handling the instrument. I could also see what they see in the viewfinder, and I could remotely control the program and show them on the screen how to use the program.
Well, you can just leave me in to control the other PC too.
Right,
Leave me in just like use.
right, that's right. Yeah, TeamViewer, the one,
TeamViewer is one.
LogMeIn is another,
Logmein is another two.
yeah, JoinMe, yeah.
But Link will work fine.
Yeah, right, so there's a variety of ways to do it, that's right. It's- Over the internet, if you don't have internet access, it's a bit hard, needless to say. In fact, one team actually had a telephone connection, and they set up a hotspot, a Wi-Fi hotspot, and the laptop connected to the hotspot, and then I connected it through their telephone.
So a dial-up or hotspot?
No. Their phone connected to the phone network, a data connection to the phone network.
Okay.
And they turned that phone into a hotspot. And
Right.
as soon as they did that, I could get it through.
Oh, okay, okay, I gotcha.
Okay,
I thought it was a phone dial-up when I did the hotspot.
right.
That's close.
Remember when?
Yeah.
Okay. How are we doing for time? We're zooming right along here. Okay, I want to show you several other things. I've got a long list. Now, so are there any questions about the program? If you don't now, yes.
I hope I didn't zone out there for a minute. Did you explain the clear and reload all inventory? Because that button looks like nuclear waste to me, like I'm afraid to push it. What happens?
Well, the
when you
only
push that?
reason that you'd ever want to push it is you removed a few pairs of glasses, and you want them to show gone in this list. Realizing that you don't need to do that because they're marked in the memory as gone. Okay, and on this computer, which
Oh,
is
so they don't
incredibly fast,
disappear from the list unless
they're
you-
literally, so the ones that you remove will disappear from the list. See, pair number 9 is now gone from this list, see that? 8, 10.
Okay.
So it's not like the whole thing's gonna like
It's not gonna hurt.
self-destruct?
It's not going to there's not going to be any nuclear holocaust.
That's good.
Exactly. Okay.
Breathe easy.
And that's why I don't do that automatically. There's actually a feature that you can set in options to cause it to do that automatically, but I never suggest you set it. Okay. Now let me minimize this. Okay, we'll minimize that, and we'll bring up something else that I want to teach you about. This is the Spanish eye chart as an example. And I actually have this eye chart now with a total of 52 different languages that are supported, in which we just really just recently added Bengali for India. Okay, she got me John 3:16 in Bengali in a Microsoft Word document, and then I created the e-chart. And literally, the way you do this, the e-chart, you basically tell them to show you the lowest line that they can see clearly when they're holding it 16 inches away. If they say they can see the 2.00 line clearly, and nothing below it clearly, then give them 2.00 readers, and they'll always see the entire page clearly. It works every time, in every language under the sun. There's the Bahasa, there's that big Bengali reading chart. I can't imagine anybody reading that.
And they hold that how far away?
About
16
16
inches.
inches.
Just a normal reading
16.
distance. Yeah, normal reading distance.
About 70.
And then the Cubana, there's Chichewa, more Chichewa, there's Chinese. Of course, I think we have, let's see, I think we have some specifically for the illiterate. Tagalog, Tagalog.
That's the national language of the Philippines.
Philippines.
Yeah, we have that one for the Philippines, a reading chart. I think that might be the only one I have for the Philippines. So if you need that chart, I can email it to you. Just send me a reminder, and I'll email it to you.
But you know, the Philippines speaks so many dialects.
Oh, really?
There are 700 dialects. In every single island.
Oh
So
my
you need
goodness.
700 different charts.
Yeah.
But they're not all written.
Let's just use the E.
Uh,
They're not all written down.
they're not, oh, some of them are written.
Okay,
But like the one that you just mentioned, the Tagalog, is what everybody uses it from the north to the south, so everybody can communicate to each other.
Okay,
But other people pushes them back, say, no, we don't want to, we want our own that.
it's our dialect, yeah, right. Oh, yeah.
It's so weird, that sometimes just a bridge.
Well, I've actually had people do this, have two translators. Okay, one translator to translate from language A to language B. The other translator to do from language B to English.
English, yeah.
Hmm.
So weird in our country because, like I said, just you know, like for example, the line is just a bridge. So on this side here, they speak different dialect, on the other side is different.
Yeah, I
So
know.
you carry an egg here, it's called an egg.
Mhm.
When you cross the bridge, only about 50 yards maybe, the egg becomes a chick or a hen, depending on the language.
Oh my,
Right.
oh
right.
my goodness.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We just snapped together glasses, that, these are the glasses that you can actually build from that 400 lens, 200 frames kit that I have. And with this team that I work with there, they actually have, we maintain one of those kits for them all the time. The 400 lenses, 200 of them are adults, 200 of them are children. And they're all round lenses, and they can be adjusted. They have some that are cylinder, and they can be rotated to the axis. So round lenses. We call them Harry Potter glasses. Let's see, okay, I want to show you the eye conditions chart. This is different kinds of eye problems. Here's normal vision, clarity, not seeing in black and white, no idea. Age-related macular degeneration, that is the absolute opposite of glaucoma, where they lose their peripheral vision. In the case of macular degeneration, they lose their central vision. Now, sound has macular degeneration,
A little bit on my right eye.
a little bit on his right eye.
Yeah.
Now, he pulled out a chart that I have in your training manual.
Actually, I noticed it on the big progressive chart because the lines were, but you can follow him what he's getting
Yeah,
ready to
right.
show you in the manual. I remember seeing it in the manual and I was like, uh-oh, I gotta get to the doctor. Yeah.
Here we go. Looking on tab number 1 of your manual, go to page number 14.
Which chair?
Tab number 1, page 14. Okay, now these are 3 examples. If I took my glasses off and focus on that dot in the center of that grid, and if all the lines, after while I'm focusing on that dot, are vertical and horizontal, all the vertical and horizontal lines are straight and not squiggly and not missing.
Oh. What page?
14.
Page 14 or tab 1. Okay, if you're in case like B, number B, that is probably the beginning of some retinal issues, or macular degeneration. C is pretty clearly macular degeneration. And I think Sam had the B option.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
all the
those
squiggly
squiggles.
lines, and, because when I check glasses, I look up against the progressive, and one day it was like, okay, I was like, okay, whoa, there's change here, there's the squiggly lines on the thing, they're fine on this eye, and I was like, I gotta get to the doctor,
Yeah.
so, because there's something bad going on my retina.
If you look at this stack of paper, you'll see this, which is a copy of the chart that he got from the doctor to. That's a much better version. Again,
Do
it
each
was intentional.
eye or together?
No,
Each
I
individual.
cover up one eye. do
Yeah,
this.
yeah, and
Cover the
if
other.
you wear glasses, you wanna keep your lenses on, you keep your glasses on when you check,
Right.
and cover up one, and then,
So cover one and focus on that dot. If
Yeah.
everything is vertically and horizontally
yeah,
clear, then you do not have macular degeneration.
or the beginnings thereof.
Yeah, and like I said, and other retinal issues. You can have other retinal issues.
Yeah, right,
and have
exactly.
the same exact problem.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that's just a good test for whether or not your vision has problems that may not be corrected with glasses. And of course, that pinhole fluid is also a good test. Now, diabetic retinopathy. You see this right here. This is a torn retina. And I actually had a person describe to me where they had a retinal tear, and they were looking at something at a distance, and suddenly it was like a curtain was coming down on their left eye. And bit by bit, they lost their vision on their left eye. I think they went down to about 50%, about half of the top part of their view out of their left eye was gone. Now, if that happens, it's an ophthalmic emergency. It's an emergency. You need to get to a specialist. But also, it's a good idea to lay on your back and stay on your back. Reason being is gravity is pulling it down. Okay? But at any rate, that's also different kinds of tears. Sometimes it tears in little shreds like you see in this picture. This is with glaucoma. See, they've lost their peripheral vision. This is with cataracts. Everything is blurry with cataracts, near and far. Cataracts messes up your vision everywhere. Nearsightedness, farsightedness. Now, here's an interesting one. Nearly 3 in 10 children between the age of 5 and 17 have astigmatism. So if you can correct astigmatism, you want to do it. I have teams that have gone in with a variety of glasses that are the same prescription in both eyes. You know, they get a large assortment. They go from like -1, -125, and so forth. Well, that helps some. But first of all, both eyes almost never are the same prescription. Okay? And so you might actually fix one eye and mess up the other. So you need to be able to also, just getting a spear-only lens that doesn't have a cylinder and axis doesn't take care of astigmatism. Okay, so that's why it's very important to try to match all elements. And here's what astigmatism does to you. This is horizontal focus. And it's blurry in one coordinate, and that's vertical focus. In other words, it's horizontally focused, you're in focus horizontally, but not vertically. And they're just compromised. Now, one thing I always suggest to people is get as many, oops, lost my mouse again, there it is. Get as many people in your church as possible involved. Let me look at one thing about eye diseases. Oh yeah, here, I want to go through eye diseases. We got glaucoma. There's that test I was telling you about, wiggling the fingers on either side of your head. That's in tab 1, by the way. Pink eye, conjunctivitis. Very contagious. When you're working with people in a clinic, don't rub your own eyes, for heaven's sakes. And also, it's not even a bad idea to have gloves on, rubber gloves, especially if you're dealing with patients that have eye infections. Another thing is that headrest, I actually keep wet ones, and I will wipe the headrest between patients to keep from transmitting diseases from one patient to the next patient. Just get a little wet one and wipe that headrest, just that. And that's all that touches the patient. Okay? I'm sorry? Alcohol wipes? Or just these little antiseptic wet wipes like that.
Yeah, so far.
That's fine. Or just simply go and get a bottle that has like 100 on it. You can pull that at the top. Okay. Okay. Another problem is a pterygium. A pterygium is a growth that grows from the center of the eye, kind of like a finger going across the eye. And from the perception of the patient, it is like a finger blocking their vision. And it continues to grow over, and eventually it can cross the pupil.
He's got one,
You got one.
but it's still
Still small.
like that.
Still
Okay.
the same.
And
First, two things slow it down. First of all, sunglasses when you're outside. And secondly, to keep dust and dirt out of your eyes. Use eye drops a lot. And I guess thinking about eye drops, one thing I wanted to mention is that you'll want to have, if you have a problem reading somebody's eyes, sometimes you can put some clear, regular, ordinary eye drops in their eyes. And you might be able to get a reading where otherwise you would not get a reading. Okay? It's a good thing to know. And tell you what, Sam, just focus on,
Are you talking about something like Visine?
Well, you wanna use somebody else as a guinea pig and let me record it?
yeah, that's right, that's right, that sounds good. Who would like to have their eyes not dilated, but just some eye drops put in their eyes, just clear eye drops? We want to show how to do it.
Sure.
I promise you, we will not give put anything in your eyes, they will injure it.
Is there a brand that you would stay away from, or any eye drops?
Well, I like Systane myself, which is the eye drops that I use. And I have a sample right here in this bag right here.
They're just moisturizing drops, is
It's
all
just-
they are.
It's just lubricant eye drops. And if sometimes when you have trouble getting a reading, putting these dry drops in will allow you to get a reading when otherwise you would not. Strangely enough, it just provides a moisture surface. Because if their eyes are so dry, you may not get a reading. Now, this is the proparacaine. Here is the propicamide. This is the numbing agent. And this is the red box, with the red stripe on it, is the working agent. That's the one that actually does the dilation. This numbs the eye. This is the eye one that you actually dilates the eye. It stays dilated, by the way, for 4 hours. Up to 4 hours. Okay.
So when they leave the clinic, you gotta make sure they have some kind of sunglasses. You
Yeah,
know,
that's
either
right.
the
Give
drop-ins or the, some regular sunglasses.
Except for use those drops that I was telling you about, the drops meant for eye surgery, that lasts 4 days. But, okay, we don't use that. Use what we recommend, you'll be okay. The proparacaine is in has a white cap, and you put 1 drop of these in each eye, okay? Now the tropicamide, it has a red cap, okay? And put 1 drop of it in each eye. So basically going in, drop, drop, put the bottle down, put it in the box or whatever, take the next bottle, take the lid off, drop, drop. Because in the seconds it takes you to put the bottle down, numbing is taking place. So it's that fast. And these are safe.
And one of the techniques you can use they have to be, 15 minutes? Is it 15 or 10? You have to wait?
15 minutes you want to wait for the dilation to take effect.
Okay.
And if the dilation is in effect, you flash the light in their eyes, their pupils will not react. And their pupils will be big, but as big as they can get. So you put a light in their eye, they will not react. That's one of the tests. If they do react, then wait 5 more minutes. Generally in 5 more minutes, they will be okay. Worst case scenario, I've had to dilate them a second time.
And then if you can take you some like little sticky notes, write the time on your watch that you dilated them and have them hold on to that. That way you'll know if 15 minutes has passed. Okay, it'll be easier to keep track of.
Why don't you move your chair over here and get right here.
Is your insurance up to date?
No, I can't see.
You mean life insurance?
I didn't say. Hey, what?
Does he need hearing aid too?
You don't get any money at all, if you sue me. Because I have no money to give.
That's all right.
Okay. Excuse my legs there. This is sustained, notice I'm not putting in new.
I was thinking about the cranberry juice.
Oh. Okay.
That would make your eyes flood like that field on the commercial.
Now what you want to do is you want to open the eye by pulling down the lower eyelid. Now a lot of people say, open your eyes, person tries to put a drop in there. Before the drop actually hits the eye, they close them. Kids especially. But this way, you get it in there, period. Okay, so you pull down the lower eyelid, put a drop right on there, on the lower eyelid, and blink, and it goes across the eye, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, now open your eyes as wide as you can. I'll pull this down. Okay, blink, and you're fine. And we've done the deed.
You are fine.
Sorry, I should have given you, one thing, giving him a tissue is a good idea. Okay, because now he looks like he's crying. Poor fellow.
You look all clear now.
No, I use these every day because I have a problem with dry eyes, so.
But you also want to keep the tip of that little vial away from the person's eye.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely,
Unlike
all the
when I
time.
use
And it's a good idea to take 2 of each of those in case you do touch
If you
something,
contaminate.
then you can have a second one,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's right, I'll back up. Each one of these bottles holds about 300 drops, and you don't have to dilate everybody. So you'll see quite a few people. I've used, now, the optometrist who travels with me in February, Dr. Rose, he will dilate everybody. And the reason that he does that is he wants to be able to look in the eye with this instrument and get a panoramic view of the back of the eye.
Oh, yeah, he's doing a fundoscopic.
So he's looking
Right,
beyond than just fitting glasses. Now, for me, it's fine.
So would it be advisable though, every single, use of that instrument to put a drop before you do it?
Well, it's not necessary if you get a reading. But if you're not getting any readings, then I would do that.
Okay,
I would say, what, 95 times out of 100, you're going to get a reading.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe more than that. So the eye drops are very important to have those. And I have hit a few teams that don't feel like they are fearful of dilation. And it's not something to fear. Unless, of course, there's like a law in the country or whatever that says you can't dilate. And when you go to Nicaragua, for a while, they wouldn't let them dilate.
Wow.
Well,
There
there
was-
wasn't any good logical reason, okay? I think it was some political thing more than
Mhm.
a logical reason. But they even said that optometrists couldn't dilate. Only eye surgeon, ophthalmologists could dilate. Well, I know one optometrist, and he said they all did the same thing, that ignored that law. That we got to dilate. We can't do our job if we don't dilate. Now, that has been relaxed, and teams are now allowed to dilate. The last I heard.
But you can still get the vast majority of people read without dilation, right? And if you
That's
do have
right.
an accommodation issue, you can use that sort of distance.
Use the distance. And I tell you what, with children, what we do with children is we give them something to look at a distance. Draw their attention. By the way, my monkey's been broken because we put something on top of it when we packed it. So his right arm is kind of off.
Yeah, the little symbols don't clap together anymore.
That's right. But anyway, that's what we do to keep their attention at a distance. And it helps, a person that's like maybe 11 or 12, if you just tell them to look at a distance, they'll probably be able to do it. But when you start getting lower than that, 7, 5, things like that, then that might be the only way. But even that's not 100%. If you can dilate. It's the safest way to get a good reading. Now, by the way, you may not have noticed this because you're working so hard to get things in focus when you're measuring with the autorefractor, okay? But at the very bottom of the screen, you'll see numbers flashing by. You remember those? Those are readings. If you pay attention to that first reading, the spear reading, if it's going down like minus 1.50, plus 0.25, minus 1.75, plus 1.20, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, they're accommodating, they're focusing. And you're not going to get a good reading. Now, when you measure my eyes, that reading will be solid. It won't move a bit because I can't focus anymore. You get to a certain age, you can't focus anymore. Okay? So therefore, you don't need to be dilated unless you're an optometrist and you want to get a big view of the eye. So that dilation is very, very important.
Oh, and I did think of something. Did you go over the layout of the clinic yet?
Oh, no, I haven't, I need to, thank you. That is, I'm trying to follow this itinerary.
Or do you want to finish what you're doing there and then do it?
Oh,
Or,
no, let's go ahead and do this. Cataracts, if you put a flash of light into the eye, and you get a reflection. So if you have somebody who walks in your clinic, first of all, if their pupils are white, they're blind. The cataracts are so dense, they can't see anything. They're probably gonna be let in by somebody else. But if they're gray, or if you flash a light into their eyes and you see a reflection, I generally do it like at a 45-degree angle. Whenever you flash the light at a 45-degree angle, their pupil may reflect back at you, and you may see a gray pupil, and that's a mild cataract. So you can actually see that from that pin light that's in the kit. Okay? So cataracts, either gray or white.
Question, there was a bit of a debate on the team as to what was the main cause of cataracts. Do you know any?
Well, one of the things they say that, of course, age is part of it, but also it's accelerated a lot by intense exposure to the sun.
So that's what I thought.
And sunglasses are very important for everybody, from the youngest to the oldest.
Because we saw huge numbers of, young to middle-aged people who had beginning cataracts.
That's,
Yeah.
and many of them probably work in the fields for hours and hours every day, and they have no sunglasses. And you will absolutely help them immeasurably if you give them sunglasses and instruct them to wear them. Okay, to have those glasses.
Welders are pretty much sometimes.
Huh?
Welders,
Yes.
sometimes they cheat before they put the mask, especially not in the US, but I've seen that in the Philippines, that they will open the mask and start to weld it and cover it again. So they're always exposed to a very bright.
Yeah, and that itself is damaging the eye.
Right.
Exactly. So that accelerates it. And, so what did I say? Okay, now as eye pain, one of the things people will say is that I can't see, my eyes burn, my eyes hurt. Well, they may be because they're in poor light. In Honduras, a lot of people are reading under a candle. And the best thing I can tell them to do is to try to get the candle coming over your left shoulder and get a real clear view of what you're trying to read from that. And also, I even give children, in that case, mild readers, like 1.0, 1.25 readers, because it makes them bigger, which means they can see better in a poorly lighted area. We've already talked about macular degeneration, and that's it. I wanted to show you the layout of the clinic. Sal pointed out right over there, the second one over, shows the layout, and I'm going to bring that up.
So, in page 14.
Yeah, that's actually,
One.
yeah, that's actually in the manual.
Actually, it's page 34, so I'm not at that page.
Section 1.
Section 130, page 34.
Yes. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'll bring that up here on the screen. Right where I got it. There it is. I'll make it a little smaller. Okay, so the room from here to here is 20 feet. Normally I'll put a tape on the floor 20 feet away from the E-chart that's right here. Now, if you have a small room and there's not 20 feet, then you can use the 10-foot E-chart that's in the case. What happens is they line up in here to get into the room. And when they enter the room, you want to tell them, you want to get two things from them. You want to, first of all, find their age and what is the nature of their problem. Are they having a problem seeing at a distance or up close? Or they see fine at a distance, they just need to have something to read with. If they only need something to read with, then you may send them to the reading test table, using that reading chart that I was showing you, and do nothing more. But if they have trouble with a distance, or they're confused and they don't know what their problem is, you may just test them against the E-chart, right here. You can find out, can they see that line between the green and the red line? If they can see the charts there, then they're okay, all right? But let's suppose that you know that they need glasses for a distance. If there are 20 years or below of age, you want to dilate. If you're not pressed for time, dilate it if they're 30 and below. Okay? Again, remember the rule is when you're measuring them, if that lower number is going up and down, up and down, and up and down, you're going to have to dilate to get a good reading, because it's not going to, our refractor is not going to come up with an accurate reading. So you set up the dilating area, and you dilate them, like I showed you with Dawn, and you wait 15 minutes. In the 15 minutes, the dilation would have worked. And then you bring them over here to the line waiting to be tested on the autorefractor. Let's go a little bit smaller. There we go. And this either you test across a narrow table or test across the corner or table, which is where I've been doing it. All right, now that they tested, you tested them, then you printed out the list and you handed those over here who are fitting the glasses to the patient. So that's the process. Generally we have people that are testing them on this side, and the people are being tested on that side. On one side or the other. When they enter the clinic, I have the translator sitting there with a clipboard. I have a standard little clipboard, and I have a roll of masking tape about that wide. I tell them to take strips of tapes about that long, tear them off and put them on the clipboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 19, whatever. And then I number them, the left side of them, with a Sharpie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the patient number. When they come in the room, I number the right side of them with their age, and I stick it right over here. Okay, so when that patient sits down in front of me, I already know those two pieces of information, their patient number and their age. And that pick list that I presented has on the top of it the patient number and the age. And so if you have 6 people in a row waiting to be fitted with glasses, and you got a pick list, you want to be able to know which one of those people are going to get the glasses you're being fitted with. Okay? And that's why that patient number on the patient is very important. So at that point, they will be either dilated or tested directly in. And the people here. Now another reason for putting on the number, let's suppose at the end of the day, you have still a line of people. You go down the line of people and you put the tape on until you're going down the entire line. Tell them come back tomorrow morning at, say, 30 minutes earlier, and I'll take care of everybody that's got the tape on. Okay, and we have the translators put them in order, and then I measure. Or if I go out to lunch, okay, and I want to lock up the place and go out for lunch. Again, same story. Put the tape on them with their patient number and age, and then everybody in line, and then reorder them when they come back. 30 minutes from now, an hour from now. A lot of people just sit out around the clinic and wait. They don't go anywhere while we go eat. Yeah. And sometimes when I go to Honduras with this Dr. Rhodes, they interview 7 people in the clinic. So we'll have, we'll go like 2 or 3 at a time during lunch and keep running the clinic. If you have enough people, you can do that.
And one of the things about the putting the patient number, as soon as they come in the door, everybody doesn't get seen by the auto refractor. You know, some people need just readers. If they get them on the tow line and they got the good vision, then maybe they just need sunglasses.
Right.
So, you know, but that'll give you an accurate count of how many people walked in the door.
So do y'all do the checking their distance vision with the chart first?
We don't do that unless, first of all, if they say they can't see well at a distance, we take their word for it. And then we test it with the autofactor.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes, if you want to find out how much those glasses have improved their vision, or how well they can do with those glasses, I would check on the E-chart. Or if they're just confused as whether or not they're seeing well, I check them on the E-chart. That will clarify it for them. Okay? So that room layout is very important.
I notice it's a little bit different up there than it is over here in the book.
It's a little bit different, on the book, it's different.
Oh, well, it's the angle that's turned, I think.
No.
No, that's it. Reading chart table, oh yeah, Tyler. No, I
It's a little
can't.
different.
Yeah.
It might be different, you're right.
It's different.
For the point, yeah,
But
Alex.
I think it works either way.
Yeah, it works either way, that's right.
Now, do you have any flow process that you?
You know you have to be
recommend?
flexible in relationship.
Flow.
The flow of the people or the patients, like when they get in, and then they say, okay, what's the number one question they're gonna ask?
Well, the first, what is the nature of your problem?
Uh-huh.
What, you're having a vision problem, what is the nature of it? Are you having trouble, is your eye burning, you're having trouble seeing well at a distance or
Yeah.
close? Sometimes you'll look at their eye and you may see pus coming out of it, an eye infection. And by the way, if you have a doctor and Dr. Howard is a doctor, he's a medical doctor.
He's a pediatrician.
He-
Yeah, the way
He could bring in some antibiotic drops.
Okay. He might already have that.
And if you ought to bring some antibiotic drops in, because that might be something you'll give them to them and tell them to use one drop every day or whatever in each eye. Now, it was interesting, Dr. Rose, who tries his best to speak Spanish and doesn't do a really good job of it, one time he told, unknown to him, to put 2 cats in their eyes every day. Because in Spanish, gata
That
means
makes
cat, and gato means drop. So he got them reversed. And he said, and the entire room broke into laughter. And he looked at the translator and said, what did I say, what did I say?
The reason why I asked about that, because, we've been to this medical mission so many times, and a lot of the people out there, especially on the countryside, they're just gonna go in there, even if they're not sick, they don't have any problems because it's free.
Right,
Exactly.
that's right.
So, I don't have eye problem, I just
That's
have
why
my
they want
glasses.
glasses, you know.
Well, the auto refractor will tell you that too, you know, like the samples that he used earlier, the younger people, this young person doesn't need glasses or whatever, you give them some sunglasses and send them on their way.
That's right. Because everybody needs sunglasses.
Right,
especially
exactly.
In a hot area where they have to work out in the fields for hours and hours and hours, they need sunglasses. Another thing is, kids will come into the clinic, okay, and they'll say, I can't see anything. And they'll look at the E-chart and they realize that if they're gonna get glasses, you gotta flunk the E-chart. They gotta make a bad grade on the E-chart. So they say, I can't see anything, I don't even know this chart over there. So then we bring with us some clear glass glasses. Or glasses.
Clear lenses, yeah.
Yeah, clear lenses. We put them in front of their face and we say, oh, now you see better? Oh, yeah, I see much better now. So they're busted. We know that they told us a lie. Well, we don't chastise them. Every kid needs a toy. You know? So we give them some sunglasses. In fact, I even get some stuff at Dollar Tree, little trinkets that I can hand out to the kids. I give those to them.
One of the Indian nationals that ran clinics for us in Nagpur actually brought bags of packaged little biscuits. So if somebody didn't need glasses.
2 little cookies
Yeah.
Oh.
Gave them to
in a
them.
closed bag, and if you didn't get anything, that's what you took home.
That's
So
right.
everybody took something home.
Mhm.
That's right. That's cool. That's cool. Because, the thing is, but keep an eye on your glasses. Because I had a team
I was actually in a clinic, and I came into the room, and this particular classroom in Honduras had basically a barbed wire around the entire area, but the kids were in there. And then the room itself had bars in the room, basically, and the kids were standing up on top of each other, reaching in the room and reaching across and getting glasses out of the boxes.
Oh,
You know, one kid was standing on the shoulders of another kid, and they're reaching through the window and going down, and I saw them do it, go away, go away, go away. And I moved the boxes away from the window, but they couldn't do that before. And we lost several glasses that way, but, you know, kids are looking for toys, that's all they're looking for. And, so anyway, I try to give them as much as I can, I try to give them something they can walk away with. Okay. Make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay, are there any questions at all? We've actually finished a little earlier than I normally finish, but any questions at all? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Of course, one thing you know that you can call me if you do have questions, that are concerns. And I've answered questions from all over the world many, many times. But I think all of them are in pretty good shape to handle this.
And how soon will we get our kit before we leave on our trip?
About 8 to 10 days.
Okay, so we would have time to practice.
I try to make sure there's at least a weekend before you leave on your trip.
Okay.
Because most people do their get together on a weekend.
You want to leave that here?
Make sure you fill out that
Won't
form.
do you much good.
And I think that we're done.
Do we have a certificate this time?
A certificate of accomplishment.
Yeah, there was one in the binder which came in very handy when we applied for our visa last year.
With her.
Yeah, that was our ticket in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That,
Well, I sometimes put them, and sometimes don't, if you get to do it.
Okay.
So you need to get one.
well, if you could just email us a copy, you could scan it and,
Hold it.
and
He may have some he can print out right now.
Yeah.
That's what he's.
I want my
If
star.
if it got you in,
Well, it
you know?
definitely helped, yeah.
well, there's India is one of those places where paper means a whole lot more than
Uh-huh.
words. And if you can prove it on paper,
right.
we were told last year that the NGO in India that we were using was not legitimate. We said, why? It's been there for 30-some years, got license, had the paper and all that. It's not on Google. They don't have any website.
So it's not legit because it's not on Google.
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
That's right. Now,
Oh wow. That's interesting.
in my mind, I think just because it's on Google is not legitimate.
Well, you have to believe what's on the internet, don't you?
Anything better should make a website.
Yeah, and that's exactly what our boss did. He said, oh, they want a website, no problem, we'll make a
Stop this
website.
TAU.
That's DAUFFER,
It
correct?
wasn't fabricating anything, because it was a legitimate NGO, but. It was just.
Yeah, the El Salvador. We were at the Global Missions Health Conference about 4 years ago. This optometrist was going on his first trip. He goes in, they confiscate his glasses. They want $900 to get them back. Okay? They were holding for ransoms while it boiled down to. And Holland was concerned that the guy was going to get scared off from doing a mission trip because this was his first time. And this happened to him. He found out that all he needed was a letter from the First Lady of El Salvador saying, they're bringing these glasses in to give away. They're not going to sell them. And that's all they needed. That's First Lady of El Salvador. And that's what he's talking about earlier, about the weird customs of, of different countries. That's what you need for El Salvador. That's all you need for El Salvador. Unless they've changed it since then.
It's usually when you look at the.
Whatever works, whatever gets
Well,
you there,
yeah,
right?
exactly,
That's the
exactly.
thing.
What works this year might not work next year.
It's a movable piece.
Yeah.
Anybody who's a physician has to show their license when they state license. They don't necessarily.
Change things.
And then
Wonderful.
Coming out there.
We put that in the file for our visa.
That's right.
One
Just your
more.
registration, like
That's
you do
right.
for a nurse.
But we
That's what
have
it is.
to,
Thank you.
we have to have as part of our fees, a Hunter and Dr. and a Hunter. That's not usually. They're so underpaid. They usually don't do.
Yes, exactly.
And we don't.
I think so. I'm going
That's
to,
because we're such a smart